Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 2021 California Seth Conference.
Welcome. The day has finally arrived. We're finally here in this particular moment in time and space where we get to initiate this conference that we've all been waiting for. So, welcome to the 2021 California Seth Conference. We are so excited that you're here, and we're excited that we're able to participate in this amazing co-creation. We have 6 wonderful speakers coming up today and 6 more coming up tomorrow, and we will have many surprises along the way as well. Now, a lot has changed 2021 in all our lives. Of course, we've gone through massive changes, but the conference itself also has gone through quite a lot of change as well. Of course, all of our previous conferences were in person, and they were initiated, or one of the main initiators was Lawrence Davidson. And as many of you know, he has crossed over to the other side. He has made his transition. And several other members of the Seth community have also made their transition. So things are looking a little bit different in many, many ways, in many dimensions. So we want to honor those changes and honor them as a community together. Now, of course, we are experimenting with this incredible online format, and I really believe that this enables information and speakers to come together in a truly unprecedented way, because we truly are a global community, and we're recognizing the fact that we can bring people together from all corners of the world, from many of the continents of the world, and truly create and co-create an intersection in time and space that is both beautiful and absolutely profound as well. So welcome to this incredible co-creation. So I also, with that, want to say that, those of us who have produced the conference, we're not professional broadcasters. What this is it's all of us acting on our passion. It's listening to the calling, to the impulse, as Seth would say, and really running with it, acting on it, and step upon a step building it. So, we're not professionals in the sense that I'm saying that I hope this inspires all of you to act on your passion, because you really never know where those impulses are leading you. They're coming from your higher mind. And when you start acting on them, beautiful things begin to manifest in our daily lives. So may this inspire all of us to act on our passion and to really to go for it, to act on those impulses and to translate them into action in our lives. Now, of course, we are here today and tomorrow to share the Seth material, and there's a specific spin we want to put on the material, which is application. We're really all about action and implementation, and really rolling our sleeves up and just taking it to that level where we're implementing the material in our daily lives, where this material makes a difference. We've all been reading these books for years, some of us decades, and we want to live lives that reflect these beautiful truths that have been translated to us by Jane Roberts. So we want to honor that legacy by acting on it and to truly embody these principles from the inside out. So our theme then, therefore, is practical Seth, or Seth applied, if you will. Now, as you surmise, I will be your host for the conference, and co-host and chat moderator will also be Lilia Aguero. You will be meeting her shortly. And of course, Jeff Kiefer is our co-host as well as technical wizard, shall we say, and co-producer of the California Seth Conference. So much appreciation to all the behind the scenes of these two wonderful individuals. And so moving right along, the truth is that we're having so much fun doing this that, we're acting on our passion, that we are actually using this as a launchpad to create a production company. And we definitely want to do these kinds of activities again. And we truly want to express ourselves in this way, to raise consciousness, to share these kinds of materials, and to make this available for so many people out there who are inspired by these kinds of materials. So definitely look for more productions from us. We're creating a little group called the Modern Mystic Mystery School. So you'll definitely be seeing more from us in the future as well. And so with that, let's go ahead and talk about the flow. The flow. So we have 6 incredible speakers for today, and we will break this up into manageable units. In that sense, we will have 3 speakers, and then we'll have a 30-minute break, and then we'll have 3 more speakers. And then tomorrow, on Sunday, we will follow a very similar format. We will have 3 speakers, a 30-minute break, and then 3 more speakers. Now, that being said, of course, we are going to throw in some surprises along the way. So you might be seeing some never before seen videos and never before released videos as we have been digging through our archives and finding some beautiful gems in there. So we look forward to sprinkling a few surprises along the way. Now, we will also, for most of our speakers, have a question and answer session. So this is an opportunity to interact live with the speakers. So if you are watching this in the live as it is happening, then you do have the opportunity to type into the chat questions, and then our lovely co-host Lilia Aguero, she is going to read those into the Q&A discussion with the speaker live. So most of our speakers do have the live Q&A section. So if you do want to participate, we definitely encourage you to start typing in your questions during that presenter's talk, and then Lilia will be organizing those and bringing them into the question and answer session. So we definitely look forward to that nice, lovely live interaction with everybody. Okay, so as I have said, look for a few good surprises along the way as well. Now, in terms of our schedule for today, our 6 speakers for today are going to include Miles Blount, followed by Chiron O'Keefe, and concluding that section with Robert Waggoner. Then we're going to have a 30-minute break so that we all can catch a breather, let some of this material assimilate, give us a chance to take a break, to rest our eyes, and then we will continue with Mickey Lowe, followed by Helen Stewart, and ending today, Saturday, with Ejay Jamb coming all the way from Australia. So we're excited. We're super excited about this lineup, as well as tomorrow's lineup. It's really looking like incredible content is coming to us. So we're just super excited to be in this vortex and in this flow of energy. So without further ado, let's go ahead and dive into our first speaker. Our first speaker is Miles Blount, and he is a regular presenter at several meetup groups, both in Florida as well as in Washington. And he's been doing this since about 2008, and he's had many participants in these groups, from 20 to 50 participants, and they focus on topics such as law of attraction, but definitely with Seth's principles involved as well. Now, Miles has been studying the material for a very long time. It turns out that in 1972, he began with Seth Speaks. So he's been reading this for for many decades now. And so we really look forward to hearing how he has worked with the material. You see, because he has actually applied the material not only to his personal life, but also to his career with remarkable and incredible results. So we're really looking forward to hearing the wisdom that will come through this wonderful being. Now, for him, every day is an exciting adventure that begins with studying the material and preparing it for these meetup groups that then he gets to share his insights of the material there. So without further ado, let's go ahead and welcome Miles. He will speak on creation in a world without time and space. So without further ado, let's go ahead and cue up Miles and enjoy this incredible presentation that's coming to us. Thank you.
Friends, it's so nice to be here with you today, doing something that's so close to my heart, which is talking about Seth and the impact that it's had on my life and the impact I believe that it can deliver to your life as well. My talk today is going to be on creation in a world with no time and no space. Now, before I get started, I want to just appreciate some of the people that have come before us, before me, and say a thank you. So the first one is Rick Stack. Rick has put together, well, there's no bigger supporter of the Seth material than Rick, and the Seth search engine was one of the highlights of my life. I had thought that if I won the lottery, I would spend up to $1 million to get a Seth search engine. And one day I turned it on and it was free, and it's on my desktop and I use it all the time. The second person I'd like to thank is Linda Maiden Dahl for her books, her Facebook group, and I think she was the first for me, and now there are many others, so I think she's been a real light for all of us. The third person I want to thank is Mary Dillman. She was my hero. She left her job to go manage the Seth archives at Yale. Mary has recently passed, and she asked me to stop my monthly contribution. So I did that, and I've redirected that to the Seth House, which I was also supporting. So the Seth House has a warm place in my heart as well. I'm just thrilled with the work that they're doing there. So I want to say thank you to them as well. And there's so many others that I can't go on and still have any time left for the talk, but a heartfelt thanks to all of you that have pioneered the way. Now, before I get started, I want to talk about honoring beliefs. So what I'm going to share with you today is my journey and my beliefs. Yours may be different than mine, and if they are, that's just fine. In fact, I have no interest in changing your beliefs at all. Whatever they are, they're perfect. I'm just sharing what's worked for me and what I'm using on my journey to create the life of, well, I think it's fair to say the life of my dreams, because the life that my beloved Reba and I have together is truly spectacular. Now, this is my passion, my journey. So, when I spoke at the Seth Conference in March of 2014, it was understanding and interpreting our world as a dream, and today it's about creation in a world with no space and time. I try and go as deep as I can to take as much advantage of the brilliance and insight that Seth brought to us through so many volumes, at least 40. I noticed that Rick has about 50 different books on his site, all one way or another related to Seth. So truly a passion of mine. So in 1972, I was working in a steel mill. I was a melter. I got the best job in the plant because I could do fractions. And I was sitting there in front of my furnace one day, and the guy next to me walked by and said, "You have to read this book." And he literally gave me Seth Speaks. And I thanked him. I had hardly talked to him before. The steel mill's a very noisy place. It doesn't lend itself to conversation. I sat down and opened that book, and it was like an explosion going off inside of me. I couldn't read more than a paragraph or two before I had to sit it down and walk around. And friends, 48 years, 50 years later, it's still the same for me when I open up my Seth books. I can't count how many I've bought because I've given away so many. Now with Kindle, I've gifted people the Seth books. And in 2007, I retired. And when I retired, I knew what I wanted to do, which was speak about the Seth material, and pretty much full time. So what I did was I found meetups where they did something called Law of Attraction, but that didn't faze me at all. I knew that what I wanted to talk about was the Seth material, and that was an entry in. Now, in the early days, there were no groups, and that was really difficult for me. I had started my journey in 1960 with a book my mother gave me called Many Mansions by Gina Sermonara. It was based on channeled information from Edgar Cayce. And that book changed my life. I grew up in a family that felt like there were some problems with religion, that religion had actually caused more trouble than it brought good in the world. And since that was a deeply held belief of theirs, we got an endless stream of confirmation. And yet when I read this Edgar Cayce material, it became clear to me that there was something deeper going on, the idea of a God or an all that is. And that started my journey. Now, what I want to be clear about is I haven't vetted this material to make sure that every word I say is directly related to Seth. I just don't have time for that. It's my life and my passion. So occasionally other areas of interest might find their way into this presentation. And just bear with me on that. With the Seth search engine, you can check everything. And I think most things you'll find are a direct correlation. But if not, I've also worked with my dreams. And over the course of my life, I've done over 15,000 dreams. And they have a couple of characteristics. The first one is, I've never had a dream tell me somebody else should change. It's always me. The second characteristic is that I learn in my dreams. I actually have physical experiences, and I go to my dreams to experience the Seth material in a deeper way. I want it to be experiential rather than, for instance, a thought or an idea or a reason, because it has an even deeper impact on my life. So, famously, Seth told us we create our own reality, and that's now a foundation of our new age. He also said many times that there's no time and no space, that they're an illusion. And he's actually gone over how to make that judgment based on comparisons to other realities. For instance, especially the dream reality, where there is no time, no space, not even any gravity. So the question is, how does creation play out in our reality? How does creation work in a reality with no time and no space? And how does this empower us? What new perspective do I need to bring to the table to utilize these concepts? And most important, how can I use this to get results in an ongoing basis in my life? So I want to go over a couple of basics first. And the first one is that all that is love. And because all that is love, I use that as a foundation point. So in my world, everything is all that is. In fact, Seth said that. There is nothing in existence that isn't all that is, which means simultaneously that everything is the love of all that is. That's what I'm not sure the exact word I should use, but I'm going to say consciousness of everything is based on the love of all that is. Now, because there's no time, there can't be any cause and effect in physical reality. And Seth has gone over that and told us that this reality is an illusion. All it is simply an ongoing group of pictures. Think of a movie projector with film going through it like the old days, frame by frame. Well, when it gets to 24 frames a second, you can't tell the difference between physical reality and the illusion that you would see, for instance, up on the movie screen. And yet, Seth explains to us that countless times a second, this reality is recreated. So, the next important point is this, that it's recreated new, completely new, which means that there's a 0 point. There's a level point at which point at every particle in existence of this reality, this universe, and every universe is in communication because it's at the same 0 point, we could say. So everything is working behind the scenes to support the illusion of this reality telepathically. Now, the next point I want to make is about our feeling tone. Seth talked about our feeling tone beautifully and very enjoyable. And he even talked about feeling tones as it related to the seasons. So, what is our feeling tone? And I want to explore this based on no time. So our feeling tone is who we are right now based on our focus and our beliefs. Our beliefs create an emotion or a feeling in us, and that emotion or feeling becomes the score or the script through which, or we can even call it the filter, through which the energy constantly flows through us as God. We are all God ourselves. So that energy flows through us and gets projected out into physical reality. So, this is the important point. Because there's no time, it's instantaneous. In other words, it's not a compilation of things that have happened in our past, except insofar as it's the beliefs that we put in place. So every instant, energy is going to flow through me. It's going to flow through my feelings. It's going to flow through my beliefs, which create feelings. And then it's going to get projected out into reality. So, each instant when the world's recreated, it's recreated new from the 0 point. So every instant is a clean slate. There's nothing coming from the past. There's nothing coming from the future. It's all what is right now in this moment, which Seth calls the present moment or the spacious present. So the sum total of my beliefs create the filter that energy is going to flow through, and that's what gets projected now into the present, into what I see in the next moment. Now, in one case, it's inside of me. In the other case, it's outside of me. So the moment before, when it's inside of me, it's going through the filter. The next moment, it's what I'm seeing in my reality, in my world. And it's an exact, incredibly exact projection of who I am. In fact, Seth goes over the fact that there are no accidents. But he also explains remarkably that the consciousness units that make up the atoms, and he says it takes millions of consciousness units to make up an atom. And of course, the atoms are another energy gestalt that make up molecules, another energy gestalt that make up cells, another energy gestalt that makes up our body. These atoms have free will, value fulfillment, and dreams. So they have a choice about where they're going to project into expression next. So in order for anything to show up in our reality in almost an infinitely deep layer of cooperative bridges or cooperative actions have taken place in order to assemble the reality that we see and we view as physical. So there are no accidents. It takes an incredible cooperative effort that goes on instant by instant and millions of times a second. In fact, far more than that, but we're not going to go there right now. So, the way I'm feeling right now is creating my reality right now. So if I want to change my reality, as we know, we need to do two things. We need to pay attention to what we're focusing on, and we need to pay attention to our beliefs. And Seth has given us a lot of wonderful tools to work with our beliefs. And Nancy Ashley has written 3 fabulous books that Rick Stack is now publishing that I can't recommend enough. My first book literally fell to pieces, and I got Nancy to autograph the other books when I went to the Seth Conference. So, a basic tool is this. When you're feeling bad, or when you're feeling something and you want to determine what it is, say this to yourself. What would I have to believe in order to feel this way? Now, the universe is not subtle. It usually puts it on a 2x4 and hits you right between the eyes. It's not hidden. Seth tells us we're not limited. One of the most powerful beliefs we can have is that we are not limited. And second, nothing is hidden. Nothing is hidden. So ask yourself what belief you would have to have in order to feel a certain way, the feeling that you're experiencing. And when you find that belief, what you want to do is say to yourself, is this belief limiting or is this belief based on fear? And if it's either one of those two things, then we need to look for a different belief. Now, up to this point, the way we've lived our lives is we've believed that beliefs are truths, and for the most part, unchangeable, which could not be farther from reality. Beliefs are very changeable. The first time I learned this was when I was 19, and I wrote my philosophy of life. I decided I wanted to challenge myself to see what I believed and how I wanted to live my life. The first shocking thing that happened to me was, after I'd done that, only a couple of weeks, I realized that my beliefs were already changing. And 10 years later, I realized that almost nothing that I wrote hadn't changed. It had all changed. It's a constant process. So our beliefs do change. All I'm saying is, if you find that you're living your life from somebody else's assumptions, or heaven only knows where you might have picked up beliefs. I have a dear friend that said it took him a while to realize he was living his life from his parents' beliefs, some of them that were prejudiced, and some of them even bigoted about other people. And he said, that's not going to work for me. That's not the person I am. That's not how I want to live my life. So he changed his beliefs. Now, let me give you an incredibly powerful belief that I use as a foundation stone. And later on, I'm going to talk about beliefs and grids. That belief is that people are good, that the universe is of superlative good intent. Those are Seth's words. And furthermore, that the only place that bad exists is inside us. Now, let me say that again. Everything is all that is. Everything is love. Love, as Seth explains to us, is joy and freedom, and I add that little caveat of peace, because if I really believe that, it gives me some peace, and I do really believe that. So when I start from the place that everything is good, of superlative good intent, that gives me a powerful touchstone, a lighthouse to live my life by. So if I'm not in alignment with that, well, then I'm going to try and take a minute to examine it. So, I had a dream, and in this dream I wanted to understand how it was that I was creating my reality. And in this dream I found myself as the all that is, in an incredibly spacious present. And I realized that from that place I got to choose anything, including my beliefs. I got to make a choice. So now we're going to talk a little bit more about beliefs and choice. Seth calls them suggestions or intentions. So this is a nuance that's oh so powerful in how we create our reality. If we pick the feeling that we want, the universe will line up to deliver that. So the most important question you can ask yourself is, what do I want? 10,000 times a day. Just keep asking that question because it gives you a focus. We're the creator. We're creating it all. Where am I going to turn my powers of creation? To what I want, and actually create a little visualization. The hows are none of our business, so we're not going to pay any attention to them at all. If we find ourselves wobbling, we turn our attention to what we want and activate our visualization, and while we're at it, since we're already there, we can add a little bit of spice to it and say, wouldn't it be nice if it was even better? If it was even better. And that becomes a powerful tool to refocus us when we find ourselves taken away from the way we want to live our life. In other words, when we find ourselves angry or upset or feeling depressed, what we can do is turn our focus to what we want and hold that. Now, there's something that happens that's truly amazing when you start to believe. If you have faith in the good in the end, then you have peace. If you have faith in the good in the end, then you have peace, because everything is just a step on the way to that wonderful end. Now, let's see. Just give me a second here. So, we know that we get a clean slate every instant. We can turn our focus or our beliefs to what we want. It's like a musical score that we use to then create the reality that's projected outside. So when I'm looking outside, if I see things that I don't like, it's because I've created them. And I've created them in my now, not sometime in the past and not sometime in the future. So I want to take a moment here and speak about memory. So memory is predicated on the very idea of time, but there is no time. So any memory that we have is a memory we're dragging into our present moment and living our life from. So if you have memories that are not serving you, in other words, if you don't feel good about the memories you have, then let them go. It's not who you are right now. So why would you drag it into your present? And let me try and put it in a context. Every instant, every second, millions of times a second, this reality is created new from the 0 point. That means you're created new, your body's created new, so your body can never get older than a millionth of a second, except that we believe that. And that, what are you going to do? There's countless yous that are out there exploring their own reality. Just like we know that we animate our thoughts. We're a thought of all that is. When we have thoughts, they go out to their own existence. So my point is this, that if it's not serving you, just set it aside. Give it up. It ceases to exist, literally, when we don't turn our attention to that, in that direction, when we don't turn our focus in that direction and give it energy. Now, everything exists eternally. All that is infinite, not limited. All that is fully explores every probability, every option, every one. So nothing gets lost. Nothing is ever destroyed or hurt. In fact, it's just the opposite. Science tells us about conservation of energy. Couldn't be further from the truth. We, individually, literally create energy ourselves. And all that is has no limit to the energy. So the universe, in our reality, shows up expanding because it is expanding. We're expanding the energy in this universe. And just as a quick aside, we don't need any justification. Our existence in this reality alone energetically creates the space for more dolphins, babies, and flowers. That's all the justification we need, the fact that we committed to coming here. So, let's go back to, is what you believe serving you? And if it's not, find beliefs that do serve you. And in a minute, I'm going to get out some grids. My wife and I do grids of beliefs. So if there's something that we're struggling with, we just write down the beliefs and put them on a grid. And that is a very powerful tool. In fact, it's a way to overcome negativity and depression. We're going to take a brief moment here in a minute for me to take a drink, but I'll go over this first. And it's this, that if you go over your beliefs, and your beliefs are so much stronger than the negative beliefs, and you keep going back to those beliefs that empower you, they will literally crush the old limiting fear-based beliefs. They will literally crush it out of our existence because it's not who we are. That's not what we believe. When we focus on the empowering beliefs that we believe, and I'll read some of those later, then we can turn our focus to what we want, and it also is a huge help in moving out of a negative state that we may have found ourselves slipping into. And that happened to me recently, and my wife looked at me and smiled and said, well, can you find something better that you believe? And I've been doing this so many years, I can always find something better to believe, and that really lifted me out of that state that I'd put myself in of anger and upset at the way some people were acting in the world. So there's no creation in framework 1, which Seth refers to as physical reality. So creation starts with a decision. So decide what you want. Create the feeling of that in the end. How do you want to feel in the end? Now, what makes this so powerful is the universe will do whatever it takes, stand on its ear and spit wooden nickels. Seth has some really eloquent quotes about how it'll make all the pieces come together, fit together from multiple dimensions, multiple realities, in order to support the continuation of that feeling that you have. So if you feel bad, the universe aligns itself there. Now, one of the things that I noticed when I was in my dream was, as the center of the universe, every particle of the universe aligned to me. And I also experienced that every particle of the universe was also the center of the universe itself. So this was not something unique to me, but it is something built into the dimensionality of all that is. That every particle, every instant is the center of the universe. So we're infinitely loved and supported. So the point is, when we make a decision about how we want to feel and we focus on that, if our beliefs don't support that, if the universe will now send us beliefs that do support that. So if you're struggling with, well, what belief would I have to have in order to feel better or to navigate the situation I'm in, the universe will send you those beliefs in order to sustain that. So drive your stake in the ground and hold your focus to where you want to go and believe in the end. Have faith in the end that you, as all that is, as the creator, have the say about where this is going. Excuse me. Because when good always conquers separation and limitation. The self is not limited. So let me just pursue that a little bit. You know, we cover lots of stuff here. And sometimes people get lost in, especially in our reality, with self-judgment and self-criticism. Look, let's make this as basic as we can. If you're a good, loving, kind person that's compassionate, you're on the track. That's all you need to know. All the other stuff is like icing on the cake, and it empowers you to maybe create a little more effectively. But the fact that at your heart, you're trying to line up with the heart of all that is, the joy and the freedom that comes with alignment with all that is, then you're going to have a huge impact on your body, on the people in your life, on this world, and on the reality in general. And make a big contribution to moving to the new earth. Now, I want to talk a little bit about EEUs and CUs. So EEUs are electromagnetic energy units and CUs are consciousness units. So how does this work? So when you have an emotion, you create, instead of electromagnetic energy units, I'm going to call them emotional units because that's the way they are for me. You create emotional units. Now, the bigger your emotions, the more units that you create, the bigger the pathway. And consciousness units love to create. They live for creation. And they want what we want even more than we want it. So when you create an emotional pathway, the consciousness units follow it right into your life and then create what we call our physical reality. So our ability to work with our emotions is very powerful and an integral part of what's happening in our world now, because these units, consciousness units, emotional units, create a field, and the field is what's creating our reality. So the next point I want to make about it is, some people think a lot about ascension. You know, am I going to make it to the new earth? Or am I far enough along on my spiritual path? Look, you can't do it wrong. Seth has told us we're all eternal. Every particle of existence was part of all that is before the beginning. Before the beginning. So we've been here from the beginning. So we're an integral part of the whole, everything that's going on. Everybody is on their own timeline. My getting to a place of residence in a higher dimension, or ascending, or a new earth, whatever we want to call it, is not dependent on you, and you are not dependent on me. Now, so with that, I want to talk a little bit about, so our lives are a cooperative effort. I was stunned when I was studying Edgar Cayce, and we did this book, Search for God, had 12 lessons in it, and I couldn't believe it. The first lesson was cooperation. The universe has infinite levels of cooperation. So, the second thing is, Seth told us that we need to take this reality seriously. So, if we see somebody hurt or suffering, it's not that they're just playing a part in our life. They're an actor that's playing a role to reflect us back to us. No, the point is, can we take our consciousness and use that to empathize with them, to understand them, to see what kind of needs they have that are not being met, so that we can be uplifters, because this is a real opportunity for all of us. So if you're a good person, you're 90% of the way there. Now, the path is 100 miles long, and none of us is more than a few feet down the path. So let's not get too carried away. And let's also not get carried away with, this person is smarter than me or not as smart as me. That doesn't work either, because we don't have intelligence in our body, except insofar as, in terms of our consciousness. Our intelligence resides in our connection to our spirit, and every cell of our body is directly connected to all that is, so it has its own wisdom. Our gut has its own wisdom. But in terms of consciousness, there's no intelligence that resides in our brain. Our brain is the most exquisite transmitter and receiver of vibration in the universe. In fact, our whole body is the most exquisite creation in the universe itself. We all have a universal mind, or a mind in our soul, and that mind connects to all intelligence. So there's nobody that's more intelligent or less intelligent than anybody else, because we all have access, by being still and meditating, to the wisdom that's inside of us. So there's nobody that knows more or less than you, so be sure not to give your power away. Don't ask another person what you should do. You might ask them for what their experiences are or what insights they may have. But when you ask them what to do, you're giving away your power. You are the one that should make that decision, because you're the one that's the creator. And nobody knows better than you. Nobody knows better than you on your path And we're all on our own timeline. Now, so we're not dependent on anybody else, and nobody else is dependent on us. Now, let's talk about alignment with others, alignment with love. So, as all that is love, joy and freedom. The way we feed our souls with joy, we all thrive on freedom. We all know that when somebody's trying to tell us what to do or how to do it, all our hackles go up. It just doesn't work. So, what we want to do is extend that same environment to other people. In other words, bring them joy and freedom in whatever they're doing. Now, nobody's on the wrong path. Everybody's life is exactly perfect, right where it is, and so is ours. Now, they may be going through struggles, but as Seth explains to us, we're here for value fulfillment. So as we go through value fulfillment, in other words, let me put it like this. Are you being authentic? Will you stand up for your truth? Will you speak up and stand for what you believe? So, at this point, I think I'm going to go ahead and summarize this. What we want to do is focus on what we want. When we don't feel good, it's telling us we have limiting beliefs. Examine those beliefs and replace them with something that's more powerful. An hour seemed like a long time to me, but I never did have time to get to the grid of beliefs that support making changes inside myself. But it's easily done, and Seth has numerous exercises out there, and Nancy Ashley's books tell you how to do it in great detail. So find beliefs that make your heart sing and that resonate with you, and then use those beliefs as a stepping stone to change your life and change where you want to go. Now, it is okay to think of this as a game in a certain sense. Now, a game where we care and are compassionate about other people, but a game where we change our beliefs and see the impact that it has on our lives, and just see how good you can make your life. We're here for joy, and we can have joy, but we made this a really challenging environment to test our mettle. And so finding our way to that place is not always easy. But ask yourself, what do you want? Find a way to focus on that with feeling and emotion. Understand that every instant is a clean slate, and that where I turn my focus and the amount of emotion that I bring to what I want is going to determine how quickly the consciousness units find their way into my life, because your beliefs will block them from creating. The consciousness units will find their way into our lives and create a wonderful life for us. Now, So, drive your stake in the ground. Believe in good. Believe in yourself. And when you start to find yourself wobbling, turn your focus to what you want. Thank you. And at this point, we're going to take some questions.
What about others?
I'm so glad you asked that question, Luis. We could easily do a whole hour on that in itself, but I'm going to give you a brief synopsis. My world, everybody is all that is. In other words, everybody is infinite. If you're in my world, you're playing a role that reflects me back to me. with exquisite precision. So I listen carefully to everything you do and everything you say, because you're reflecting me back to me. That way I can always trust this world to be a reflection, an accurate, extremely accurate reflection of who I am on the inside. Now, if you're in my world, I'm almost certainly in your world doing the same thing. Now, it sounds like this is a role, and it is a role, but it's a role for a point. The point is, how are we dealing with this, whatever it is that's coming up? Are we dealing with it in a loving, compassionate, kind way? Or are we dealing with it in some kind of a superfluous way, like, oh, this person is a problem, this person is not me, this person's outside of me. We're all one. There's nothing outside of us. And second of all, they come bearing gifts. So in a sense, the worse the person is, the bigger the gift they come bearing, because they have agreed to play this really miserable role in our part, in our play, in our life, in order that we can see what it is that we are on the inside. Now, I'm just going to expand on that a little bit. And again, we could easily talk about this for an hour. But the point is this, that our beliefs are creating who they are. Our beliefs are creating the world that we're in. So when you're looking at them, take a moment to look inside yourself and see if you can find where those feelings are inside of you. And if you can, you've gone a long ways. Now, there was a self that was created in that instant that happened, a self that we almost certainly rejected. And that's why, and so if you open your arms up and embrace that self and say, I know you were doing the best you could at the time, then you can accomplish some real healing. But let's talk about the process a little bit. Something does not show up in physical reality unless it's been going on in your mind and it's come up countless times, probably 1,000, certainly hundreds. But it's based on beliefs or assumptions that we've accepted, and so we haven't looked at them, or we don't want to look at them for whatever reason. You know, it takes courage to ask yourself, what do you want? Because what if it's not what you want right now? So, but it couldn't get our attention. It's something inside ourselves that wants to be healed. It couldn't get our attention. So, eventually it finds its way into physical reality, a thought, a newspaper article. And then it finds its way into our reality on the other side of the world. And then it'll get closer and closer. And next it's your neighbor. And next it's in your body. So it's something that needs our attention. And next it's an illness, and next it's a chronic illness. It's all asking for our attention. So when we give our attention to whatever it is there's no cause and effect. So every picture in our life is just a message. All it's trying to do is help us get the message.
And do others have their own existence?
Yes, absolutely. Everybody is in their own bubble, sacrosanct there. Nothing can make its way inside the bubble unless you're a vibrational match for it. If you create emotions that are good and you create an upward spiral, you'll find your life being magical. If you create emotions that are threatening and upsetting and depressive, well then you're going to tap into other beliefs like that. But in the bigger picture, all that is pure positive energy. All that is love. So it's a real testament to our ability to create that we can swim against the energetic flow of pure positive energy in order to create negativity in our lives. Now, I know a lot of people are out there groaning right now going, oh, how could that be? Just trust me. If you'll work on this and take a look at it, have the courage to step toward your fears. Don't do anything rash, but just step towards your fears. And the more that you do that, the more they will evaporate.
And how do we create bad things in our own lives?
Well, I think I briefly touched on that. First we have a limiting belief. Then we give it emotion. Once we give it emotion, once we have the thought, there's no such thing as fiction. Every thought we have, we're a thought of all that is. Our thoughts go out to their own existence, and they form, as Seth said, energy gestalts, where like attracts like. So if we're not careful about where we're putting our focus and what our beliefs are, and our feelings are telling us what our beliefs are at every moment. When you're feeling bad, you're off track. When you're feeling good, you're on track. It's straightforward. So if you're feeling bad, you need to do a course correction and find out what the belief is that's interfering with your ability to deliver the good life that you want for yourself, your family, and others.
So tell us some strategies to overcome bad thoughts and emotions.
Thank you. Thank you, Luis. This is really powerful. And I touched on it very briefly in the talk. So get your grid of beliefs. Get your grid of good beliefs. And Seth goes over quite a few, but common sense will tell you what they are. All that is love. People are all that is. Therefore, people are loved. Therefore, people are good. So inherently inside of every person, inside of this world, inside of this universe, is the pure positive energy of love of all that is. Joy and freedom and even peace, if we believe in the end and can have the faith to hold that. So when you review those beliefs, they will literally quash the other negative beliefs. In other words, you've filled your tank up. Now, let me go through a quick process here that Reba and I have really changed our lives. Spend some time each day on love, feeling love for yourself, feeling love for others, feeling love for our country, feeling love for every person, feeling love for the world, feeling love for nature. If you're still struggling, get up and move around. Get out into nature. I've got, this is a little bit, 2,000 pages of my favorite Seth quotes. I don't know how many, but I literally will open up my file and just start reading anywhere. Also, you probably noticed, and Seth has told us, that every time you read a book, a Seth book, or any book for that matter, it's going to be different. And it absolutely is. So when you open that book, just randomly open it and look at it, there'll be something there for you to help you deal with whatever it is that you're dealing with and get yourself onto a positive track. And be sure you know who your support system is, who you can call, who you can tell. Luis is one of my support systems. My beloved wife is a huge support for me. And she won't let me off the hook either. She'll go, you're upset? Well, who's creating that? Well, it's me. It's always me. Can you find a belief or a thought that makes you feel better? And I always can. Unfortunately, what I usually am experiencing is I've worked my way into a corner where I don't feel powerful, and I like being angry because that makes me feel powerful.
Where should we start if you're a newcomer to these concepts? What is the sequence that you suggest in terms of books and materials that are available?
Well, this Seth Conference is a great one because it's free, but also Rick Stack offers Seth conferences. I've been to 3 of them with some of my friends. We are retired. We join together to come up with the money, and then we'll set at somebody's house. The conferences are fantastic. Also, Rick has a starter set of the books. Also, join Linda Maiden-Dahl's Facebook group, and now there are other Facebook groups in Australia and in Scotland and England. Join those groups, and they're a constant source of upliftment, a constant source of beliefs and systems that'll support you in moving forward. But remember the most important thing. The most important thing is heart. Are you compassionate? Are you kind? Or if you never read another book, but you come to the world from that place, a good heart. You know, if something happens and you make it right, if somebody gets upset and you realize you're the cause and you talk to them and you apologize. If there's something in your life that's not working, start there. How do you get peace in the world? Start in your own family. So, and the next part is that Reba and I have learned is baby steps. If you try and do it all at once in a big bite, you're going to make yourself a failure every time. But if you do a little bit every day, at the end of the year, you will simply be astounded at where you're at. Because you got 10 times further than you would have got if you took that big step, one big bite right now. So every day, Reba and I sit down. First thing we do is our dreams. And then the second thing we do is our spiritual practices. And anymore, we get to what's going on in our life. What's going on in our life is what we want to deal with. So I didn't get a chance to cover this, but I've like all of us, I've had a lot of challenges in my life, especially when I was young. Right after I got married, my wife got end-stage cancer. We had a new baby. I use these materials every day, and they created miracles, one miracle after another. In fact, our life is miracles. There's no cause and effect in physical reality. So when you start using these principles, you're going to change your life. You're going to change the world for the better, and you're going to have a better life. And today, our lives, I'm 73, she's 75, our lives are so good, we literally pinch ourselves every day. We're just joy-filled. Not that we don't have, it seems like the problems we realize that we have more areas to grow in today than ever before. So you could say that this is the best of times and also the worst of times.
And Miles, do you have groups? Where can we find you?
Well, I have a meetup group called Leaps and Bounds. It's a subgroup of Dawn's.
Dawn's Love?
Yeah, thank you.
In the Tampa Bay area?
Tampa Bay area, yeah.
Right.
So I meet every Tuesday. 1 week we'll do a conversation, and then the next week I'll do a short talk on something almost always deeply Seth related, and then we'll discuss it.
Is that the only group that you have going right now?
Yes, at the moment that's the only group that I have going. I tried to do some other work, but because this is my life and my love and my passion, I've gotten a little far away from my ability to relate these concepts and ideas to other people, very unfortunately, because it's so close to my heart. I've done 1,000 of these meetups since I retired. And so it's, and actually I get up every morning inspired. I write a presentation almost every day. But, yeah, for now, that's where it's at.
Thank you so much, Miles. I am sure that people are going to be looking for where you are and what you're doing, because you have a wealth of beautiful information that you have been able to integrate into a beautiful life.
Thank you so much, Luis, and I'm deeply grateful for your help and support. It's impossible for me to put into words my heartfelt appreciation of my ability of being invited to participate in this event. So a big thank you to Tom, but a heartfelt thanks to each and every one of you that are viewing this. It brings great joy to my life to share this information. And if you'd want to contact me, my email address is miles, M-I-L-E-S, 422 @yahoo.com. And I'll get back to you. I'm very busy, but I'll get back to you as quick as I can. That's my personal email address. I usually check my emails about every 2 or 3 days. And again, I just want to express my heartfelt appreciation and thanks to each and every one of you that are out there, and send my love and appreciation to you. Thank you.
Welcome back. That was an amazing, electrifying talk by Miles Blount. Very, very appreciative of him creating that and being here with us and transmitting that lovely information. It's like I keep saying, oh, I completely agree. Oh, I wholeheartedly agree. It's like, well, yeah, of course, we're playing on the same team, we're reading the same books. So yeah, there's a little bit of that agreement there. So we're very excited to be here. Let me now introduce Lilia Agüero. She is our co-host. She will be doing the Q&A, and I remind everybody, you're welcome to ask your questions in the Q&A on the Facebook feed. If you're watching the YouTube feed, you don't have that ability there, but you can ask questions in the Facebook feed. So a little introduction for Lilia, since we hadn't had a chance to introduce her yet. She's fairly new to the Seth material, but definitely not new to the mysteries and to this multidimensional metaphysical material that comes from other sources. So we definitely want to give her a warm welcome. She's also a very, very gifted tarot reader. She's very good at interpreting symbols of all kinds, archetypal symbols, whether they come through the tarot or the oracles or through other means. She's very gifted with deciphering the meanings of symbols in our lives. So that's a wonderful dimension that she brings into the conference as well. So without further ado, let's go ahead and open it up for questions and answers. And so, yes, so let's go ahead and do that. I wrote down a few points from the talk that I just wholeheartedly just loved and appreciated. Maybe we can add that in later. So Lilia, if you have any questions that came in.
Yes, just to start again, thank you so much for that lovely introduction, Tom. It is a joy to be working with everyone here today. Essentially, a first one here, a question from Karina Costa, and she is saying, okay, Miles, you said face your fears. Can you expand on that at all? And also, very much thanks you for an amazing presentation.
Thank you, Karina, and thank you very much for getting me into the first Seth conference I went to. You always hold a very, very warm place in my heart, so love you, dear. So I use a Tibetan technique. It's called feeding your demons. There was an American nun, Tibetan nun, very rare. And she developed this technique for taking what's inside of you and projecting it outside of you, and then making it come alive, anthropomorphizing it. So she'd given it characteristics. And then you go through a process where you interact with your fears, and it's called feeding your demons. She's now in this country, in Colorado. She teaches that. They added it as a part of the university curriculum in Tibet. And so everybody now gets that training to deal with their fears. So on a personal note or a personal level, I do two other things. One is I pay attention to my dreams. Two, I pay attention to my feelings. And if either one of them are showing me I have a fear, then I ask the question, what would I have to believe in order to feel this way? And then I try and deal with that belief. I've also noticed then that if I start writing down a list of my empowering beliefs and compare them to the limiting belief that I have, it will, inside of me, supplant the older limiting belief if I just keep reviewing it. Hope that helps, Brenna.
That's really great. I that was one of the points I wrote down, is that core, for me, I've discovered that what would I have to believe is true about myself in this situation to feel this way, think this way, act this way, or be in this situation. That is just an amazing unlocker because it sheds light directly on the negative belief. And then you can work with it because it's conscious. You can't work with what's unconscious. So it's actually going into the fear. That's exactly the way I do it too. I just, it's just like, what is it, with curiosity, and just go right into it, and then you discover what it is. And then it's not so frightening anymore because it's right there in front of you. So thank you, Miles. Once again, I agree. But yeah, we're on the same.
Another thing, Reba and I do our spiritual practices in the morning, and I've developed the courage to say what's inside of me, just to get it out on the table.
Yes.
Sometimes I'll give her a fair warning, like, I'm not happy with what I'm going to say here, but it's just what I'm feeling, and I want to get it out on the table. And then once we do, we can work on it together. We're a team.
Oh, absolutely. That vulnerability just opens things up for dialogue and investigation and curiosity. It's when we're afraid of things that we push them away. We just you know what I mean? Then it's got its power over us. But as soon as we face it, put it on the table, paradoxically enough, that's when it dissolves in the light of consciousness.
Well, it's a superpower, Tom.
Yes.
Vulnerability is the superpower because beneath that, we understand that we're eternal. We're not even vulnerable at all.
Right. Yeah, exactly. Vulnerability is strength. Paradoxically, there's a lot of paradox in all of this. So
isn't there ever?
Right. It's like you go directly into it in order to transform it. And it's like you go into this space of feeling completely vulnerable, and only there do you find your power. It's incredible, this process.
So we have a question from Chiron, or perhaps Chiron O'Keefe. And she would like to know whether, or rather in relationships, friendships, interactions, there sometimes feels like there's an overlap with their beliefs and our own beliefs. So how do we stay centered in action? How does one stay centered in action?
Well, this is a really profound question. So the first thing to keep in mind, and this is, it's mind-blowing, is that this world is here for us. And literally, the only thing we can learn from this world is about us. Because the energy flows through us and is projected out on this world. So what we see and what we're experiencing is ourselves. So what we're ultimately learning about is ourselves. Lila, can you repeat the question again? I got a little lost in that.
Yeah, no worries. Again, she's referring to when interacting.
Yeah.
And we're actually having exchanges within our relationships, our friendships, and so on. Or even perhaps in a heated argument with someone.
Sure.
So it feels like there's an overlap with their beliefs. It feels that way, whether it is or not, that we're kind of debating that. It feels like there's an overlap with their beliefs and our own beliefs. So how do we stay centered? So it's
Well,
almost
first of
feeling as
all-
if there's a trigger happening of some sort,
Sure.
perhaps.
Well, it's a brilliant insight. We couldn't be having the interaction if what Chiron wasn't saying true, because unless we're a match, vibrational match for who they are, what they're talking about, that's the synchronicity, and that's what brings us enlightenment as we go through the interaction and keep owning it as our own.
Yes.
Interaction is about us, is about it's our own. Now, so I'm not going to be gentle here. When we turn away from anything, it ceases to exist. The existence of anything is only empowered by our focus and our energy. So we enliven it. Now, the people that are in our lives are God. They're infinite.
Hello, Moto.
Oh, I'm sorry. Let me see if I can, So, I got a little thrown there. I'll mute my phone. Sorry. So when we're interacting with others, multidimensionally, the interactions carry on either in another dimension or in non-physical reality, or both. So in our reality, they're following our script, reflecting us back to us. But they have their own bubble. Even Socrates recognized it. They have their own bubble, and they have their own reality, and they have their own multidimensionality. So every one of the interactions gets fully explored in all that is their soul. So you might go, well, what are they getting out of this interaction? Well, we don't know. It may turn out that everybody on the path is ahead of me, because I don't know what's going on in their bubbles. I don't know where they're at. But what I do know is I don't know. And the second part is that they have their own exploration of what's ever going on that's relevant for them.
So, Miles, for these times, and I think this might be related to the question as well, and this may have to be our last question since we're running out of time here in our reality. What would you say is the number one skill to develop right now, to really hone, to really cultivate within ourselves in these so-called divisive times that we're experiencing in our country? What would you say is the number one skill to really develop within ourselves?
Oh, without a doubt. Reba and I, our lives have been dramatically changed because we've added this little piece to our morning practices, and it's now one of the first things we do. In fact, we actually have a ceremony called a cacao ceremony. And it's heart work. If you will do heart work for everybody, for yourself, start with yourself. Don't short yourself. Fill your tank up first, so you have the gas in it to give love and compassion and understanding to other people. But after that, take your focus, take your consciousness, and put it in loving without limits. You can love people, love governments, institutions, you can love your car, and of course, certainly people, animals, plants, even rocks. So, but the heart work has just been phenomenal in our lives. We only added it, I don't know, maybe 3 or 4 months ago. Radically changed our reality. Now, let me add, so this is the mother lode right here. Every probable reality exists complete, every one. So when you turn your focus to what you want, every instant when reality is being recreated,
Yes.
quantum steps, you are moving to the reality that you want, and you don't even have to create it. It's already created. You just let go, let your energy flow, and you can take yourself to an amazing world. Amazing, like Seth talked about the kids in Britain in World War II, how much fun they were having. And it's in the middle of a war. And I really related to that because as a kid, I loved to play the same way. So do heart work, and your heart work will carry you to the world that you want to be in.
Beautiful.
That is beautiful.
Thank you. Thank you. I think we have reached the end of our time.
Great. Well, thank you, Miles, for being here. That's just lovely to have this interaction with you and your talk as well. Really, we send you our heart gratitude because we're just, we're just in this co-creative space, and we just love how we can all intersect in time and space and create this value fulfillment that we're creating here together. So thank you for being here.
Listen, I love you guys. I'm so thrilled to be a part of this and so honored, and I can't wait for the following speakers. What a treasure trove.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So
Welcome back. We really enjoyed that interaction with Miles Blount, and now we are ready to bring to you our next speaker, which is Chiron O'Keefe. She is the author of Bravely You, Bravely Me, Being You Without Apology, which is available on Amazon and Kindle. And she has, by her own description, been a poet, a singer, a songwriter, a lifelong dreamer, and a longtime Seth reader. So from her teen years, she's been developing this curiosity about the nature of reality, and she's been studying and incorporating Seth's concepts and philosophy for many decades as well. Now, she's been active in Seth groups, including Seth Network International, which some of you will remember, and various CompuServe forums from the 1990s. So she's also led group explorations into the nature of reality, into the nature of beliefs and dreams and probable realities. And she has lectured also on astrology and was published in American Astrologer. She's incorporated Seth's ideas in her sessions as an astrological counselor, and currently she is working on her second book. So she's continuing to explore and expand on Seth's concepts in a variety of ways in her life. You can find her on her Facebook, so facebook.com/Chiron O'Keefe, and that also is her website, which is ChironO'Keefe.com. So you can definitely find her out there and enjoy her work as well. Today, she will be speaking to us on the nature of probable reality, and I'm really looking forward to this one because I love investigating this idea of probable realities. So without further ado, let's bring us to the stage Chiron O'Keefe.
Hello, I'm Chiron O'Keefe, the author of Bravely You, Bravely Me, Being You Without Apology. I'm also a poet, a musician, a dreamer, and a longtime Seth reader. Welcome to my presentation on the nature of probable reality. My first hint that there was more to linear reality than meets the mind came about when I was 4 years old, a few months after my father's death. I was playing happily with my 2 older siblings, splashing about in the lake, when I distinctly heard an adult voice muse, and that was the last time they would ever experience pure happiness as a family. Only thing was, splashing out there in the middle of the lake, there were no adults around. Even stranger, it sounded as if someone was flipping through a photo album, looking back and reminiscing about a life I had yet to lead. Like most kids, I took it in stride and didn't think much about it until my teens, when I would begin to ponder and search for answers in books, dreams, and the experiences of life. By age 14, I began studying books like Psycho-Cybernetics and Three Magic Words, which pointed out how beliefs form reality and how focus matters. I delved into Edgar Cayce, Carl Jung, and other books about reincarnation, dreams, astrology, tarot, and I began to perceive how interconnected everything seemed to be, all of which prepared me for the brilliant and evocative ideas in the Seth material. The books by Seth and Jane Roberts are read by millions of people around the world, and today we'll be exploring a favorite topic and one of Seth's most intriguing concepts, probabilities. Now, this topic is much greater than can be covered in one presentation. Seth spoke of this often, offering keen insights and helpful suggestions. For today's talk, we're going to the basics and adding some of my own personal experiences. What are probabilities and how do they come about? Are they real or just our imagination? What are the personal implications? How do we utilize them? How do they utilize us? Now let's begin. We live within a framework focused on making choices and then examining the results of those choices. The purpose being to learn to create responsibly through constructive choice. And toward that end, we live within a framework that allows us to select among any number of paths that will lead to greater understanding and value fulfillment. To understand how this factors into our personal life, we must first recognize that our current physical focus, the personality we call our own, is one facet of our whole self. It's the portion of our whole self that focuses in the physical framework, for it is here within linear time where we truly examine the results of our choices and learn the lessons that must be learned as we simultaneously seek out and explore value fulfillment. Yet, what happens with those paths that remain unchosen? I yearned at age 3 to be a ballerina. When I was 7, it seemed teaching 3rd grade was the ideal job. At 8, I fell in love with the Supremes and yearned to be a singer. When I was 10, I wanted to be a librarian. At 15, a rock star. As years rolled by, many probable paths sprang up. I loved psychology and incorporated that love into a study of astrology. Yet I know there's a Chiron whose passion for Carl Jung led her to focus on psychology instead. When I was 9, I caught my first play and shortly after auditioned to be in The Sound of Music. I was too short for one role, too tall for the next, but what of the me who got the part? Then there are relationships. For every breakup, there's a you who stayed with your former love. For every move to a new locale, there's a version of ourselves that stayed put. Every possible choice creates a new probability. Seth states that each mental act opens up a new dimension of actuality. In a manner of speaking, your slightest thought gives birth to worlds. What an evocative image. Our slightest thought gives birth to worlds. So every thought that arises continues on, every yearning fulfilled, every flicker of curiosity explored. Imagine your life as a vast map of all possible choices, dreams and speculations, paths not taken, all stretching out endlessly. You choose in your particular focus to follow one path, yet those unfollowed roads continue, and there's a probable you who indeed quested where you chose not to quest. Here's what Seth shared in Seth Speaks. Probabilities are an ever-present portion of your invisible psychological environment. You exist in the middle of the probable system of reality. It is not something apart from you. Now let's dig a little deeper. What are probabilities and how do they come about? Probabilities simply mean any path considered and rejected was indeed chosen by another probable you, creating an alternate reality. Each probable self has their own value fulfillment, their own hopes and dreams, their own lessons and growth. Probabilities emerge from choice. As a dream, you dreamt of various outcomes. As mentioned, my childhood was bursting with what-if scenarios. Based on books read and passions held, I wanted to be a famous singer, a nurse, librarian, elementary school teacher, psychologist, actress, comedy improv player, astrologer, children's book author, novelist, songwriter, and so on. My childhood was split between the Southern California mountains and the coast. However, my older sister was born in Hawaii, and Mom shared how Dad wanted to move back. So right there, I can pinpoint a probable me who was born or raised in Hawaii. My grandparents lived in New Jersey, and after Dad's death, Grandpa wanted us to move from the West Coast to the East, and we did stay with them for nearly a year. My childhood would have been dramatically different, and the me who sprang from that probability might seem quite alien to the me that I consciously became. For that matter, we were living in Spokane, Washington when Dad died. What about the Chiron who grew up there? Now, every potential relationship, even briefly considered, flowered in some probability. In some, you stayed with those with whom you parted in your personal experience. And ironically, this concept applies to the tiniest decisions, though obviously the momentous ones will have the most impact. But still, should I order this dish or that? Read this book or another? Watch TV or meditate? Plant daisies or tomatoes? Join a yoga class or learn to tap dance? Which also means that you may be drawn to someone because in another probability, the two of you are close. Yet in this probability, you may find them less than desirable or vice versa. What if you know someone in a different probability and their own probable self doesn't appeal to them? Let's say I meet someone here and now. I'll call her Sally. Now, Sally and I know each other in another probability, but the Sally that I know in this probability is vastly different from that other probable self. And who she is within that framework is so alien to her, she shrinks from the association. Then she meets me. We feel an instant connection, but that connection is based on the probable self she finds less than desirable. My presence reminds her of that other self, and so she feels simultaneously drawn to and repelled by me for no obvious reason. Likewise, I would perceive the connection on an inner level and would similarly feel a combination of attraction and repulsion. We both feel an inclination to not be those other probable selves, while also feeling a strong connection, even loyalty, that we can't consciously comprehend, much less explain. Truly a fascinating thought, which hints how intuition might be linked to our probable connections. Now, are probabilities real? Beyond the physical musings, even some quantum physicists are leaning more firmly towards embracing this as factual reality. Since the 1950s, physicists like Hugh Everett have been postulating what has come to be called the many worlds theory. Simply put, within quantum physics, all probabilities that can exist do exist. While there was significant resistance to this idea for decades, many contemporary physicists have come to embrace, if not outright accept, this concept as valid, particularly in light of no contradiction being found in their mathematics. So, what are the personal implications? The self I call me has a multitude of probabilities fanning out in all directions. The more curious we are, the wider the scope of probabilities. We can and do weave in and out of those probabilities all the time, usually without ever noticing. A casual idea entertained as a child spawns a probability, and that probability lives on, thriving in his or her own reality. In fact, as Seth pointed out, each probable self considers themselves the real you, and to them, you would be the probable self. Through the inner senses, all of you are aware of your part in the Gestalt. He emphasizes this in the nature of personal reality. To paraphrase, there are no boundaries. There are literally many other probable yous. You can draw on their abilities as they will draw upon yours, for you are all intimately connected. You must realize that you are indeed a probable you. Now let's savor that thought. We are probabilities. They are just as real as we are. We tap into a probable self and find what would appear to be natural talents, picking up new skills more easily. And as mentioned earlier, we meet someone new and feel an instant rapport. Now, in my teens, when I met someone who felt familiar, I'd say, We probably knew each other in another life, only half joking. Yet even more intriguing is to realize we connect with people from another probability all the time. So our intuition guides us with a positive nudge or a whisper of warning based on relationships that are occurring simultaneously with this one. Also, from the perspective of healing, there's great emotional value in recognizing we are indeed following the path untaken. By exploring these alternate realities, the one where we did indeed go on to seek out another career, or where we invested a year to travel through Italy, or chose to stay with a lover, we could release regret, just as we could tap into an immense, dazzling range of abilities, interests, and strengths. We also exponentially increase our awareness and our potential. Now, what's the difference between a probability and this life I call my own? The only real difference is that you have chosen a portion of your experience to identify as your life. Your probable selves experience the rest. Seth said that each event in our life was once probable. We chose what will become physically materialized. Now, I mentioned earlier I was just beginning to study ballet at the age of 3, rather hard for a young one to grasp. But I do remember being fascinated and loving it. After Dad died, dance classes came to an abrupt halt, but I remember 5 years later still playfully doing the initial moves. For years, whenever I went out dancing, people would ask where I studied or if I was a professional. Now, I suspect in another incarnation, which is really just a probability set in time, I was trained, and so the probability in this life was strengthened. Yet it's also possible that the probability in this life influenced another incarnation. Perhaps what people actually tuned into was not skill, but the other probability peeking in. It's easy, though, to see how the probable me who became a dancer had strengths and abilities I can tap into. How do we utilize probabilities, and how do they utilize us? Probabilities are a source of untapped potential, reservoirs of knowledge, and experience not consciously evident. Now, any probability where you explore an interest contains potential for easy access to that corresponding skill. So let's take a moment and think about this. If you yearn to be an artist, a surgeon, an arborist, or a scientist, if you dreamt of being an astronaut, sculptor, firefighter, world traveler, or best-selling author, there is a you who explored that path, which can mean easy access, a hidden talent that comes naturally. It means certain subjects are more easily understood as you tap into that probable you. Similarly, your probable selves may find ease and greater success in areas where you have embraced your own passion. I'm going to talk a little bit about that when I explain some of my personal experiences within dreams. Now, another intriguing factor is our intuition. Seth points out that an intuitional nudge can arrive from a probable future self who took a path you're better off avoiding, or who had great success with a move you're pondering, or even deeply regrets a missed opportunity. Along the same lines is how probable selves utilize us. Now let's consider again how to your younger self, you are the future probability. There's a 3-year-old, a 7-year-old, 12-year-old, teenage self. Every single moment point is a probability in motion. Now, think of this spacious present as a glittering jewel with infinite facets reflecting every unique probability. You flip to one reflection and it's the you who decided to move. Flip again and it's the you who decided to take a job you ultimately passed on. Just as your future probable selves can guide, support, and encourage you, so you can be a guide for probable selves that are even now experiencing fresh new moments in your past. In that sense, you're like an oversoul to every probable self that you can imagine. You can guide your younger self, urge her to avoid a pitfall, or encourage him to turn left instead of right. There's a very popular axiom that suggests you wouldn't want to change the past because then you wouldn't be who you are today. Yet when we incorporate the idea of probabilities, we expand into endless probable pasts and probable futures. A future probable me may well advise me to take a different road, may even create a probable path for me to travel on, knowing it will not affect the integrity of her self-awareness at all. In other words, the wisdom you gather, the insights you garner, the overall understanding achieved will not vanish. In fact, can't vanish, as your whole self incorporates every probability quite neatly into the unique, multi-dimensional self that you are. Referring back to my rock and roll persona now, after decades of playing guitar, I've become somewhat skilled, yet I have no real inclination to jump on stage. However, it tickles me to consider that there may be a probable me emerging in a fresh past who now has the natural talent my current skill level provides. So rather than thinking, as I used to in my teens, skills garnered may serve me in my next life, I now recognize with glee and satisfaction that I am the future self to my younger selves. Any skill I acquire provides a springboard for her. Likewise, any skill she acquires can be a springboard for me. How cool is that? So, my childhood was challenging, which I explored in my self-help memoir. There were heartbreaks, challenges, loss, missed opportunities, and it's a safe bet that many have experienced similar heartbreaks, challenges, gut-wrenching loss, and missed opportunities. There's the overture from a potential friend ignored out of fear, or the poor choice of lovers that left us feeling crushed and demoralized. Many of us harbor regrets that we chose not to invest time or energy in a path that ignited our souls. Now, first, once again, we need to remember that whatever wisdom garnered is ours to keep, which means a younger version of you doesn't need to struggle or suffer, as she can tap into the understanding you have gained. Your wisdom and awareness is available to all younger versions of you, just as the wisdom and awareness of future you can be tapped in by you here in the present. Your whole self is composed of all facets of being. All probabilities and incarnations are a source of educational experience. If you learn a lesson in a particular incarnation, you needn't repeat that lesson, unless, of course, you're a very slow learner, and sometimes we all qualify. But young Chiron doesn't need to endure horrific circumstances so she can learn, because she can tap into what I've already learned. We're stronger together, and recognizing that opens the door to incorporating the wisdom, skills, insight, and perspective from each and every probability. Seth said, all probable worlds exist now. All probable variations on the most minute aspect in any reality exists now. You weave it out of probabilities, constantly picking and choosing as you go along. The cells within your body do the same. Now, Seth encourages us to explore and experiment with probabilities, suggesting we write down our known physical and mental abilities, developed or not, and all inclinations, no matter how remote. These represent the various probable characteristics. Out of these attributes, you chose what you now consider to be your hard-bed reality. An easy way to begin is to ponder your own paths not taken, and towards that end, imagination is our closest route to framework 2. Another exercise for exploring probable realities is to focus in an alpha state, allowing your mind to wander as you trace alternative paths. Select a photograph, a scene from the past, and experience it imaginatively with the idea of possible offshoots. As you do this, a portion of the scene may become fuzzy, gray, or shadowy. That's a clue of an intersection point where the past served as an offshoot into a series of probabilities. Or you yourself may feel unsubstantial, ghostly, as you sense the divergence of paths. Dialogue may change, or actions may seem vastly different, which is a hint you're glimpsing probable variations. The subjective feeling is the soundest indicator. What's vital to remember is that there may be a learning curve with this and other exercises. Choosing a path where pertinent choice was involved will often yield more obvious results. Focus on the crossroads and then vividly imagine taking a deliberate turn onto the road not taken. He says, imagination may bring you a clear picture, for example, that may then become fuzzy, and in that case, the blurred quality would be your hint of probable action. Now, this exercise can open up doorways of possibility. Approach this with a playful, easygoing attitude. As simplistic as it may sound, I highly recommend seeing this as a creative exercise, as if you were making up a story. The more relaxed you are, the easier it becomes. Seth goes on to say, you will know, for instance, when the remembered event and imagination intersect with another probability. Whether or not you have any great success, the exercise will begin a neurological reorientation that will be most important if you hope to glimpse realities that are outside of your present neurologically accepted sense reality. A neurological reorientation. Think about that. Now, we tend to be somewhat dismissive about imagination these days. It's neatly relegated into what we call creativity, and we're very stiff and formal about what it is not. So there is supposedly real and not real. Now, obviously, we stick dreams into the second category, along with imagination, visualization, speculation, and daydreams, which may be seen as the misfit children that don't actually belong in polite society. Yet what Seth states here is that we actively change our neurological structure. And of course, we now have scientific studies that utilize brain scans to definitively prove that creative and meditative pursuits actually do change our brains. So, as Seth puts it, this exercise is a mental and biological doorway that can expand both your concepts of yourself and reality. What happens with these exercises can be profound. Even if you don't perceive obvious and immediate results, you may find that whenever a new decision arises, you can more easily tune in to the results of the opposite choice. The more you explore and play around with probabilities, the wider your inner perception stretches. You may begin experiencing dreams from a different probability. We deal with future probabilities within dreams regularly. In dreams, we explore various solutions to a problem, and the choice made there becomes our reality. He reminds us that on an unconscious level, you are aware of your probable selves and they of you. You may think that these are fantasy, but instead you're perceiving a legitimate picture of events that did occur within another system of probabilities. Now let me tell you, tuning into a probable reality in the dream state is pretty exciting. It may also be unnerving, because just like with incarnations in other time frames, it's you but not you. The independent nature of probabilities is unquestionable. We can, however, influence, guide, counsel, and encourage our probable selves. They benefit from us, and we benefit from them. Seth points out when you exercise your right arm, the left arm benefits. When you develop abilities in one system to some extent, they are easier to develop in another. Now, we encounter probable selves in dreams without even realizing it all the time, viewing them as oddly familiar strangers and perceiving them as different people, even celebrities who may appeal to us or not. We may feel we recognize them in ways we can't quite explain, as they would appear as shadow aspects who psychologically represent unacknowledged aspects of our being. Now, when we drop into a probable life where we are the other, it's doubly fascinating, and again, may appeal or not. I've dropped into probable lives that fascinate and others that repel. For me, there was one probability in a dream who was less than appealing, to put it mildly. She moved up to where I now live, a decade and a half before we did. Now, when I dropped into this probability, I was her, for better or for worse. She's involved in fundraising and quite successful. So where could that probable path have begun? Well, my husband and I were considering a move up here when we were first together, over 2 decades ago, and the dreams of her began shortly after we did move up here in 2015. Interesting side note, George found a map used when looking for homes way back when. He circled a home within a few blocks of the one where we now live. Yet as fascinating as the dream was, that particular probability was one I did not find engaging or pleasant. She struck me as harsh and strident, although also immensely powerful and charismatic. And it was clear, based on interactions with others within the dream, that she was skilled at organizing fundraisers. Now, I happened to drop into the dream right before an event began, the first dream, as she was ticking off all the particulars that needed to be in place. I could tell she was successful and well liked by her peers. Yet we were so different that if I met her in the store, I probably wouldn't feel any kinship. And I will say that while I'm glad she thrives in that probability, I recognize that who she chooses to be doesn't appeal to me. Now, it's obvious her success led to wealth beyond my current comprehension. The crossroad appears to be that she moved up north, while the probability that I consider my official reality had us moving to Southern Oregon instead. I have no idea of the period before I tapped into the probability. When I'm dreaming, whether of a probable me or another incarnation, I only tune into what the person is thinking or feeling in that moment. So I don't know how she became successful or how their material abundance came about. Anyway, what really struck me in the dream is that she was unpleasant. In fact, she struck me as downright repellent. I'm not going to mince words. She was controlling, aggressive, intense, clearly used to getting exactly what she wants. And her lifestyle was beyond luxurious. This dream prompted a rather fascinating conversation with my own inner source, where he emphasized a distinction in the understanding of reality creation. He said, when you're focusing on a change in circumstance, you're rarely consciously creating a reality, as all probabilities exist now. What you do is align yourself with the probability in motion. Perceiving this distinction serves two purposes. One, emotionally, it is less daunting to recognize that you're not slinging bricks and painstakingly piecing together a reality that you can barely comprehend. Two, you then can recognize that each probability springs out of your current beliefs and value fulfillment. This is the crux of why you have chosen your current probability. Okay, to sum up, I align myself with the current probability because I believe it serves me. Understanding why and how it serves me is the key to any changes I want to focus on. Now, when I peeked into the consciousness of that other probability, who certainly has wealth anyone would envy, I perceived a whole slew of qualities I absolutely wouldn't want to embrace. Now, does this mean I couldn't handle wealth or that I would become like her? No, not at all. It does show me that my current focus has indeed served me, whether consciously or unconsciously. Bottom line, I like me. I like who I chose to become. Frankly, I didn't like her much at all. She traveled down a road untaken, and yet, while I wouldn't want to hang out with her, I did find her fascinating. Her obvious command of her reality, her assumption of power and control was overwhelming, and I'll admit, quite impressive. Now, this was a new experience for me to have several dreams of a current probable self. And what made it more incredible was that when I mentioned the dreams to my husband, it turned out he was similarly dreaming of a probable reality where we already lived up north. When I talked about her, he knew exactly who she was too. Now, I wanted further clarification from my inner source on this, so I had a side-time session to dig a little deeper. Now, first, we know all probabilities exist simultaneously, but clearly the one in my dream didn't feel like a good fit at all. If I had to choose between being rich and her and not rich and me, I would certainly choose me. Is it an either-or situation? Now, I could almost feel him smile as words poured into my head. What this means is that whether you casually indulge in a daydream or focus with vivid intensity, you are constantly creating probabilities. Imagine if each probability were a lighthouse. Any self can spot it, can be drawn to it, and travel towards an alignment. There are obstacles which are quite simply your own beliefs and values. The more powerful the probability, the more selves are drawn to the light it emits. You can indeed create a probability and infuse it with energy and align yourself with it. This feels like a rather daunting task for many, and the easiest transitions are those probabilities with a similar feel. It would be easier for you to slip in a probability of your conscious choosing because your personality would find it comfortable and homey. It would feel like you. A drastic change would not. Now, many who acquire wealth overnight then feel disconcerted, frightened, and even disoriented, he said. They see the lighthouse and fear crashing against the cliffs. The darkness of the unknown seas now seems threatening, with shadowy predators waiting to attack. Stripped of all that is familiar, they often quite deliberately crash, even while consciously assuring themselves that that is not what they want. Always the question becomes, why did you choose this probability? What did you hope to gain? How does it serve you? And perhaps even more importantly, if you left this probability, what would you lose? Now, my inner source talked to me about that other probability and pointed out that my perception of her was based on my own judgments, that she is actually well-loved and quite charming and extremely generous, involved in various groups that focus on helping others. From her perspective, my own past neediness and early fearful nature would be equally repugnant. Okay, I can see that. He pointed out that it's this way anytime we encounter anyone who displays values, ideals, or beliefs that we're currently working on. We're either drawn to or repulsed by the perceived reflection. So she represented my own judgments, and by examining that, I could then explore my beliefs in that area. As I did that, dug in, sorted through beliefs, shifted and rearranged, and came to a place where I could embrace my own leadership abilities, my own internal power. The dream stopped. I suspect that as I evolved and transformed, she benefited from my own awareness. I learned from her and released the judgments and fears that held me back. I have no doubt that my own strength and compassion has rippled out and helped shape her as well. My inner source, whom I've nicknamed Sam, reminded me that any time we shift probabilities, we may catch glimpses of others that connect in some fashion to current changes. He suggested I imagine one person trotting through the snow and another then finding it easier to walk in those footsteps until enough people carve a path that is easily spotted by one and all. He mentioned something I found very intriguing, that when we specifically heal parts of our past by creating alternate probabilities, we clear the way and make it that much easier for others to align with a particular probable choice. I liked that. For example, right before the Psi-Time exercise that I mentioned, I began packing up Halloween decorations scattered throughout the house. Now, at one point, I mentioned to my husband how my mom never wanted to decorate or celebrate holidays, how as the years went by, she became even more disinterested in celebrating or even being a family. Okay, so that's one of my boxes of beliefs that I had. Sam likened a new probability to a specific location in one's garage. There are all these boxes in the way, and you have to carve a path through those boxes. So every time you clear out a box or heal a past event by creating an alternate event, you declutter your path. Fascinating thought. Now, how many probable selves does it change? How many probable selves does it take to change a light bulb? Well, I guess it depends on which box the light bulb is in. Now, another intriguing glimpse into probable realities came in a dream of me who stayed with my first husband. In my early 20s, I fell in love and got married. We didn't have much in common except our fondness for each other. He was into rock climbing, hiking, skiing, while my passion was music, philosophy, psychology, metaphysics, and acting. So though we loved each other enough to marry, we only stayed together for 5 years. We simply didn't share enough commonality to form a lifelong bond. However, just as there was a me who left, there was also a me who stayed. Now, although I'm not particularly athletic in this probability, there has always been some urges within. As a kid, I loved basketball and could easily spend an hour shooting hoops. During my childhood years in the mountains, I regularly walked everywhere and hiked the hills with my beloved childhood pets. I adored swimming and would spend hours body surfing when we lived near the coast. And I remember at age 7 riding a skateboard around and becoming rather good at it. So there I am in a dream, and I could feel that it was me, but not the me that I experienced in this probability. Now, I wish I could tell you how I knew that, but it was instinctual rather than intellectual. I simply knew. Now, unlike the dream with the fundraiser, this was me jumping into someone else's reality in the sense that I maintained memory of this conscious life while in her body. If any of you remember the old show Quantum Leap, this dream was like that. Now, when it dawned on me that I was me but not me, and that I was somewhat aware, I became very curious. So with growing excitement, I wandered through her apartment, picking up framed photographs, but no one looked familiar. I knew, though, that this me had stayed with my first husband. I could feel that she leaned towards his interest, and I have to say that my incredibly fit body was a wonder. I even bent down and lightly slapped my thigh, astonished at how toned she was. Curious, I then wandered into the closet to see what she wore. Now, at the time of this dream, the me in my particular probability, that is, in my waking life, was very much into my singer-songwriter phase, and so I dressed like a colorful hippie artist. Some of you may have seen earlier photos of me on my website and my Facebook page. So, as I eagerly flipped through her wardrobe, I was astonished and even disappointed at how staid in uniform her clothes were. And unlike my own, her whole closet was color coordinated and nearly pristine. Interestingly enough, quite a few years later, when I moved to the Portland area, as I arranged the clothes in my closet, I found myself automatically organizing them by color. Now, what that dream revealed to me, though, is how vibrant and real probabilities are. She lived and thrived in a probability that I had stepped away from. I knew she lived in Huntington Beach. In my probability, my husband and I moved from there to Tahoe and then parted a couple of years later. Did they move back or did they never leave? One thing I could tune into, and that was simply how she felt happy, content in her life and in her marriage. Now, based on my peek into her psyche, she was fulfilled and well-adjusted. I also knew that my casual interest in skateboarding as a child had reignited, and she loved to skateboard. And I highly suspect that her focus on physical activity and athletics enhances my life. And as I continually tap into her vigor, her joy also sustains me. Now, another truly intriguing dream probability is where I met another version of my sister. Now, our fractured early years meant that in this probability, the three of us children emerged as somewhat broken misfits, and we all chose paths to explore based on the fragmentation and chaos of our earliest years. Yet, what of the probability where we managed to have a stable home life? A childhood that would have led to a fairly ordinary yet blissfully normal exploration of high school and college, followed by steady career paths, would have spawned completely different versions of ourselves. The sister I encountered in this other probability had little resemblance to the one I vividly knew. This one had indeed graduated high school and college, choosing to study music, focused on being a composer and a musician specializing in the classical field. Now, when my sister was in her late teens, she taught herself guitar and began composing songs. A few years later, she played me an astonishingly good concerto that she'd written on piano. She thrived on the attention of performance, but for her, in this probability, music was a brilliant gift, but not a path she intended to pursue. It simply wasn't a primary value fulfillment. The probable version I met, however, apparently was where that specific desire was explored. The talent she had in this life was likely a result of that offshoot apparently dedicating her life to music. Ironically, I remember telling my mom about the concerto my sister had written, and she was surprised, telling me that we had all received piano lessons as children, lasting only a couple of years after Dad died. But apparently, according to the teacher, my sister had not shown any natural talent. So perhaps that motivated her to buckle down and push herself to achieve a skill in that probability, similarly to how I pushed myself to learn guitar in this one. Did the skill acquired in another probability lead to a natural gift in this one? Now, the probable dream that is nearest and dearest to my heart is one many here will love. In the early 90s, I met a probable Jane who didn't die at the age of 55. One thing that cracks me up about the me in dreams is my tendency to blurt things out. So in this dream, I was so excited and then blurted out that she died in my probability. She seemed intrigued and not at all put off by that, so I continued on, once again blurting out how she was super skinny in that other probability. Not the most smooth comment. In my dream, Jane was comfortably fleshed, relaxed, and quite happy. When I told her about skinny Jane, she laughed. Thank goodness. And Rob chuckled fondly and poked her with his elbow. It seemed like there was a private joke there between them. Now, I woke too soon, of course, but I was so glad to have the opportunity to meet her. Now, these dreams revealed how probable selves spring out of yearnings and curiosity. It's pretty obvious I tap into the vigor of my athletic probable paths. The psychologist me not only motivates me to examine behavior both for myself and others, and it also filters all observations through a psychological lens. The probable me who became a dancer allows me at times to tap into an exuberance and fluidity that's quite delightful. All these probabilities impact me, and I no doubt I have a profound and powerful influence on them. As we tap into other probabilities, we also interweave with probabilities others have chosen.
So, hi, I'm Paul, and what does the Seth material mean to me? I'll just say two things very briefly about the Seth material. One is really believing that this reality that I'm living right now, my physical reality, is not the only reality. In other words, the multidimensional self has been very powerful for me. And also the idea of reincarnation, which of course is connected with that, has been very powerful for me in keeping me from worrying about, death, So those two things were the things that really meant the most to me. All right.
Good afternoon. My name is Myrna. I'm from the Oakland Bay area in California. And I started reading about Seth probably in the 1970s. My background, make it very short, was growing up in a Catholic religion, and I just couldn't understand it. And I knew there was something better for me. And I found Seth, and I'm not exactly sure how I did it. But to make this short, what's very important to me is one, which I'll read something to you, is trust, and the importance of trust, which Seth's always said, you have to trust your inner self. And I suggest you start now. I have always liked Seth because he had a little edge to him. And the other very important thing to me, which I'm really pursuing, is emotional intensity with expectation and how important that is. And I'm just going to read one thing to you when it means something to me. And this is from the magical approach. You may not consider trust an attribute connected with reasoning, but it is indeed. for it represents the creature's innate understanding of the support with which it has been gifted. And that's hope and trust for me, and it means something to me.
I'm Catherine, and I am in Arizona. I've been reading Seth since 1976, when my sister, who will speak pretty soon, Susan, gave me Seth Speaks. And it's impacted my life in many, many ways, but two of the biggest things I can think of is enabled me to have a sense of spirituality after I had become quite disenchanted with Christianity, and which I was raised, and I couldn't understand Christianity even though I tried. And when I found Seth, it really helped me to find that spiritual side of myself. The other thing that I think it has affected me in my life is it has really made me take responsibility for my own life. And it has made me think about my choices and be aware of the choices that I am making. But mainly having that sense of responsibility for everything that happens to me. I've loved every minute of it. Thank you.
Thank you. Hi, I'm Mary from London, England, across the pond. I found the Seth books totally life-changing for me. I remember the day that I actually bumped into Seth. It was in 1974. And I think the two biggest things that really impacted me was the statement that you create your own reality by what you think about, what you believe in. And I remember arguing with those concepts for over a year before it went, you know, you've got to take responsibility. And the freedom that that gave me was wonderful. And the second thing that really came into me was when I read that he talked about the universe is bending towards you, that we're of good intent. I always knew we were good rather than bad, but that validation that we're basically goodness was very freeing for me. So that's me.
I'm Mike. I always wanted to live in California. I grew up on the East Coast. I've lived in California since 1978. I was in New York before that and in Pennsylvania, and I moved to Sacramento in 2004. Okay, so how did I get to Seth? I'll get to that. I'm just going to say right now that Seth, more than anybody else, has helped me to accept myself completely as I am. And Seth also reminds me of the great joy and vitality of my being. Whenever I hear those words or read them, I am aware that I'm a unique, special, and joyous portion of all that is, and that I am a wonderful contribution to the human race, whether I'm gay, straight, bisexual, whether I'm black, white, Asian, Native American, or whatever. So it's really helped me to accept myself and to accept that I do create my own reality. Up until Seth, I was blaming other things for my problems. I grew up in a pretty strict religious, it was not Catholic, it was Episcopal. And the first thing I did to reject Christianity was hearing somebody tell me that humans have souls and animals don't. But those blessed animals, of course they have souls. Of course they have souls. We all have souls. Everything has souls. When I read that manufacture of personal reality in the intro for Nature Personal Reality, I was really touched right away. And what touches me the most at the very end of that book, where he says, trust no person or thing that tells you to avoid the reality of yourself, or that tells you they're evil and guilty. Instead, trust the vitality of your being and the life that is your own. And yes, I've often been confused about to what extent I create my own reality. I can't go swimming this afternoon at 5:30 and say, I command the sun to stay up till 8 o'clock, and I command the temperature to be 86 degrees. Mary, that's 30 degrees Celsius. And I command that the water be warm and that the people stay out of my way. I don't create that reality. I've had struggles with that. I have to learn the extent to which I create my reality. It's an inner thing. And the things that happen to me, I've chosen. I don't understand how. A lot of them didn't make sense. Getting AIDS, losing a lover, losing two partners, one to AIDS, doesn't make sense. But in general, if I look at the deeper picture, I realize I'm just the tip of the iceberg, and there's a meaning to it all. And as in end of Oversoul 7, when I pass on, I will see in Oversoul 7's eyes the joy and vitality and meaning beneath all my days. Thank you.
I'm Sue Rolacek, and I'm in the San Francisco Bay Area. And I've been reading Seth since I was about 21 years old, so it's been a major influence in my life. For my entire life, I have benefited from reading Seth with all my decision making and, my decisions about major life goals. And Seth helped me to select dreams as a focus for my life and have that as a personal goal. So I focused on my dreams, and it's been a pleasure. And the whole joy and feeling of meaning and purpose in life has just made that I have enjoyed this life a lot. And I can thank Seth for a big contribution of that.
Welcome back. It is time to introduce our next speaker, who is none other than Robert Waggoner. Now, many of you may recognize that name as he is quite an expert in the field of lucid dreaming. And he's written many books, or I should say 2 books on lucid dreaming, which include Lucid Dreaming, Gateway to the Inner Self, and Lucid Dreaming, Plain and Simple. And both are available on Amazon in a variety of formats and languages. He was president of the International Association of the Study of Dreams, and currently he is the co-editor of the online magazine, The Lucid Dreaming Experience, which, as far as I know, is the only ongoing magazine publication dedicated to the art of lucid dreaming exclusively. Now, he has been a lucid dreamer since 1975 and has logged more than 1,000 lucid dream experiences and counting. He frequently speaks at a variety of conferences and workshops on the science and the practice of lucid dreaming, and he has been invited to speak in person on 5 different continents already. So he's clearly a leader in this incredible field of consciousness study. And of course, the Seth material has been quite a launchpad for him to enable him to dive so deeply into lucid dreaming. So he's been a reader of the Seth material since the mid-70s, and he definitely credits it with allowing him to explore lucid dreaming to this incredible depth and proficiency. And his main website, if you want to find him, is quite easy to remember. It's lucidadvice.com. And the Lucid Dreaming Experience magazine is found at lucid, or I should say dreaminglucid.com. So on social media, you can also find him at facebook.com/Rob Waggoner. And of course, you can find him on Twitter and LinkedIn. And so now, without further ado, let's bring in Robert onto our virtual stage. He will be speaking today on Seth, dreams, and lucid dreams. So let's give him a warm welcome, an etheric warm welcome to our etheric stage.
Hi everyone, I'm Robert Waggoner, and I'm very pleased to present to you about Seth, Dreams, and Lucid Dreams. I'm the author of 2 books, Lucid Dreaming, Gateway to the Inner Self, and also Lucid Dreaming, Plain and Simple, with co-author Carolyn McCready. I've been a Seth reader since the mid-1970s. One day, one of my brothers came home, and he told me that, hey, you like this metaphysical junk? And he threw the book, The Seth Material, at me. And every time I came to a quote by Seth, I just felt electrified. It was the most incredible, interesting information that I'd ever read. And so I am a long-term Seth reader. So, next slide. So, Seth points out to us that in awake-seeming dreams, you are indeed awake, within, of course, a different psychological framework. You are operating at a relatively high level of awareness, and you are using your inner senses. You will realize that your physical self is sleeping or in a dream state, and that the inner self is fully awake. So what I love about this quote, it happens in June 20th of 1966. So this is about 14 years before the scientific evidence for lucid dreaming will appear. Also, it's clear here that Seth says in awake-seeming dreams, which is what we would nowadays call lucid dreams, you have your inner senses operating, and there's a whole section of Seth material on the inner senses. And then he also says that the inner self is fully awake. And so he differentiates the levels of self here. Next slide. So the American Psychological Association defines lucid dreaming as a dream in which the sleeper is aware that he or she is dreaming and may be able to influence the progress of the dream narrative. Most of us would just call lucid dreaming as realizing in the dream that you're dreaming. You know this is a dream. You might in fact say, wait a second, this is too weird. This is a dream. That's when you know that you're in a dream. Now, next slide. The science of lucid dreaming begins basically in 1980, when the research of Stephen LaBerge appeared in scientific literature. It's interesting how LaBerge himself was a lucid dreamer, but he began to wonder how could you scientifically validate it or prove that this inner experience was really happening. And he realized that you have rapid eye movement during dreams, normally. And so he brought himself into the sleep lab, and he had the REM polygraph pads put on his eyes, and he told people that when he became consciously aware within the dream, he would move his eyes left to right 8 times, and hopefully that would show up on the REM polygraph pad and provide the evidence for lucid dreaming. Next slide. And so here you can see that LOC and ROC, those two central lines, stand for left ocular and right ocular, and that they show that here's the person in the dream state, their eyes are just moving every which way, but suddenly, where I've underlined in red, they begin to move their eyes left to right in synchrony. And so basically at these points, that person is signaling within the dream state, hey, I'm consciously aware within here. And then there in the third line, you see the eyes moving left and right again in tandem. And the person might be signaling, I'm beginning the experiment. And then at the bottom of the fourth line on the left side, you can see the eyes move in synchrony again. He might be saying, oh, I'm ending the experiment. And then at the very end, they signal with their eyes to say, I'm going to wake up. And then they wake up. So this is called the eye signal verification technique, and is basically how the evidence for lucid dreaming came into being. But you can see how you could use lucid dreaming for personal experiments and even for scientific experiments. Next slide. So other neurological evidence came from some of the neurophysiological studies by Ursula Voss and J. Allen Hobson from Harvard and others. But here they used a 19-channel EEG electroencephalogram cap on a person who was a lucid dreamer. And in this image, the top is the person awake and aware, just as we are now. So you can see that upper layer of the brain, the cerebral cortex, is very active. The bottom image of the person with in very blue is that person in the dream state. So there's not really very much activity in the cerebral cortex. But the middle slide of the cerebral cortex starting to light up shows the person in a lucid dream. Suddenly the frontal lateral portions of the cerebral cortex light up. And so these neurological researchers called this a hybrid state of consciousness, because the dreaming brain and the consciously aware brain suddenly became active simultaneously at the same time. Next slide. Here's just another study by Martin Dressler in Germany. Not only did he have an EEG skull cap, he also had the people in an fMRI, and so he could see what the brain activity looked like more exactly. And here they saw the parts of the brain light up that were associated with self-perception, self-assessment, and evaluating thoughts and feelings. And that's basically what happens in a lucid dream. You realize, wait a second, this is a dream, I'm dreaming this. Then you can assess what you want to do. You can evaluate all the potential possibilities and decide which of them seems best on what actions you want to perform. So there's wonderful neurological evidence for lucid dreaming. Next slide. But Seth is bringing up lucid dreaming before the scientific evidence, and he's also talking about it at a much deeper level. Here he brings up the idea of the dream art scientist. And he states, "The true art of dreaming is a science long forgotten by your world. Such an art pursued trains the mind in a new kind of consciousness. Almost anyone can become a satisfied and productive amateur in this art science, but its true fulfillment takes years of training, a strong sense of purpose, and a dedication, as does any true vocation." So the important thing here is that almost anyone can become an amateur in this, but if you want to take it to the deep depths, you really got to get into it with a strong sense of purpose and really focus on it. Next slide. Here I find something really fascinating. This is in Unknown Reality, Volume 2. Seth says, "In the terms of my book, I was a dream art scientist, but I was very dogmatic, and I demanded that others follow my symbols, not their own. And that is why I now so carefully tell you to follow your own ways." So the first time I read that, I was blown away. Basically, Seth is saying that he became a dream art scientist, and it's interesting in some previous existence, and it's interesting to think that in various spiritual and religious traditions, like in Buddhism for 2,000 years, they've had Buddhist dream yoga. And so the purpose of that is basically to achieve enlightenment. And it makes you wonder, though, if Seth was one of these Buddhist dream yogis who was very dogmatic, and now he's come back and this time to kind of break people away from the dogmatism of other models. Next slide. Seth goes on to say, "You dream, each of you, but there are few great dream artists. Many of the true purposes of dreams have been forgotten, even though these purposes are still being fulfilled. The conscious art of creating, understanding, and using dreams has been largely lost, and the intimate relationship between daily life, world events, and dreams almost completely ignored." Next slide. Seth goes on to say, "The members of some ancient civilizations, including the Egyptians, knew how to be conscious directors of dream activity, how to delve into various levels of dream reality to the fonts of creativity, and they were able to use that source material in their physical world." And so I don't know if everyone knows, but in ancient Egypt, the Egyptologists have realized that there were certain societies of the night. If you can imagine certain priests and followers who basically avoided the daytime, the daylight, and came out at night. And so they kind of took a different approach, and might have been some of these people who were delving into various levels of dream reality. But it's really fascinating to read these ideas and to think of lucid dreaming going back all the way to the Egyptian times. Next slide. So people often ask me, well, what's the value of lucid dreaming? You become aware within the dream, but where's the value? First, I would say that the value comes from accessing your larger awareness. And that's why I call my first book, Lucid Dreaming, Gateway to the Inner Self. After 10 years of lucid dreaming, I realized that you could ignore the dream figures and ignore the dream setting and just shout out a question to your unconscious mind or your larger awareness or your inner self. You could just ask a question like, hey dream, show me something important for me to see. And suddenly the entire lucid dream would change. Or hey dream, let me experience, and then name a concept, and suddenly you're experiencing a concept, just totally full on. So that's one of the values, and something that's really has blown people's mind when they interact with this inner self, this inner awareness. Also, number 2, you can use lucid dreaming to access inner creativity. So for example, if you're an artist, you could announce, hey dream, show me the most incredible art I can create. And then on the nearby wall, suddenly there's all this art, and you can go and examine it, and it's something that came from your inner self, your larger awareness, but it's there. You accessed it. Or you could announce, hey, let me hear the most amazing music I could create when I enter that next room. And you step into the next room, and here's incredible music going on. Or you could also use it to solve problems, to try to invent things. But again, it helps if this is a focus of your area, because if you ask, show me blah, 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 but then you are not connected with whatever that area is, like free energy, then when all the symbols and information start coming to you, you won't get it. It'll be beyond your kind of conscious awareness. So it helps to explore something that you're consciously interested in. And the third level is physical and emotional healing. When my book came out, I had a chapter on physical healing, and I began to immediately get instances of people who improved their physical health, sometimes people who had dramatic physical healings. And also, there was a lot of emotional healings as well. And sometimes, of course, the two are connected, as Seth points out frequently. But in the next slide, you'll get a sense of that. Next slide. So this came to the online magazine that I co-edit with Lucy Gillis up in Vancouver, a longtime Seth reader. The magazine's called The Lucid Dreaming Experience. And in the September 2020 issue, this gentleman, Matthew Zinkar, wrote that he had developed eye pigment dispersion syndrome. And basically what happens is that the pigmentation in your eye begins to flake away, and then it clogs up the drainage valve of your eye, which results in eye pressure, and if it gets too bad, then you can actually go blind. And so in this, what he shows here is in April 2014, he had his first eye scan because they were concerned about his eyes. So in April 2014, the top level, you can see the numbers there. Then in January of 2020, they did a new OCT scan, and you can see how the numbers have declined, that his eyes aren't doing nearly as well as they were previously. But then on May 3rd of 2020, he becomes lucidly aware. He remembered he wanted to heal his eyes. He had read about healing experiences on my website, and he put his hands up to his eyes to send them healing intent. He said he saw this brilliant white flash in his eye in the lucid dream. And a couple weeks later, he was at the doctor's. They took a new eye scan. And when the doctor saw the results, he said, it seems there's been some kind of reversion. And he showed the patient the result. And this Matthew was blown away and told the doctor that he had done this in a lucid dream. And the doctor said, well, however it happened, it happened. His eyesight or his eye pigmentation had improved markedly. And so I think that's just a wonderful example. This guy's probably not a Seth reader and doesn't really care about any of that, but he made a transformational change. Next slide. So Seth, in Unknown Reality, he writes, cellular life is affected by your dreams. Healings can take place in the dream state, where events at another order of existence alter the cells themselves. Rupert has been exploring the reality of dream levels, and in so doing, he is beginning to glimpse their significance. So I think it's kind of amazing here to think if the pigmentation of your eyes went away, oh my gosh, could you have the cells go back and repigment your eyes? That's to me just kind of is a mind-blowing idea. But here Seth says that cellular life can actually be altered within dreams and also awake seeming dreams. Next slide. Now, this was a wonderful example of something that came to me about 4 years after my first book came out. This young guy wrote me. He said he was a former meth addict. And he said he grew up in a dysfunctional family. When he was a young guy, he started using drugs. He got hooked on meth when he was like 16 years old. The cops busted him, and he went to rehab, but it didn't work. And then a couple years later, he's back on meth. He got caught again, and this time he got put in a 60-day drug rehab program. And he said he was really bored out of his mind, so he decided one day when he was at his drug counselor, he saw that he had my book. And so the kid asked if he could read the book because he was bored out of his mind. He saw that in a lucid dream, you could interact with your larger awareness. And so one time he became lucid and he asked, hey dream, show me something important for me to see. And then this non-visible voice, the inner awareness, responded, would you like to see what your life will be if you continue using drugs? And this young guy said, sure, show me. And he said for the next 5 or 10 minutes, it was like a video of all the people he would hurt, all the trouble he would cause, all the damage he would do to his own body, just basically the devastation that would result by continuing to use drugs. And he said when he woke up from that lucid dream, that was the first time ever he realized that he had to stop being a drug addict. And so he wrote me this email 2 years later because he had gotten his associate's degree in a community college. He said he knew he would write me when he got his associate's degree because then that would show him that he could stay sober, stay clean for 2 years. But he also sent me some other examples of his conversations with his larger awareness. And I'll tell you, they utterly blew my mind. They were just incredibly deep, fantastic, and wise. Next slide. So here's something that happened in Bogota, Colombia. I was invited down there on 2 separate occasions to give workshops. And the first time I went, there in the front row, there was this wonderful lucid dreamer, because I could tell she was a great lucid dreamer because she had asked the kind of questions that a good lucid dreamer would ask. But here's the thing. She had all this pain in her face. You could just see her face. It just had so much pain in it. And so I'd always answer her questions, but I wondered, boy, what's all that pain about? 6 months later, they had me come back to Bogota and do another workshop. And in through the door walks this woman. But now 70 to 80% of the pain is gone from her face. She looked taller, younger, more attractive, the whole thing. And I went up to her and I asked her, what happened to you? You look so different. And she said, at your first workshop 6 months ago, you talked about emotional healing in a lucid dream. And I had never thought about that before. But you explained how to go about it, how to make up a plan beforehand. And so after your workshop, I had a lucid dream. I had a plan on how to get emotionally healed. I called out for a spiritual figure. The spiritual figure appeared. I asked the spiritual figure to help heal my heart. The spiritual figure put out its hands, and from its hands, this brilliant light went right into her heart. And she said she had this ecstatic feeling, and she knew she was being healed. The interesting thing she told me, though, was this, that she can still remember the traumatic events that happened in her life, but now there's no pain associated with them. It's like the pain was totally resolved in this lucid dream experience. And she was just totally a transformed person. Next slide. So besides accessing your larger awareness, physical and emotional healing, accessing inner creativity, you can also experiment with time and space. Find out who you were in a past life. Find out your experience in a future life. It's truly amazing what you can do in a lucid dream. Also, you can see about influencing waking events. From the lucid dream state, put energy into a waking event and then see what happens. And finally, lucid dreaming's value comes from showing us that reality creating really occurs by virtue of the mind, its beliefs, expectations, emotions, focus, intent. that's really how reality creating occurs. Also, you can use lucid dreaming for spiritual growth. You can do spiritual practices in a lucid dream. You can meditate. You can do all sorts of wild things in a lucid dream. And it allows you to kind of cut through illusion, which I think is really realizing that you co-create your experienced reality. And that's why I put this little Manjusri, because with that knife, he cuts through illusion. And finally, as Seth might say, you graduate from this system once you realize that. Next slide. So Seth says in the early session, book 6, when you are considering dream reality, it is easier for you to understand that you construct the reality therein. You find it more difficult to understand the same thing about physical reality. As a result, however, you are somewhat less apt to accept dream reality as actual, and I must tell you that it is. So this is exactly what I found as a lucid dreamer. It was easy for me to realize because I already believed that my mind created the dreams. And so it was easy to see that when that angry dream figure was coming in a lucid dream, if I sent it love and compassion and understanding, then the angry dream figure would become smaller. And I could see, oh, when I change my mind about it, my reaction to it, then it changes. That's very easy to see. But also, as I saw that happen in my dreams and lucid dreams, I realized that, oh my gosh, this is actually how physical reality is happening. And so that's one of the most important lessons, I think, of lucid dreaming. Next slide. Before you can be allowed into systems of reality that are more extensive and open, you must first learn to handle energy and see, through physical materializations, the concrete result of thought and emotion. As a child forms mud pies from dirt, so you form your civilization out of thoughts and emotions, and then see what you have created, and you must deal with it on its terms. This is what I love about Seth. He just says, these are the steps. You have to learn how that mental and emotional energy becomes physically materialized. And then you have to deal with what you've created. And sometimes the best way of dealing with what you've created is changing your thoughts and emotions. And by doing that, you can change the system that you're in. Next slide. So, Seth goes on to say that oftentimes you are aware that you are dreaming, and you are sometimes aware while in physical existence that you are dreaming. You can change an unpleasant dream by realizing that you are creating it, and that the problems are of your own making. You leave physical reality when you come to the same conclusion. The problems that you solve while in it are quite legitimate. You also know when you no longer need the particular context. So I like that part. Next slide. You leave physical reality when you come to the same realization that you create your waking and dreaming experience. I think that's really just important to understand how you graduate from this physical reality system to a different reality. And lucid dreaming can help us see this because there our thoughts create the perceived reality, but then we realize, if we're smart, that the same thing is happening in regular dreams and also in the waking experience. And for that reason, that's why it's so important to get on board with having mindful and creative constructions instead of destructive and unhappy ones. Next slide. Within dream reality, you are much freer. The ego is not present. The waking consciousness, dear friends, is not the ego. The ego is merely a small portion of waking consciousness. The ego is the portion of waking consciousness that deals with physical manipulation. Waking consciousness is taken into the dream state, but the ego is not. So it's important to kind of understand Seth's view of personality. The ego is the portion of the self that's directly interfacing with waking reality. And so, for example, the ego, when you see some attractive person, you might brush your hair or do something, or you might suck in your gut or whatever to look more attractive. That's the ego. But does that happen in the dream state? In the dream state, do you play with your hair? In the dream state, do you suck in your gut? In the dream state, do you try to impress, the other dream figures? And really that kind of ego sense really is diminished in regular dreams and also lucid dreams. But it's important to see that there's the ego, there's waking consciousness, and then there's this inner awareness, inner self that exists in the lucid dreams. Next slide. The inner ego is quite familiar with the existence of the physically oriented ego, but the physically oriented ego is not usually familiar with its inner counterpart. When through training the ego becomes more aware of this inner self, the whole personality benefits. Projection represents practical application. Such experience allows you to unite various aspects of the self and to bring the whole self into sharper focus. And so I think the important thing here is that part of Seth's work and part of the joy in doing this practice of lucid dreaming is to begin to connect the inner self with the outer ego and the waking consciousness to bring them together as more of a unit. And when you do that, everyone benefits. Next slide. So when Seth writes, such experience allows you to unite various aspects of the self and to bring the whole self into sharper focus, I think what that helps, how does that matter? It matters because now the ego and the waking consciousness begin to accept more broadly the inner support, intuitions, and knowledge of the inner self. And also the ego and waking consciousness will begin to accept probabilities and dreaming as legitimate fields of endeavors, which they can use to alter waking experience. Also, I think when you begin to get on this path, you start to see the larger structure of all these incarnations leading to kind of a value fulfillment. So there's kind of a meaning to life in a new way. Also, when you have these experiences, you kind of frequently let go of a fear of death and many other ego fears. You know that there's more to you than the waking self. There's this whole inner self that's ongoing. And basically, you live life more fully and kind of advance the purposes of the whole self. Next slide. Playful persistence. I love that Seth quote, if it's not fun, stop doing it. And so when it comes to lucid dreaming, some people become really kind of dogmatic and kind of order themselves around. And when it comes to lucid dreaming practices, if you can make them fun, then they're much easier to do. So you got to tweak those ideas and practices so that they become fun. And that might include rewarding yourself when you have a lucid dream, or just rewarding yourself when you remember a dream. Or imagining the incredible lucid adventures you might have. That's playful. That's kind of the way a kid would play around with lucid dreams. How much fun you can have while lucidly aware. You don't always have to do serious stuff. You can play around and do all sorts of wild things in a lucid dream. But whatever the case, you have to start where you are and build from there. Next slide. Seth gets on this when he goes, your attitude toward what is possible determines what is possible for you in very definite terms. Your attitude creates possibilities and impossibilities. What you expect, you create. And that is the beginning and end of it, whether you are speaking of psychic or physical matters. Next slide. So here's a funny story. A month or two ago, I called up my 96-year-old mom who lives in an assisted living care facility, and she told me, well, I want to tell you about a strange experience I had. I go, okay. She said, last night I was about 6 or 7 feet above myself, and I was looking down at myself in bed. So what does that mean? And I just started to laugh because this is the first time in our history that my mom and I have talked about out-of-body experiences. And so I explained to her, Mom, you're having an out-of-body experience. And I explained what out-of-body experiences were all about. But it's incredible just to see that here she is, 96 years old, and she's beginning to recognize that she's having out-of-body experiences. Next slide. Also, I wanted to say, sometimes people wonder, well, boy, did Seth really have anything to say, that science later proved? And in this particular case, very much so. In 1966, he's talking about lucid dreaming. The evidence comes out in 1980, 1981. Then also, one time, he was talking to someone who wanted to lucid dream, and Seth encouraged them to bring into their diet more eggs and more asparagus. And he said that there are chemicals there that would help them with these projections. And it's interesting that some people use a supplement to help have a lucid dream called galantamine. And it's the active ingredient in Alzheimer's drugs, but it's derived from the red spider lily and certain other lilies. And of course, asparagus is part of the lily family. And so it's kind of wild that Seth, 40 years before all this, is actually hinting at a chemical compound that might help. Next slide. But overall, we live in a projected universe. So Seth says, in one respect, and in quite a legitimate and objective manner, all thoughts are also projections. They leave you in an actual manner and exert an objective effect. The thoughts themselves, also psychic realities, were projected outward, changing and affecting the physical environment in direct and objective terms. Indeed, they form the environment. So the important thing here is whether you're thinking in a dream, a lucid dream, or waking reality, or the after-death state, your thoughts are being projected out and influencing the perceived environment around you. Indeed, they form the environment. Next slide. So now I'm going to open it up for questions. I just want to thank the California Seth organizers for inviting me. If you ever have any questions 3 or 4 or 5 months from now, you can always go to my book's website, lucidadvice.com, and send in a question. So I'm going to stop this recording, and then I'll get on to the Zoom recording with you.
Welcome back, everybody. That was an excellent presentation by Robert Waggoner, and now we have him here with us. So we're very excited for this live Q&A interaction. So I'm just going to tip it over to Lilia and ask, well, first of all, thank you, Robert, for joining us. That's a really super glad. Want to give that big thank you.
Thanks to all of you, and thanks to all the people who worked behind the scenes to make this happen. It's really a great event.
Awesome. So Lilia, I'm going to cue it over to you. See if you have any goodies for us.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Tom. Robert, so to begin, how did cultivating yourself as a dream art scientist change you?
I think one of the things that helped me, dreaming broke down my structured Midwest early upbringing idea of the world. So, I'm in a family, we're a Protestant family, we go to church every Sunday. But when I'm 12 and 13 and I'm having past life dreams, I'm thinking like, what? Wait a second, where's that? I'm not really finding that anywhere. And then when I'd have dreams that were about the future and all, then I realized, wow, that time isn't this linear thing. That in my mind, the way I explained it to myself was that God existed in a timeless dimension, and so that's how you can have precognitive dreams, because a timeless dimension exists. And so by following this dreaming path, it began to break down that kind of strict view we have of oneself and begin to open it up to that inner source of information that then kept pushing me and guiding me and making me question things to grow as a person.
Wonderful. As a follow-up, do you have you had a lucid dream experience that you found was most impactful for you? A particular lucid dream experience you found most impactful?
I'm not sure if I mentioned this in the talk, but after my father passed away, a few months later, I decided I'd try to find him in a lucid dream. And all the dream figures told me, don't do it. It's not time. It's too early. And because they were all in unanimity, I said, okay, dream figures, explain every symbol in this dream. And I pointed at everything, and they explained in the lucid dream every symbol. So when I woke up, I thought, okay, maybe my dad's involved in some deep work, and maybe it's not time to hunt him down, so I'll let him come to me. And it was 3 years later, I see this gold ladder, and coming down the gold ladder is my father, and I began to laugh because he had such a bad haircut. and I thought, this guy cannot even get a good haircut in the after-death state. But then I wondered, so now I'm lucidly aware, I wondered, is this my father as a dream symbol, as a projection of my mind, or is this my father as his spiritual essence? And so he comes down the ladder, we greet each other, and so I begin to question him. I say, hey, Dad, you're from the land of the dead. When do you think Mom's going to pass away? And he said, oh, probably in 2 to 6 years. I said, of what? He said, a heart condition. And that really surprised me because she had never had any heart problems. And then I asked him one more question. He replied, and then he told me to please be quiet because he had come to tell me things. And then he began to tell me things about the family. Anyway, 23 months later, my mom almost passed us away of a heart condition. Wow. And then about 3 years after that, she almost passes away again because she had been taking a prescribed drug that they later realized was actually harming people's hearts and almost killed her. Oh. But she made it through that period and continues to live on. So that was one of those really kind of powerful ones, having that interaction, because I know a lot of people deal with grief or, now that they're gone, I can't tell them all this, that, and the other. Well, they're not really as gone as you might think. In a lucid dream, you can have those kind of interactions. But also, I've just had extraordinarily powerful lucid dreams of interacting with the larger awareness. Probably the one that really blew my mind was when I asked in a lucid dream, I wanted to hear my feeling tone. And I know Michael brought that up earlier, the idea of feeling tone. And so I wanted to know, could you in a lucid dream experience concepts? I shouted that out, and I went on to have just a wild experience as this little appeared high above me. It became this cone of Wow. And finally it vibrated me out of existence. And now, if you can imagine, there's some little thread of me in my larger awareness that's seeing this cone of awe. And then it had to recapitulate me, and it was thinking, now which one was that? So now you're kind of at this oversoul level, hearing its thoughts. And finally, it recapitulated me, and I was sitting in a lotus position, looking at the house that I was sleeping in. And I thought, what just happened to me? And I thought, is that awe? But anyway, one funny thing from my first book that's been translated into Korean, I've gotten a lot of emails from Korean lucid dreamers who have just got onto this thing of feeling tone. And some said that they've done it a number of times in their lucid dreams, asked to experience their feeling tone, and it's always been the same. And so it's quite interesting to see. But I just wanted to know, is it a feeling? Is it a tone? What is it? And that's what I asked to experience in a lucid dream.
Incredible. Ask and it shall be given. So from Chiron, O'Keefe, she's asking that sometimes in a lucid dream, it seems as if she's alone. So she is asking to speak with a teacher or the oversoul, but ends up wandering alone. So how does one move into that stage where you can begin to connect when, let's say, the attempts don't seem to quite catch on at first?
Right. So I encourage people just to take it very easily when you begin to interact with your larger awareness, because normally it's a non-visible voice that will reply, and also asking a simple question like, hey, dream, show me something important for me to see. That's a good open-ended question, and you can see what happens. Or you can ask, hey, dream, show me something hilarious. Or, hey, dream, show me whatever. And when you do that kind of thing and get a response, then you realize that, okay, I've connected here. But it's what I think, though, is that in waking world, we're socialized to expect another figure there. And when you're interacting with the larger awareness, oftentimes it's the non-visible awareness that responds. whether creatively or by showing you things or by speaking. So just go deeper into it and see what happens. I myself wouldn't worry too much about having crowds there or anything like that.
Right. And just a little patience.
Yeah.
Perhaps just with the process too. When we're so excited, we just want to dive in. Another question here, perhaps a little bit more technical. Robert, do you find that if you are physically tired but mentally alert, you can lucid dream more easily?
Right. So that is interesting. What you notice is sometimes you'll have certain conditions that seem to result in spontaneous lucid dreams. Like if you go outside and you work all day in the hot sun, you will fall asleep like a log that night, but there's a good chance you'll have a lucid dream. And there's something about being physically exhausted.
Yes.
And it allows you to have a lucid dream. Seth talked about sometimes that certain chemicals were created within your body that led to this happening. Sometimes something as simple as putting fresh sheets on the bed, just having totally fresh sheets so that you feel incredibly relaxed and welcomed into the sleep realm. Sometimes that leads to a lucid dream. So if you play around with that, sometimes you'll see that there's certain characteristics that'll help you become lucid.
Mm-hmm. Okay, some good supports to cultivate. From Helen Stewart, have you done something to consciously change probabilities in the dream? Is this process different from other types of lucid dreams?
Yeah, that it's interesting. When I was writing my first book, I ran into a probability of myself because I saw that he had already written a book, and he was a professor of psychology, and he had written a book, and he was doing quite well, and all that. And I saw the campus he was at, and when I woke up, I thought, well, if that probability can write a book, I can write a book, in this realm. I also enjoyed interviewing a woman for this magazine that I create, the Lucid Dreaming Experience. Her name's Shirley Black, and she began to have a lot of lucid dreams after a near-death experience. And she said in one of her lucid dreams, when she was like a geeky 14-year-old who was having a hard time integrating into high school, she asked to meet her 19-year-old self. And suddenly she meets her 19-year-old self, and her 19-year-old self is at college, has tons of boyfriends, is having the time of her life. And when her 14-year-old self saw that her 19-year-old self was doing great, she said when she woke up, she just thought, okay, I'm going to make it through this high school period. And when I get to college, I'm going to have a lot of fun. And then what was funny, she said, is that when she was 19, she had a dream that she went back and talked to her 14-year-old self and encouraged the 14-year-old self, not to get bummed out by the structure of things. So that shows how you can play around with this. My good friend Lucy Gillis, who helps me co-edit the Lucid Dreaming Experience magazine, she plays around with probability, meeting probable selves all the time. And sometimes she'll call some of them together and they'll get together and compare notes. So that's the beautiful open platform of lucid dreaming. You can literally explore whatever is your interest.
Gorgeous. We've been talking about lucid dreaming specifically as we're weaving it for ourselves. So I'm wondering about lucid dreaming and its relationship to mass events, and such as the pandemic. Could we accelerate the timeline? Let's say potentially on the pandemic and us being able to resolve it in a heart-centered way, perhaps.
Well, you can definitely influence your own personal experience and probably your family's personal experience with the pandemic. Seth talked about the idea of mass dreams, that at a certain level of dreaming, sometimes the mass consciousness of the planet gets together, and in order to kind of figure out how they're going to navigate some issues, they'll have a mass dream. And I think it was about, I'll tell you when it was. It was December 7th of 2019. I had a dream, and here's my dream symbol of tornadoes all over the place. And in the dream, I'm not worried because I know that this is my dream symbol. And when I woke up, I thought, oh crap, this is the same thing I dreamt about before 9/11 happened. And now I know something big is going to happen, but now it's going to kill a lot more people than 9/11. And so I woke up and I thought, okay, it's going to happen. It's going to be widespread. And if I would have been paying attention, 3 weeks later when they started to announce that, oh, there's this strange virus in China, that's, then I might have put it all together. But again, these mass dreams occur, and so at a mass level, we're dealing with it. Seth said that, you could influence things just by your thinking about it and projecting positive energy. But the idea of actually changing this entire mass event, I think it just happens at a whole different level of magnitude. And so
yes,
I don't know if that butterfly wing can change the entire world. But
so if I can interject here a little bit, my sense is it's like you're shifting through parallel realities. So through your conscious dreaming experiences, you can actually shift to the versions of Earth that have a faster resolution. You're not changing the version of Earth you're in. You're actually shifting to that version of Earth that's more in alignment with that. That's just a thought popped in. Because there's which world, which you, right? There's always that going on.
Right. And if people read The Individual, The Nature of Mass Beliefs, Seth in there is talking about epidemics and pandemics,
yes,
and how they relate to the mass consciousness and all. It's really fascinating. So I encourage everyone to go back to their individual, not the individual and nature of mass events, and read that. It's really a mind blow.
It's so relevant for today, and it's written decades ago. And they talk about literally, it's like you're reading it as if it was channeled directly for today. It's amazing.
Exactly.
We have time for one more question. I mean, we're going to run a tiny bit over, but this is such a delicious little question. Speaking of mass dreams, from Sue Rolichek. Speaking of mass dreams, how often do you meet up with other lucid dreamers in a planned way?
In my first book, Lucid Dreaming, Gateway to the Inner Self, I have a chapter on mutual lucid dreams,
yes,
where you intend to meet up with other lucid dreamers. And it's really quite something. What happens sometimes, though, is like you'll meet family members or whatever, and you'll see that they still have rapid eye movement. I remember one time I met my friend Mo, who lives in the Bay Area, and she came walking into the restaurant. I was lucidly aware, and I ran up to her and I said, Mo, do you see this is a dream? We're dreaming this. But she still has rapid eye movement. So I grab her around the waist and I begin to levitate, and we're levitating higher and higher. And I say, Mo, do you see we're levitating? This is a lucid dream. But she still has rapid eye movement. And then I got so frustrated that I couldn't get her to become lucidly aware that I put my fingers into a peace sign and I shoved it in her face. And I said, do you see this peace sign? You can use it as a symbol to become lucidly aware anytime you want. And I left it at that, woke up. The next morning, she didn't write me, nothing, all that. So 3 months later, in waking reality, I'm in Burlingame, California. I call up Mo. I say, hey, I have some time if you want to get together for lunch. She says, sure. She tells me where to meet her. So now it's it's noon. She's walking down the sidewalk in Burlingame, and in physical reality, she walks right up to me and shoves a peace sign right in my face. And I said, Mo, why are you doing that? And she said, I don't know. I just felt like it.
Wow, that's great.
So when you have those kind of experiences, you realize that at these other levels, we're connecting, we're passing on information and energy, and that's how it is. But again, thank you guys so much for having this conference, and it's a lot of fun to be here. And so I'll let you get on. It sounds like you're going to have a break here. And,
yes, we are. Yeah. So thank you so much for coming here. We really appreciate this, and we'll definitely be doing more productions, and so you'll be hearing from us again at some point. So yeah, thank you everybody. We are indeed going to sign off now for the break. So let's move our bodies, our physical bodies, take a break, and we will catch you in about 30 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Robert.
Thanks.
Bye.
Welcome back. We hope you've enjoyed your refreshment break, and now it's time to continue our journey, our adventure into the Seth material. Our next speaker comes from England. She is Mickey Lowe, and she was born in the nation's capital and grew up in Florida, lived in Greece, and now she's coming to us from England. Her father read her, instead of fairy tales, from the books of Paramahansa Yogananda. So that created a platform in which she really appreciated the value of soul and spirituality in her life. And that set her up to really appreciate the teachings of Seth, the power to create our own lives. This was a very welcome idea to Mickey. And Seth's teachings, they were a perfect fit. They made sense, and they created a sense of feeling secure in the soul, and a sense of peace when she connected with the material. Now, her career was in entertainment, and that included ballet, piano, public speaking, DJing in a New York disco, and singing jazz, and coaching actors to read for TV commercials. Now, a friend took her along one day to the home of Rick Stack, which many of you know Rick Stack, and in Manhattan. And so she had a very enlightening experience there. And then reading Jane's books, thusly, then gave her the inspiration to create the life that she truly envisioned for herself. And this is the essence of her talk today. So she will be speaking today. Her talk will be entitled 50 Years of Seth Creation. What next? So let's hear from Mickey. Let's give her a warm welcome to our virtual stage. We're very, very glad that you're here.
Hi, everybody. It's exciting to be with you here today. And it fulfills a long-held dream of mine. Ever since I understood how important Seth could be to the world, I felt it was important to help in some way. It's great to be with people that all are interested in exploring what Seth had to say and what he shared with our world. People, world interest in Seth has come a long way. I'm going to speak out about some of the ways that it's impacted my life. I'm not an expert or anything like that. I'm not, whatever. But it's expert. I'm just a little old lady who has enjoyed 50 years of using Seth. So that's what I wanted to talk about. And I'm going to start telling you about how I'd like to see this lovely little funny sign. I want to see one that says, Seth's Hometown Tours. If you think about it, he shares information about his hometown. It's like a long tour of the universe. And as we read the Seth books, it's a window on how parts of the universe work. I would love to know what would be different if Jane Roberts was channeling Seth more recently in our present. She would have had massive media coverage. I'm so glad to learn about Seth's dimensions while I'm still in the physical world. Seth shows us around his hometown, and then he explains what is true where he lives, moves, and has been. Ever so often, new wisdom comes into our spiritual understanding, and it alters our view of things by changing our thinking and our actions. New scientific updates come, and then we know how the earth works. It brings leaps in our everyday life, but then time matures and it moves on. Personally, the more I learned about Seth, the more I felt it had ushered in and improved all of our connections to God, or all that is, as Seth likes to call it. He gave us new ways to access floodgates of energy and power. It's anxious to come to us. There may be some of you that have not read the books, or have maybe just read one, or only just heard about it. My advice is you have to simply jump into the pool of brilliant knowledge that is shared and start adjusting your thinking as needed. There are seasoned Seths that may try to tell you where to begin. Nah, just begin. Your higher self will guide your selection, and you should trust that. That's just my opinion. We each have a need to read different parts of the information before other parts. And I think that's especially true now. As I've learned about some additional things I hadn't read before, I'm reading them and saying, this is the perfect time in my life for this. I wouldn't have understood it before. I only read it in sequence before because it was newly published and I wanted to read everything with each book that I saw. We all used to moan to each other about waiting for each new volume, each new book. There are advantages to doing it that way, reading straight from the beginning, and there are advantages to having a whole array of books to choose from. You have to listen to your heart about that. It's all part of your learning experience to hear the small voice inside your head. Now, the time is right. Self-information is evolving in the world. Its footprint is getting stronger and the community is spreading all over the place. I'm remembering several pages and I feel that's a good thing. When I spoke to somebody recently, I was saying that this community is evolving and its time in history is growing. It's getting a bigger footprint. That's because I can see that the movement and the community is changing as it grows. It's pockets of people concentrating on different aspects of it all over the place. When he first came on the scene and he presented himself to Jane Roberts as direct voice, our society was still hostile then to some forms of expanded or alternative scripts about what they thought were religious views. I can only speak out about the ones that I know about, like Christianity, for instance, because that's what I grew up in. We were equally sensitive about accepting scientific information at one point historically, because those who discovered stuff often got in trouble. They caught hell and they were persecuted. Now, though, we do take a little more deep science in, and it still takes a long time to work out to the public, but there are those of us who follow and read up to try and be ahead and try to know what's going on. After all, our top scientists are not still put under years of house arrest just for saying our planet revolves around the sun. We love our Neil deGrasse Tysons and Nassim Haramins for their research and discoveries. I think a lot of scientific subjects will become more connected as time goes by because it seems to be connecting up with what the New Age people are saying. The two things are coming together. We're getting closer anyway. Since there will always be people that opted to concentrate on other things in this incarnation, I think only some of us will want to get into Seth and some others of us won't. There are whole segments of the population that have incarnated as racial groups that have all shared experience that was pre-weighted for them to work on certain aspects of life, certain kinds of lessons. And these groups, these different racial, cultural countries and so forth, people get together and learn things together. I think it takes a lot of courage to agree to come here, for instance, to be somebody that society is not going to like a murderer or a traitor or a despot or something. In those cases, I think that they and their victims both chose to learn from it, and they're also accepting a script that will help their fellow soul friends to learn too. The actions of those people is ugly, but the soul is not. They were kind enough to come and take a lot of stuff just so we could all learn together. Back in the 70s, Seth's views came to the attention of brilliant scientific minds, and they sought him out. I wish I knew which scientist consulted him. Back then, it was hard for some Seth wisdom to be appreciated in the scientific community. But now, though, we've moved on so much more in what we embrace as valid science. Now, when we read the books, Seth's ideas fall on more fertile ground in the new century. We even have a new method of spreading everything to discuss it. Our community enjoys a lot more access to each other, to our ideas and opinions, because we can get together on the net. Life now contains cell phones, PCs, tablets, whatever. And it all helps us to reach across the world and connect and share. There used to be lonely times trying to find anything because the subjects were taboo. But now it's easy, and you can get it delivered to your door. I used to have to work hard to find things in New Age bookshops and looking for crystals and all of that. These days, we have unique opportunities to aid our progress through Sethian thinking, and we can find almost anything on the net. By becoming part of different Seth pages on Facebook, for instance, or on the websites, being involved in all of this at once means that we can reach out and touch a lot of other pockets of thought about Seth. We all look for better ways to understand it and the universal truths in it. And we look for clues on how to apply it in our lives. Our understanding of the teachings will change as we explore them more deeply. There are so many ideas that I either didn't understand fully in the first place, or I had just not grown and matured enough at that stage when I read it. Well, it's kind of like our other truths in life. They grow along with us as we grow physically. We change what we take to be true as we age. I'm saying that we become comfortable with the subtle changes to our identity as we are growing into the people we are at each time of life. We grow and we process new things to believe. We try and find out what's going to resonate with us. Knowledge lets our spirits self-heal. The more we learn to allow it to do so. There are even times when we change the little who that's in there inhabiting this life from the array of our probable selves and counterparts. I love studying about that. Input from other selves in time help us change toward empowerment. We can use that power to enhance our lives. We learn to pay attention to Seth's powerful view of reality for guidance. This power to mold our journey through life is worth its weight in gold. Once Seth appeared to Jane and Rob's lives, all lives on this whole planet were set to change. There was a new toolbox in Earth's workshop. That array of changes to the world scene has already begun to make a difference. It's Seth in China, and Africa, and Japan, and you name it. There will be profound changes on this planet as time marches on, as Seth addresses each new culture with his teachings. Interestingly, there are a lot of aspects of some African religions that are already way ahead of that path towards Sethian thought. Many of their different ideas and philosophies are exactly what I was hearing out of Seth. It's so funny, though. It's like that age-old question of, how in the world did the Olmecs know of the binary nature of the planet Sirius, since they didn't have telescopes? Ho, ho, ho. We won't even get into that. It's amazing to me the differences in my intent, my interests, my attitudes that I now embrace being in my 70s. I am profoundly uninterested in the same things that were priorities in my 20s. Trust me, I do think differently now, very much, and it often even surprises me. At this stage of life, it's a gift to feel good knowing that there's so much more existing to do after going on to the next lives. When I first heard of reincarnation, I rejoiced. Hallelujah! This is not the end. Hooray! I can never see the effects of so-called bad events the same again. Having a chance to come back seems a lot more fair. It is a lot harder to envision an angry God, a jealous God, or a vindictive God when you learn that it's not just luck of the draw whether you get a good life or a terrible one. Whatever you go through, you come do something different in another time. Even time has choices. You change it to be what you want it to be because you can flip from one life to another within it, and time is all happening at once. Took me a while to chew on that. The you that is sitting here with me right now is only one of millions of versions of your selfhood, of you, of your soul. You have a lot of different parts and pieces, all with their own valid lifetimes. Once I knew of these options, I had much new respect for the magnificent creativity of all that is. The universe is so much more complicated and better designed than I had ever thought before. I only thought I understood all that is with each book added to that. The respect and awe and admiration just grew and grew with each book. Seth wants us to totally immerse ourselves in joy. That's simple. Harder to do, but it's a simple thought. There's even somewhere that he says, if it ain't fun, don't do it. That takes a bit of arranging. I know that knowledge is really a gift, and I've always been drawn to knowledge about how the universe works. I get a lot of that in Seth. It feeds my soul. I began reading Seth books as soon as each one was published, and the wait between books was painful. I remained devoted to the idea of Seth coming through Jane Roberts exclusively. Oh, for decades, I was a complete Seth snob. I was convinced that it would never come through he would never come through anyone else. He did say he would not speak to anyone but Jane. But what he didn't say was that he would not ever contact anyone else or advise them. In fact, now 5 decades later, I believe that although I would struggle with any kind of direct voice contact, I do now accept that it's time to re-examine my stance on his contact. I feel very strongly about not trying to limit Seth. How would I dare? Seth is so much bigger than I first knew. I realized how vast the explanations of the universe would have to be, and they'd take a while, depending on your intelligence and evolvement. And especially when I learned that Seth was a group and not one spirit. Oh, I read that this group of individuals and speakers has been sharing knowledge with us on Earth for millennia. There are places where he also says that Jesus and Buddha are from the same spirit source. The whole knowledge of the universe is a bit beyond my current tiny mind. I simply cannot say who Seth will communicate with over the next 3,000 years. Can you? I believe there are indeed others that hear from Seth, and I'm still trying to work all of that out in my mind. It's getting a lot easier, though, the more I read and the more I learn. By the way, one of those people even talked to and corresponded with Robert Butts about that contact that he was having. And Robert accepted it as valid. I'm certainly not going to question it if Robert Butts didn't question it. In another instance, I know of some folks who have had contact with Seth on a Ouija board. There's simply no way I could dare to speak out about what happened and what didn't because I wasn't there, and I have no idea what Seth would do. It's occurred to me that if he's come here to help us for millions of years, and since he's actually many entities, I couldn't personally doubt his contact with others as a matter of course. That would just be my own closed mind. It is not up to me to limit Seth or any other spirit. Plus, I'm often reminded to myself that Seth's express plan to only come through Jane is in this reality. Just as we don't know anything about those other realities and other probable selves of either of them, where Jane may have continued to work for the other 20 years that Seth said he had planned to do. We don't know anything about those other versions of Seth and Jane and Rob. I find myself wondering who else he's worked through in history. Who knows? He said it's been thousands and thousands of years. I wonder how much influence he's had on all the belief systems on the planet. I mean, there are speakers and families like the Samari and so many other various soul groups that may be functioning and we don't even know about them. Just the bit that Seth has told us. I'm sure it's a lot more complicated. It means there's a lot of information that he can still share in the times to come. The universe is varied, much more than I realized when I first started reading the books. And I look at my life now and realize that what I've learned has actually laid the foundation for every decision I made after that. In his books, we learned about so many other life forms that we'd never heard of. Layers of existence we didn't know about. It's all very complicated. There are many kinds of souls and many families of souls. There are groups of consciousness so far above us that they can barely relate to the reality we know and live in here. And that goes both ways. We aren't even mentally equipped to fathom some of these higher forms. So many of our myths and fairy tales are based on hints of what some of these life forms and layers of reality actually encompass. Even Seth looks up to some of these forms. He can't talk to them about us. I mean, they can't talk to us, so he talks to them for us about us. That was an amazing idea back when I first read it in the 70s. Science and everything has come a long way in 50 years. I'm really happy, though, to find out that now there are new books out. The deleted sessions, the early sessions, the private sessions. It's just amazing. Considering that there are over 30 books and now there's more out, it's just wonderful. Thanks to Ron Kahn for being so generous to acquire so many artifacts that were part of Jane's life and Rob whilst they were living the Seth phenomenon. Much of that would have been lost to the sands of time if it weren't for his eagle eye and detective work. Each group and page has its own family of fellow exploring souls. There are even some people tenaciously holding on to the intention of acquiring and preserving all kinds of other cosmic energy. I'll just settle for what I'm reading in Seth. The Seth House where Jane and Rob actually conducted many of the sessions is even a project for some people. Ashara Wago and Kate Pavata are moving mountains to work out the details of that massive project. And they're doing a very good job of it. I hope during this conference we'll hear about a lot of other things that people are doing. It's just a flood of access to each other, and I love it. I urge you out there to follow your own path through what Seth shared, because there's so much of it. I'm proud of us all. I think the Seth movement is changing a lot as the community gets bigger, And I think that can only be great. Just think, there were a lot less souls on the earth back when Jane was channeling, and now it's out there available for 8 billion people almost. That's a lot of minds. We want to know how to control our lives, be in control. We want to have power to set our world in motion down a path that we define. Seth has taught us that if you can control your attention, you can make sweeping changes in how this incarnation will go. There are many access routes that control everything, and we have to find out about that as we study. A growing number of folks use New Age methods. Seth has provided volume after volume of proven wisdom on how to gain and use that power. Some people use it, and some people use religion, and some people use psychology. But the New Age is very much centered on those very things that Seth is talking about. He just says them so much easier. My path into all of this was through studying all kinds of things: yoga, astrology, tarot, silver mind control, all kinds of stuff. But once I started really applying the information that Seth was giving us, I found I had a lot of control over what was in my life. The only thing better than knowing we come back to get it right and gain experience through many lives is knowing we can get helpful hints about how to do it well, to do it better right now. I know that sounds very pie in the sky, but it does work. His advice on how to proceed works well. Think about it. Every time you realize a goal or enhance your joy, you're adding to the experiences that all your probable selves can touch too. Isn't that cool? Seth says we can ask our other selves for help with problems that they may have already solved in their particular incarnation. And that flow of help and advice can go both ways. Ask. Seth said that we can even ask him. He promised to still provide wisdom to us in dreams, meditations, and in prayers. Focus on what you need help with and ask to contact the self of yours, your probable self or counterpart. Contact the one that has already successfully solved it. They can help you a lot. And then ask what you need to know to solve it too. Then, importantly, be open to ways that the solutions are going to pop up. Ask that it can reveal itself to you. Information can be revealed in interesting and entertaining ways. In order to be open to what you want to use in changing your now, do the groundwork. What do you really like? Truth helps. Make sure that your mind and heart is positive as possible. And you'll need to curb being judgmental and cease as much of the negative criticism as possible. Be aware, be open, and work on it. Work steadily to clear negative triggers from your behavior and thoughts. You can't come in and do massive universal work to create all kinds of good if you're doing it by bringing a bad attitude. You have to clean that up. You might say, and what if I don't? Well, you'll just have a different experience and you'll have to keep trying. Some phrases peppering our speech every day spew all kinds of negative vibrations into what you're trying to do. Choose your friends carefully. Once you begin to use your power to create your reality, you have to be careful who you surround yourself with. When you begin something new, don't say, okay, now I will learn how to understand blah, 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 and I hope it works, because nothing ever works for me. I hope it does better this time. It probably won't even work for me. Or stuff like, I'm so stupid that I blah, blah, blah. I'm not the smartest one in the family. All of that. Been it. My heavens, it was dripping with negativity, and you have to be quite vigilant to hear these poisonous bits of self-doubt as they arise. You can't say, I'm going to do this now. But then if you end with, because this stuff never works for me, then you're going to ruin your chances of success, and it just won't work. You have to find out where you are leaking negativity and then work toward fixing it. Notice, I didn't say then fix it. I said work toward fixing it, because putting yourself in a new mode of openness and positive resonance can put you in the right frame of mind, but it takes time to work on it. You have to do it a bit at a time until it works for you. Take the time, do the work. Don't tell the whole world what you're doing either. Don't give negative people a chance to ruin your resolve. Who do you share your goals with? Choose wisely, because the naysayers will add or subtract to change the charge of what you're trying to do. Your whole surroundings will either sweeten or sour depending on the people you put in those surroundings. People who tell you you will fail are not helpful to your goal to create the circumstances you want in your life. One of the conference leaders, Tom Leifert, has videos about steps to take to focus on your quest. When he shared it, he was talking about out-of-body experience, but his instructions were the exact same ones I use for magic or intention work. These are things I always advise people to do. And I say, this requires desire and focus. It's just amazing how all of the different branches of self-work seem to all have come to the same conclusions, and for various different things you need to accomplish, they give you the same advice. Tom said this requires desire and focus and commitment. How committed am I? How much do I want this? Those are great ways to begin to set up your world to receive your creation process. You have to be focused on any new goal in order to get it to work. Look at these things at the start of your project, and it will help ensure your success. Seth says, after we set our mind on what we want to create, we should give it strong passion, but then we should leave it alone. Do not overthink it again and again. Don't question if it'll work. Leave it alone. It's super important to think of it as already having worked. Every time you think about it, act as if you know it's working and it's about to come to you. You're not sure exactly when, but you know it's on its way. I was meditating one day and my higher self said to me, "Are you happy?" "Oh, yes," I replied automatically. But then I soon admitted that that wasn't true. I wasn't actually happy. And my husband and I were not happy. We were living a lie. I thought I was happy. My higher self said, "You're about to turn 53. No matter how you look at it, you are past the halfway mark of your life. Be real. Whatever you want in your life, you need to start creating it now." And I first admitted that I wanted out of my marriage and that I was uncomfortable. I could barely think of how different life could be because I didn't have any idea how to change it. I knew I had the power to change it, but I wasn't sure what to do. A special, spiritually aware friend of mine invited me with others to her home one day to focus on intentions we'd set. She was having a party to help everybody get what they wanted in life. She told us to think of something we wanted to ask for, and we were given a page from a very small notebook, a little page, like a post-it page, to write something that we wanted on. And people asked for all sorts of things on their little piece of paper. I had come prepared in my mind, though. I already knew exactly what I wanted. It took 12 tiny pages to describe the man I wanted to spend the rest of my life with. I described everything. what he looked like, his country, his size, his look, his interests, his hobbies, everything. Everyone laughed when I put my little folded pages clumped into the big receptacle provided. I had done my homework, and I had done a meditation before even going to the ceremony. I'd asked my probable selves to help me. That day, we all sang and shared food and camaraderie and joy. We had set the tone, and the air was filled with thoughts of our mutual success. We were admonished not to obsess about the timing or the fulfillment of the intentions. We were told to just leave it to the powers that be. The number 22 has a special significance for me. 22 days after confidently setting my intentions, my prince appeared. While chatting online to fellow New Age people, a man's name appeared on the side of the screen where it lists who's in there. And when we looked at it, no one knew who it was. It wasn't familiar. He interrupted with the words, "Hello, may I tell you something, please?" Those of us in the chat room kept talking. We ignored the man that had just come in. No one recognized his name. Nobody knew him. But each time he mentioned asking to say something, he was ignored. And I didn't like that. It was rude. So I addressed him and I asked what he wanted to say. And he and I began talking, and we moved into a different chat room so we wouldn't keep interrupting the flow of the banter in that room. It was a unique day too, because for once there were only women in the room. Usually it was just flooded with both sides, with both genders. They were discussing, by the way, these women, discussing how impossible it was to find a good man. Little did I know how ironic that would turn out to be. The man said he had just had a 5-valve heart bypass operation, and it was his first day back home. He wanted to talk about an out-of-body experience that he had during surgery. He wanted explanations and advice. He was easy to talk to, and in 5 minutes or so, we were lost in a chat on mutual interests and experiences and the occult and everything. After months of daily talks, I realized, oh, we haven't ever sent photos. So I said, you send me yours, I'll send you mine. And they crossed in the air. And as his photo came down on the screen, I was absolutely speechless. Before me was the picture of a stunning man. And I said to my keyboard, why can't I have a man like that? But we were just buddies. We spoke several times a day and had conversations on fun stuff. And then one day he said he had to tell me he was falling in love with me and would I allow him to come to America and meet me face to face. Well, my friends all said, oh no, you didn't tell him where you live, did you? He could be a weirdo killer. He could be Jack the Ripper. What's his name? And with great amusement, I said, his name is Jack. I couldn't resist. I agreed to his visit. He came over from England to meet me. We met, and life changed for us both. That's an understatement. A few months later, he brought me to England. We left England after a year and moved to Corfu, where he said he had wanted to retire in Greece. We were there 11 years. It was a breathtakingly beautiful island. Ah, it's gorgeous, and I miss it to this day. And as for those friends of mine that had all told me I shouldn't have even told them where I live, they ended up asking me, Mickey, does he have a brother? Every time you think of your intended project, excuse me, every time you think of your project, you must already assume that it's successful. You need to believe that your success is based on the fact that you richly deserve it. I started out in a family that believed and demonstrated the power of well-aimed intention, and I was taught the importance of a positive mind. Dad was a minister, and he often did healing, so I never doubted that it was possible to affect present circumstances by intending to do so. What I remember most about early childhood is the sound of Dad reading to me. He was a minister who had previously taught religion in a Washington, D.C. university. He was interested in world religions and spirituality, so each night, instead of fairy tales, he read to me from books like Autobiography of a Yogi by Paramahansa Yogananda. Many religious traditional books and tomes were what he brought to read, and I ate it up because I loved hearing about it. I knew early that each religion had their own part of the puzzle. I'd been fascinated with the other side and where we went, when we died, that all we kept returning from over and over. I collected stories about children in places like India where they remembered previous lives. It was all amazing to me. I knew, though, I was convinced that we survived after death. With the aid of Seth studies, I have personally learned out of body, direct voice mediumship, intuition, clairaudience, healing, whatever. Lots and lots of different parts of the puzzle have been explored. During my first marriage, I lived in Cuba. I learned the Ouija board and quickly graduated to direct voice mediumship. When I got back to America from Cuba, I discovered Jane Roberts. She had just published the Seth material. It was groundbreaking. The world is a little different now. It's so much easier to study and to find the books you need. Search engines will show you anything you're trying to find out about. And you can read so many of the Seth books. They will lead you to exactly what you need to know. Because I had developed mediumship while living in Cuba, I wanted to ask Jane Roberts for advice on how to handle it properly. I was shocked to discover that she and Rob Butts were listed in the telephone book. I spoke to her by phone several times, and I called very nervously. I remember my heart was in my mouth. She was kind and eager to help. She gave me advice and encouragement, and she stressed that I should relax and not be afraid. I was so honored to have her ear. We spoke several times over a couple of years, and one of those times I spoke to Rob as well. Years later, I called again, and Rob let me know that she was very ill. That was a blow. I was deeply affected by the news of her death. I felt cut adrift. I didn't know what to do. But as time moved on, I got back into things, into the books, and I started using it again to do whatever I needed to do to change the circumstances in my life to fit what I wanted them to be. I used my first Seth knowledge of creation to completely turn off my disease. I have lupus. Well, I hate to even say it that way because that's possessing it. I don't possess it. But anyway, it was the diagnosis. And what I did first, right after being diagnosed, was turn it off. And it went off and stayed off for 8 years. Being here now is amazing because the doctors told me I only had 4 or 5 years left. I was 26 when they said that. I'm 74 now. It took years to fully understand that I could actually affect it, but I have. I've had spurts of intense research and experimentation that were followed by months and even years when I just coasted on the knowledge I had. But I always come back to Seth. The changes inside you, once you understand you're in control, can require a lot of introspection. You often alternate periods of learning and study with times of using the new expertise and understanding. Sometimes, while reading Seth, I only managed to read 2 or 3 paragraphs before blanking out into something akin to sleep or deep trance. I would wake up after a couple of minutes, intensely aware that something felt like it had downloaded into my head in my sleep. Sometimes I was even aware of the feeling like a downloading thing. It didn't awaken me. It would just I'd make note of it, and then I'd slip right back into the download. And when I woke up, I was different. Often I didn't even know how I was different exactly, just that something had changed. Something had been, quote, adjusted from another realm. What I had previously read now made perfect sense. It had been difficult. It had been, if I had been reading a difficult section of the Seth book, it now made perfect sense, and it blended with my own thoughts. My mind felt sort of speeded up, and I felt new somehow. It felt like a spiritual tune-up. An important lesson of that time was how important it was to do the work. It meant that applying the wisdom I learned was absolutely paramount. You have to take time to let what you're reading sink in. And here's where it becomes very important to have other people with whom that you can trust, with whom you can share what you're experiencing as you assimilate and process the new wisdom. You then have a positive sounding board that helps you work out how to proceed. It's up to you to be smart enough, though, to figure out who is positive and can be trusted to share your experiences with. You know, throwing pearls before swine and all that stuff. I think you've gotten the message. I think this is a good place to end. Seth and his wisdom is my favorite subject. I have to close here and say, somebody stop me, because I love talking about Seth, and I love talking to all of you. Thank you so much for listening. Whomever you are and wherever you're listening from, I love you deeply. Bye-bye, and may you experience great joy. Maybe sometime we'll meet. Goodbye.
Welcome back, everybody. We are so excited that you're here because we're about to have this lovely live Q&A interaction with Mickey and with co-host Lilia Aguero. So let's just go ahead and dive right in. Let's turn it over to Lilia. Do you have any interesting and fascinating questions?
Definitely. Thank you so much, Tom. Mickey's talk really resonated for a number of people. There were a number of responses regarding the quote, her phrase, when actions are ugly, but soul is not. And we want to know, how do you hold space for that in the moment of the experience? How do you do that, Mickey?
Well, first of all, it took a long time. It really did. I worked on that for years, as recently as a week ago, because you learn various aspects of it as you go along. I didn't understand why some of the really worst people, like the shootings the other day, why they were allowed to be in this reality. You know, I know that we want to learn from experiences and from others, but sometimes it just seems so harsh. It was so ugly. But the more I listened, especially this morning, to some of the speakers, and a few things fell into place a few days ago as well, that awareness has been coming to me to really embrace the fact that we have the power to change what we're going through and to change how we look at it. And once you know you can go and pick any other thing you want to pick, and you can work on it, seriously, you can work on it, then you have to adjust how you look at things. It's all about adjusting the mind. It's about adjusting what you embrace. It's about literally seeing things another way. And I still work on it. We can all work on it. It's part of what we're here for, what we're here to do. You know, and then I guess the next reality where we go to create, we're going to be so much better at it because we will have been here doing our dress rehearsals, you know.
Indeed, developing the skills. And I think you mentioned earlier a little bit your experience, specific experiences within the civil rights movement, and how that can be so charged. Could you share a story or two about that experience?
Okay, I never have in all these years, but my father was a very well-known civil rights leader. So I grew up I was a little girl in the 50s, late 50s, and all of that with the marches and the this and that, and, all the names and so forth. So it all seemed, having grown up literally with the Ku Klux Klan driving along beside me as I walked to school every day. There were times when I had a beloved pet hung on a cross on my front lawn. Okay, so these experiences for a child, you're really working on trying to put this in a place in your world, because your world looks so different. As soon as you're not dealing with that, it's all back to a normal world. Your home life is beautiful and so forth. But I now have come to look at what is happening there as simply another part of what we're working on. We've got to work on it and make it better so that we can move on into other fields where we want to be creative. We've gotten behind. And again, I'm thankful for people who are willing to live this particular reality and work this out. We're maybe not quite halfway, but I'm so grateful for every one of you that's out there right now helping us resolve it, because we can't create the kind of beauty we talk about until we solve some of these other issues of ego and greed and selfishness and so forth and so on. I don't expect that to go away tomorrow, because we've had several hundred years building it.
Indeed. Yes.
And even if we all put on a hard hat, it's going to take a lot of work to dismantle all the bricks that we put in place, So I can't be Pollyanna and say, oh, well, we just create something different tomorrow. No, it's going to take a lot of work. But the part that heartens me is knowing that we are all in this together, and we have all agreed that we want to create something different, at least some of us. So those of us who do want to create something different have to step forward. This is the time when the rubber meets the road, and we have to talk the talk and walk the walk. So this, for me, is a big part of the creation process. I have to be careful what I say. I'm a member of many websites that are, say, culturally Black, where we talk about our cultural stuff and our little expressions and so forth. Some of it is lovely and cultural to share. Some of it is terribly detrimental, because I want to see me in a different light. I don't care what your impression of me is and what you think I should be about just because of how I look. But I don't have to accept that. Now, you can make it hard for me, but I have now accepted that I'm going to change it. And that means I have to be willing to do the things it takes to change it. You can't sit at home looking at TV and never vote, never go to find out what's in your local community. Those people who are in the White House are there because nobody voted out the locals. Okay, we've got to start with the city council at home, the sheriff, and so forth. And then that will change what we're seeing as it goes up. That means we've got a lot of work, haven't we?
We sure do. And you really do touch upon some amazing things, beginning with ourselves.
Yes.
Beginning locally. And
this is all we have, is us.
Right.
Right. That's it. This incarnation of who is looking out at you from these eyes is all I have. I also have to remember that I have you too, because we're all part of the universe.
Indeed.
But I'm looking out from here, and it's the only view I can make a change in.
Right.
So it's
again, that view, if we can see it, we can heal it.
Truly.
Beautiful.
Truly.
Beautiful. Mickey, you also mentioned following the inner voice. What have been the greatest obstacles to following the inner voice, and how did you overcome them?
Well, it was a little bit easier in my case because, admittedly, like I said, I was trained as a young child to meditate and to learn about. I was taught at 5 that you have the power to change your life and create reality. Okay. I didn't understand it, but once I got grown and ran into Seth, then I started to get the tools I needed emotionally and mentally and intellectually to actually start making a change. So my advice to anyone is start somewhere. Begin. If all you know to do is to lay in your bed and quietly say, I think I would like to learn to understand how to reach another part of me and a higher self. It begins with your desire to create an opportunity for that to come into your life, whether it's on your knees in a church, whether it's in a meditational setting on a mat, whether it's yoga, whatever it is, you have to begin with being willing to look inside. Because like I said, that's where everything is. And it's the only place it is. So start there and find the idea that you really want it. As Tom said, you have to have desire, and then you have to have focus, and then you have to be willing. Now, the willingness is the hard part because there are family members who are going to say, oh, that's crap. What are you doing? Or you're not being a good Christian, or, it's all of that stuff that you're going to hear as the cacophony of BS on the outside. You must hold on to the desire to make the change. And then the changes will become easier and easier. But you take a little bit at a time. You can eat an elephant, but you must do it one mouthful at a time.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's really perfect, because what really drew us to the Seth material is just that idea of radical personal responsibility. And it's just like, where does it begin? It begins with ourselves and changing ourselves and looking at our negative beliefs and really diving in there, rolling our sleeves up and saying, what do I believe is true? That I'm creating this reality, that I'm getting these reflections coming back to me. And it's just that, it's like, where do you begin? It's that willingness to look at your own self. It's beautiful. Yeah.
Yeah. That last thing, though, is that you have to also protect your environment inside and out. Absolutely. You have to be careful who you're mouthing off to about what you're doing.
Yes.
Okay?
Yes.
Absolutely. Yeah, that was very, very valuable. Thank you. Thank you for that. I think that's what we have time for.
Very good.
Very good. So, Mickey, thank you so much for joining us here.
You're so welcome.
Coming all the way from England. So yeah, we appreciate your presence, your talk, your energy, and our paths will definitely cross again. So yeah, there'll be more adventures to come. So now we're gonna begin to segue and to shift into yes.
Bye-bye.
Thank you so much, Mickey. Truly beautiful.
Thank everyone. Everyone. Thank you.
Hi, everybody, all the Seth followers at conference attendees. My name is Will Souze. I'm a member of the San Francisco Bay Area Seth community. This is our Seth group that you're going to meet. We've been meeting for 10 years, working through the material, currently on individual and mass events. And what a fantastic year to be looking at that book. And I'm going to turn it over now to Virginia, who is one of our members.
I'll just say hi, I'm Virginia.
And I'm Peter.
Hi, I'm Mitch.
Hi. Hi, I'm Robert.
Otherwise known as a Mitchie member, right? Okay, great. All right. So
So we're going to talk a little bit about how the material, Seth material, has made a difference in our life, how it's been important to us. And Peter's going to get us rolling here.
Fantastic, thank you. Well, my name is Peter, and I was introduced to the Seth material about 6 years ago. And I remember making the phone call to Will saying, hey, can I please join your group? Because I just started reading The Nature of Personal Reality, and everything now in the world makes sense. So the Seth material has been very, very helpful for me, and it's really for three specific reasons. So for the first one is because it's about the message and not the messenger. So much of what we hear today is all about hero worship and what's going on, and what I see about, we're not here to celebrate Jane Roberts, we're not here to celebrate Seth, we're here to celebrate the insights that we're learning from the material. And the material, the message that comes across is so about personal empowerment. It's about helping each of us as individuals realize that we're in control, that we have what it takes to make a difference in our lives, if only we take the chance to make it happen. And the number three reason why I love this material is that it keeps getting better and better. The more I think I understand, the less I understand, because I peel back an onion and more it comes to me. So to me, that's the three things. It's not about the messenger, it's about the message. The message is all about empowerment, and there's so much more that's available for each of us if we bother to spend the time to look into it.
Thank you, Peter. Mitch?
Hi, I'm Mitch. Here's my testimonial. In the late 1970s, I've been reading dozens of books on Eastern mysticism, religions, dreams, and the psychology of consciousness. Now, while attending creative studies at UC Santa Barbara, one of the teachers, a sculptor named John McCracken, offered a class where a few students read and discussed the Seth material. Discovering the Sethian ideas in this class and through the Seth books was Revelation. The primary book I became entranced with was Seth Speaks. Despite all my earlier reading, I never discovered a book that contained so much wisdom, intelligence, and clarity concerning spiritual matters and the underlying nature of reality. Concepts such as the multidimensional self and probable selves inspire me with their elegant complexity and offer me a sense of the grand nature of reality. I've returned to reading the Seth books many times over the years. These works never fail to wake me up to the deeper dimensions of existence and to the truth of consciousness being the primary source of all realities. And that's it, folks.
Thank you, Mitch.
So, hi, I'm Virginia. And let's see, back in the 1970s, a friend of mine gave me this book called Seth Speaks and said I might find it interesting. And not only did I find it interesting, it's really changed my life. And I've basically had it with me throughout all the years and all the travels since then. So I really credit reading the Seth material, which is, it's always new, it's always fresh, even when I've read a book multiple times. And it really helps me to connect into, I'd say, the direct experience of in what way we are all multidimensional beings, and really guiding me in this complexity of how it is that I create my own reality and how to get better at doing that, and how to use dreams and how to use other kinds of altered states of consciousness and other levels of awareness in order to, I'd say, not only improve the quality of my life, but ultimately make things easier and do much more what Seth refers to as value fulfillment. So I think this is one reason why I've been involved in Seth groups off and on, and am delighted to be in more than one actually Seth group right now in the Bay Area. That's it.
Thank you, Virginia. For myself, this week was my father's birthday. He passed about 30 years ago, but I can't help but think about him. And he said he was a Seth reader, and he told me when I was like 15 years old, he said, you know, I have this book that I read. This book, the Seth material it like describes my whole philosophy of life. I found it described in this book.
And you know, I was a kid, so I wasn't really paying attention, but I heard him and I thought, that must be interesting. You know, my dad really likes this book. I like my dad. You have to read it one day. And I did find The Nature of Personal Reality a couple years later on the bookshelf and just was drawn to it and read it. Didn't understand a lot of it, but that part, what I did understand, it was challenging, and it kind of gave me this meta vision for life at a very early kind of age of explaining everything, as Mitch kind of talked about, and Peter just kind of connecting all the dots. And and I was always drawn to a practical, I experienced it in a very practical way. My father immigrated from Hong Kong. He was a very strong, authoritarian kind of person. His parents died young, very old school, you might say. And through reading the material and connecting with others who read it, he really changed his parenting style. You know, all of a sudden we have family meetings, we have communication, we have this flexibility that wasn't there before. So I experienced kind of the power of the material in a very practical way in my family life. So it had that kind of meaning for me. And then as I read the material myself throughout my life for the 20 years, 30 years, I used a lot of the exercises and I found that they worked. Yeah, I mean, these were great. You know, things from breaking up your dreams so you can, you know, you sleep 3 hours and wake up and you record your dreams, to I create my own reality, the power of the present is the point of power, all the things that we know, that we create our own reality, create a visualization, and using that as a tool for changing and doing things. Really, these things really worked, and I did them over and over again. I was actually a Seth reader, I think, for about 30 years before I ever met other Seth readers outside my family, like the people around this group here. And that was about 10 years ago when I started the group, and that's been really fun and different. I'm so glad that I, you know, with the internet could look it up and found, oh, there's a Bay Area Seth community that really exists. I met Paul and he talked about the Walnut Creek group and many people who became very good friends of mine. And that was a whole nother level of understanding, to reach out and just be a part of a community of people who think this way. And all three of those things, my father, my family, the material itself, and then connecting with others has really, it's been the key thing, the most important thing I'd say in my life, and in forming who I am today. And just so grateful that I had this opportunity to both kind of be introduced and then continue with the material. And it's always new. Somebody, did you say, Peter, there's never an end to it. You can read it and reflect on it and read these books over and over again, and it just keeps bearing fruit.
Welcome. It is time for our next speaker. Our next speaker is Dr. Helen Stewart. Now, she was introduced to the Seth material in 1972, and it served as a foundation for her intellectual history as well as her fusion wisdom consciousness. Now, she was a talented intuitive university professor and an academic administrator. And she also helped back in the day moderate the 1990s Seth Forum on CompuServe, which had up to 75,000 members at one time. And she was also part of the well-known Seth Network International. She attended and presented at several of the Seth conferences on the East Coast, as well as the Rocky Mountain Seth Conference. And she helped establish the University of Metaphysical Studies, which was intended to become a full-fledged university. And after retiring, Helen returned to her first loves of reading and writing and thinking about the nature of consciousness and personal reality, mass events, and cosmology. Her special interest is in the emergence of reality from non-physical to physical, that point of creation, and especially as it relates to the creation and constant recreation of the physical body. Helen published her first book in 2013 titled 7 Seconds or Less, From Gut Feeling to Bottom Line in Challenging Areas of Business. And of course, this is about the application of intuition in business. And she continues to work in the area of intuitive management consulting. Now, she's currently working on a 2-volume set of essays and is also working on an annotated memoir called Grits and Granola. Her website is drhelenstewart.com, and you can also find her on Facebook at facebook.com/helen.l.stewart. And so her talk today it really emerges from a question that she asked herself when diagnosed with a life-threatening illness in 2015. She asked herself, did you mean it? And do you really believe in Seth's declaration that we create our own reality? So with that, let us welcome Helen to our etheric virtual stage, and this promises to be an incredible talk. So let's bring her a very warm welcome.
I was born dark-skinned, nappy-headed, left-handed, second, and a girl. My physical body was pretty much an embarrassment, and I was disowned on the maternal side from the very beginning. Like Trevor Noah, I was born a crime. I realize now how much my later politics and metaphysics would be shaped by those early factors, physical factors. My physical body constantly created and recreated in the decades to follow, established a blueprint and a backdrop for most of my questions and answers about the nature of being. It didn't dawn on me until I was preparing my presentation for this year's conference that my entire life has centered around my physical body in some way. My relationship to this body and others' responses to it throughout the decades has framed my experience, whether here or abroad. I have always felt at the deepest levels that my purpose had something to do with ending dualities, or at least making peace with them, with embracing a both and rather than either or options, with making the interplay of opposites a much more neutral experience and an important source of exploration and fun, more than an acquiescence to or struggle against pain. Mine was an abstract purpose, one I found difficult to put into words. It was intellectual, metaphysical, even cosmological in its framing. But it was also intensely and deeply emotional for me. I have come to realize that the way I have been doing my purpose, being that purpose, fulfilling my purpose, discovering true value fulfillment in Seth's terms, is through various expressions in and through my physical body over time. Pretty dialectical, if you ask me. Some might even say downright diabolical. What a surprise. Here I am, this heady, absent-minded professor, and I'm anchored to a physical body that I love to scold, just so I could eventually come to understand the nature and non-locality of consciousness. Here's a quote from Seth in Seth Speaks. There are obviously those who identify with the body more completely than others. Generally speaking, there is an optimum point of focus in physical reality, a period of intensification that has nothing to do with duration. It can last for a week or 30 years, and from then onward, it begins to dwindle and imperceptibly shift to other layers of reality. Seth continues now. A crisis, particularly in very early or very late life, may so shatter the personality's identification with the body that he vacates it temporarily. He may do one of many things. He may leave so completely that the body goes into coma. If the body consciousness has also suffered shock. If the shock is psychological and the body consciousness is still operating more or less normally, that he may revert to an earlier reincarnational personality. In such a case, this is simply a regression that often passes. And that was Seth. So for me, in my time on the planet this time around, I have experienced this body shock multiple times, but stopped short of death or dissociation and recovered each time. Most recently, just a few months ago. On the other hand, my deceased long-term partner lived that shock in extreme form and eventually developed what is known formally as dissociative identity disorder and never fully recovered. In fact, the only thing the doctors could settle on for the record as her cause of death at the age of 66 was post-traumatic stress disorder. This was a woman who had never been in the military, never been to war in some foreign country, but her childhood was a relentless physical and psychological war zone. As she began dying, which ended up being a very long process over several years, various components of her complex personality literally died at various times. After being decidedly right-handed for the entire time I knew her, some 33 years, she became uniquely left-handed for an extended period of time in the last months of her life. Her speech shifted, and so did her behavior. Sometimes she was what we call street and acted out in public to my horror and embarrassment. Sometimes she was incredibly cruel. Sometimes she was tender and sweet and funny. Sometimes she was well educated with impeccable subject-verb agreement. Sometimes she was distant and clearly elsewhere. A modest Middle Eastern male ruler whose sole focus was the welfare of his people. And sometimes she was the most present, loving, wise person I've ever known. Most often male, sometimes female, always in charge. Can you imagine living in that situation without the understanding of the Seth material to help me make sense of these most unusual circumstances? It took years and the mentorship of a friend who specialized professionally in dissociative disorders to figure things out. What a household. But I didn't get cancer. I didn't have time to get sick. I mentioned in my introductory video that in 2015, I faced serious medical challenges. I was diagnosed with metastatic cancer and given at most about 2 months to live. My new love and my new household were remarkably sane and filled with ease. Why now? In many ways, that diagnosis was a significant wake-up call. It forced me to listen to my physical body as it signaled to me that at last it was time to get back on track with my purpose, to let others take care of themselves, which they could do quite well, thank you very much. But first, a brief detour in the past and then back to the future. In the 1940s, given the realities of 2 world wars and their aftermath, boys were prized while girls were necessary burdens and workhorses. Skin color mattered much more than race, since we lived in segregated communities and everyone else around us was Black. We didn't think so much about race. but gender roles dominated everything. My mother, the only relatively dark one of her other 8 siblings, regularly wondered out loud and very directly to me if the nursery had gotten the babies mixed up when I popped out looking nothing like the Black Hamptons, who were largely indistinguishable from the White Hamptons in her small hometown in North Carolina. I looked nothing like my maternal aunts, uncles, and cousins who had light skin, brown and red hair, and hazel eyes. I must be a Stewart, not a Hampton. A Stewart, those darker, uppity Boston relatives from whom my father's side of the family sprang. Furthermore, it was still a thing in the 1940s to consider left-handedness the mark of Satan or a propensity toward evil doing. I am forever grateful to my mother for trying, with some success, I might add, to turn me into a less sinful appearing, right-handed person. I was reading as well as an adult before the first grade, trussed up in stockings, girdle, and gloves by the age of 10, showcasing manners befitting a chaplain's daughter early on. I became easily ambidextrous, sported a fairly legible and acceptable right-handed penmanship, while still maintaining a mean left-handed ace shot in ping pong. There was a long stretch when I was unable to see the gift in my parents' actions, focusing only on those parts I considered repressive. I was angry, and I was angry for a long time. By the time I encountered Max Weber and his concept of the Protestant ethic in graduate school, and then Jane Roberts and the sinful self in the Seth books and Jane books, I knew I had found home. I could at last make sense of the world and my place in it as a Black woman in this skin and this body in this time. I could appreciate the efforts of my parents to prepare and protect me in what was often a hostile environment. Equipped with these new tools, I could finally end the sense of dualism and otherness that haunted me from day one. I could notice the interplay of my own inner and outer senses, interact with my counterpart selves, reincarnational, probable selves, and register the senses and sensibilities of others reflected back to me in our shared co-creations. I could claim my individuality as part of a whole, and I could find agency in my every action. I was no longer at the effect of other people's definitions. I had choice, and I accepted personal responsibility. I was, after all was said and done, a powerful, unique expression of all that is. Now student, now teacher, now peer, all now. But it took me a long time to get there. There were many twists and turns, multiple surgeries, several times when I could have transitioned off the planet completely from physical illness or physical attack or emotional trauma, the kind that Seth spoke about. And then there was the pleasant shock. It was a shock, but it was a pleasant one of traveling to Africa and being in the racial majority, even if I remained an outsider. While nobody here in the US would date me, I was stopping traffic in Abidjan. Finally came the discovery that being Black was an advantage, not necessarily a disadvantage in my high-level university posts and private consulting, especially in Europe. So I was ambidextrous, ambisexual, ambilingual, ambicultural, ambi anything you could think of. I was definitely not an either or being. I was the daughter of a Methodist minister who was reading The Third Eye by a Tibetan monk named Lobsang Rampa in the 5th grade. I was a true third culture kid, one whose formative years was spent abroad in Asia, Europe, and Africa, one who belonged nowhere and everywhere all at once, a perpetual outsider who could be comfortable with anybody, anywhere. What a perfect framework for exploring reincarnation, counterpart selves, cluster incarnations, probabilities, and the spacious present. What a tool for understanding who in the world, like my former partner, would switch identities in the middle of a sentence or a perceived threat. From feeling as if I had been born a crime, I came to realize that I couldn't have set up a better set of circumstances for playing a role in transcending duality than the one laid out for me. I thought seemingly by others, who of course in their own and very direct words didn't like me very much. I realized that I was a full participant and even director in this theater. I was past 70 when I finally embraced my physicality. I loved my kinky hair, loved my dark skin, loved looking healthy and youthful, loved my mind, loved having a partner who thought I was beautiful and smart and smelled good, loved having a fabulous relationship with my granddaughter. Even though I produced no biological offspring of my own and loved setting my own schedule, I was flying high. Then at the height of this perfect life, at this perfect weight, in this perfect Hawaii location, in my safe universe, I was diagnosed with metastatic cancer and given 2 months to live at most. I mean, just like that. What? Done. What in the world had happened? How in the world could such a thing come to pass? What was I overlooking? I had been a Seth reader since 1972. What had I missed? What was my body telling me that my conscious mind could not permit my facing? So the unraveling begins. If I were working with a client, of course, it would be natural for me to say, ask the question, why now? Of course, I'd be working with someone else and forgot to look in the mirror and ask myself, why now? Then it hit. I began to feel sick around the time my granddaughter got engaged. I had spent 35 years being a world-class codependent and family caregiver, co-parent of 2 generations, when I insisted I was never going to be a mother, partly because I feared I'd be a terrible one. Suddenly, having derailed and detoured my own career to be Florence Nightingale for others, there was no one left to save. My partner of 33 years had died, and her granddaughter was on her own and about to get married. My identity had been tied up in their needs and dramas, so much so that I had forgotten the commitment I made to myself at the early age of 4 years old to fulfill my purpose in this world. I was divorced, then widowed. My new partner from Hawaii was quite at ease, taking care of herself, thank you very much. Didn't need to be saved. And I was, for the first time in 45 years, no longer head of household. She was good at running things and insisted on continuing to do that. When I left California, I packed up, got rid of almost every object that had my name and style on it, and moved to Hawaii with about 30 banker-sized boxes full of books and paper, not much else, and a Chihuahua who was still grieving his real mother, my former partner who had died. Chaco was a high desert Mexican dog, not a lush tropical one, and he never really made the adjustment. He died 2 years after the move. So for me, there was literally no one else to take care of. Here's what Seth has to say in The Way Toward Health. Before health problems show, there is always a loss of self-respect or expression. Pretty simple. Before health problems show, there is always a loss of self-respect or expression. I had shaped my self-respect through the lives of others. And that need for me and that self-respect no longer existed. So on one hand, I was more myself than I had ever been in this new location, happy as a clam. On the other hand, I was no longer in charge, no longer the mother, martyr, manager I had become accustomed to being for almost 40 years. A new probable Helen had popped in, and the old one was angry and dying. In this case, it turns out, quite literally. There was no place for her, no need for her, and she was feeling unceremoniously kicked to the curb. So since that time of initial diagnosis, now almost 6 years ago, that old probable Helen still shows up now and then, reminding me who I used to be and what my value used to be based on. Struggle, sacrifice, and pain. I have been within 6 inches of a brick wall more times than I care to count in these past few years, and yet each time I decide to stay. Each time I decide to risk embracing these new non-codependent probabilities. It scares the bejesus out of me, I have to tell the truth, and I almost risk checking out. I am afraid that I may indeed fail to fulfill what I declared was my own unique purpose. Fail to find my fun. Fail to complete those other books in my lineup. Fail to let my codependency go once and for all. Fail to find my true and truly independent voice. Each time I approach one of these moments, the medication fails to keep the cancer at bay. We race around trying to find a new one. I get nervous, I get sick, I'm in excruciating pain. I almost give up and give in. I almost literally die. From a Seth perspective, I think I do die. That probable self does disappear. Just like my former partner, a portion of me dies while the entity remains eternally intact, remembering all, embracing all, incorporating all in this now and present moment. I just manage the portals and the transitions better than she did. So then all of a sudden, some new cancer protocol shows up in the nick of time. And we are off on another K-drama, another exciting episode of Did You Mean It? Do you really believe it when you claim responsibility for creating your own reality, Helen? Do you believe you live in a safe universe when the world around you seems to be falling apart? Do you really need to run into that jerk in the store who decided to sick floor walkers on you to make sure you didn't steal, even here in Hawaii, in the land of aloha? Or that restaurant waiter who called you a monkey in your neighborhood just 2 minutes from where you live? Do you really still believe your worth? Or were you faking it when you thought you were over it? Over it about all that race and gender inequality and homophobia stuff. Here's what Seth has to say about cancer. Behind the entire problem, however, is the fear of using one's full power or energy. Behind the entire problem, however, is the fear of using one's full power or energy. Cancer patients most usually feel an inner impatience as they sense their own need for future expansion and development, only to feel it thwarted. That's from The Way Toward Health. So there it is. Oops, there it is. Each day I'm offered multiple opportunities to create my own reality. I can create my past reality again. I can create my new reality of joy, here and now, or my future reality, yet undefined and unexplored. Now I just have to answer that pesky question that bugs me all the time. Did you mean it, Helen? Did you really mean it? Do you still mean it? If not, we have a way to help you out, either literally or metaphorically. You choose. And in the meantime, we'll wait for your orders. Okay, so let's get down to the nitty gritty. Let's talk about cancer. Now, one quick aside, by the way, if you got this far in this presentation, you know that I talked a little bit about dissociative identity disorder. And it's not a topic that really normally hits the mainstream at all. Funny, after I finished recording, I looked at the day's paper yesterday, and guess what? In the New York Times is an article about dissociative identity disorder. Who knew? When you think about this from a Seth perspective, it's just a hoot. I have never seen such an article before. I haven't spent much time talking about it or thinking about it. It came up because of this talk. And then on the very same day, there shows up in the New York Times, no less, an article about dissociative identity disorder. These synchronicities are really at the heart of all of this. And I bring it up because it's also at the heart of my own cancer story. One of the things that happened was the doctor told me once I was finally diagnosed that apparently I'd had this for a long time. My symptoms were not typical. What was happening was that I was feeling pain in my legs. And then when they ran tests, I was diagnosed with breast cancer. I mean, come on. How do you get breast cancer through a leg diagnosis? But that's where the pain was, that's where they looked. And when they checked, there were absolutely no cancer cells in my breast, but they found them in my legs. And then that made me go back and think about a colleague with whom we worked at UMS, University for Metaphysical Studies, back in Santa Fe 15 or more years ago. And she's from South Africa. Went back home to visit her family, gave me a call and said she was not going to be able to come back and work with me at UMS because she had pains in her legs, got diagnosed with cancer, and she was dead in 5 weeks. She said, I'm not coming back to Santa Fe. She left wherever it was that she had gone to visit her children, and she was gone. I hadn't thought about that in years, and then all of a sudden, I'm going to see a naturopath because I've got trouble with my legs. And the naturopath is the one, not the physicians at Kaiser. The naturopath is the one who said, hey, you better go check out, see if you can get some tests for cancer. So already there are all of these past, present linkages that just don't seem to make any sense at all. The doctors were going to have me, at that point, I was really quite sick, it turns out. And they were basically going to do the same thing with me they did with my friend in South Africa. Check me into the hospital right now and let me just go on my way. I said, no, you know, I want to go home. Thank you for sharing. Thank you for giving me this very interesting news, which I could not fathom. Breast cells in my legs. Okay. But I want to go home. So already this was weird. And then, weirdly enough, we were talking, my partner and I were talking with family about this. And it turns out that her nephew was in the biopharmacy business. And within the last 6 months, he had helped to bring a new cancer drug specifically for the treatment of breast cancer to market. It was not well known, and he said, hey, you guys, we talked with us, and he said, check out this drug. Now remember, they had told me I'd had this for a long time, maybe as long as 30 years. He said, oh, why don't you have your doctors, your oncologists, check out this new drug. This is my partner's nephew bringing a drug to market on less than 6 months before my diagnosis. Turns out it was a fabulous drug. It was my first line protocol. And that became, based on my experience at Kaiser, their standard treatment for newly diagnosed patients with breast cancer. I mean, how do you make this stuff up? How do we have these things happen where somebody that I played ukulele with refers me to a naturopath who says, go check out, because you got this leg stuff, go check out a Western doctor who says, oh, by the way, you don't have any tumors in your breast, but you got breast cells in your legs and they're malignant. And then the nephew of the girlfriend says, oh, by the way, there's this new drug. Try it, you'll like it. And I did. It was fabulous, 24, 25, 29 months of extraordinary health, extraordinarily improved health based on probabilities that were just flying all over the place. So then the other thing is, so we get that, that's kind of cool, you know, we kind of go, wow, if he hadn't told us about that, I might have been on a different drug, I would have had a completely different experience with this probable outcome. So then I go and visit my oncologist at Kaiser, and some people have very positive relationships with Kaiser, some negative, depends on your experience. But I get a young whippersnapper doctor who's cool. But one of the first things I do when I go to see him, Ms. Seth here, is, look, let me tell you something, doctor. I have not always been old. Don't mess with me. And you know, and we have developed this absolutely remarkable relationship. And of course, looking at me, and I'm Black, he goes, right on, right on. I said, look, I haven't always been old. Don't mess with me. He said, yeah, right on. So we laughed together. And this physician has learned to accept in his own way my definition and my worldview. So the word I use, I don't say to him, you create your own reality and you can't kill me and I can only kill myself. I don't go into all that. What I say to my providers is, I'm a minimalist. I don't say I'm a Seth reader, I say I'm a minimalist, you know. The best we can accomplish with the least amount of intervention is where I want to go. Because I perceive these things to be biofeedback mechanisms for me to tell me what I need to do on the inside in order to accomplish value fulfillment, success, life, living on the outside. So my whole team now has me written down in the records as a minimalist. Are you willing to try this? Would you like to try this? Yes, you know, maybe now we'll watch this, and then maybe later we'll look up something else. I've got an entire fabulous team of people who give me information in a variety of ways, through conversation, through tests, through, I get monthly marker checkups. And those things give me hints about what I need to be doing, thinking, deciding, acting upon. What have I noticed? What have I not noticed? What have I missed? How am I getting off track? And abandoning, once again, my purpose, my timetable, my own desire for a fulfilling life. I had one physician just tell me, you know, I was in a lot of pain. And I had one physician say to me, you know, Helen, why are you holding on? This may be the moment where you just let go and leave. Well, I guess I was too ornery to do that, but I heard her. It's like, you know, you're pretty close to the brick wall here again. Do you want to go? Do you want to stay? If so, how do you go? How do you stay? And why are you still here? And that was probably 4 years ago. And this physician, who has since been promoted at Kaiser, sent me the most beautiful email before she stopped being my primary care provider. And she said, thank you to me, the patient. Thank you. I learned so much from you. And I will always appreciate that relationship. And I have a new physician here, a young physician. And I would love for her to work with you because I think you will help her become also a better doctor. So this is this interplay. Do I say, I'm a Seth reader, I'm a Seth reader. I don't take any drugs. I don't take any tests. I just sit in my corner, meditate, go on, and assume that if I live, I decided, and if I die, I decided. It's always, for me, an interplay. I'm not pro or against naturopathy or Western medicine or, who knows, pet therapy. But I use those moments to give me information from the outside that helps me work with my own inner fears, beliefs, desires, wishes, measurements of joy. And that has been a most remarkable journey. So every month I get my markers, I get my little stories about how I'm doing. And sometimes one marker's going down and the other one's going up. And they go, well, that's really unusual, Helen. We don't usually see that. Either we see a trend, there are two they use with me. We see a trend up or we see a trend down. But you, ambidextrous, all those other things I talked about earlier, you're going in two different directions at the same time. What is this? We don't see this. I giggle, I think about it, and I realize that in that moment, I am at the intersection of another choice, another decision. What's it going to be? And that in that moment, I am choosing the next of a zillion probable realities I'm going to experience. And it's awful to say, my poor partner has been through a lot with me. How can I say, this is really interesting, Sometimes it's even fun to see and realize the power of choosing life or death, of choosing treatment, of choosing purpose and joy. And even in those moments, I've chosen some pretty excruciating pain and said, then at that moment, beam me up, Scotty. If there's one thing I'll check out, it's really intense pain. And I've even found myself in those moments of despair, which come and go. Oh, Helen, you really did it this time. I don't know if you're going to be able to come out of this one. You've taken it too far. You've tested, you've pushed the boundaries too much. Look at this, you've gotten yourself in trouble again. So then I'm back at each one of these crossroads, each one of these intersections, reminding myself, what was it? You said something about purpose when you were 4. What was it that you said you were going to do and you haven't done yet? Well, here we go. It's like, well, yeah, you published the one book, but you had a list of 4. How's it going? I'm in a little writing group. How much writing of my own am I doing? How am I drifting toward codependency and doing other people's work instead of my own? How am I finishing something that I said I want to finish? And when I get to that moment of just about going, warmer, cooler, warmer, closer, farther away, something kicks my butt and says, come here, girl, come on back. What's your purpose? And so I'm learning to say no. I'm learning to say, can't do it this week. Well, after next Thursday, let's do it. instead of course, and then drop everything and then get pissed off. I'm learning to say, you know what? Not now, but in a week, or not until April, or whatever it is. So my old issues of putting my life on hold present me with the opportunity to go back to those old issues, back, forward, backwards, back to the future, and drudge up that old crap again, or say, you know what? Carve out your time, book an appointment for yourself, write. So now I'm in a writing group. We meet 3 times a week. Show up. I've only missed a couple of times. One, getting ready for this presentation. But what I've been doing was writing while my group was writing. It's just that I wasn't sitting there writing with them on the screen because I was doing this. I'm still giving back in various ways. I'm involved in local politics, national politics. I try to support people behind the scenes, you know. I find ways to be of service that don't destroy identity in ways that make me feel good about the service I give, and not about a martyr who's doing someone else's life instead of her own. So, a couple questions that I ask myself all the time while I deal with these challenges. By the way, the next time you see me, I may not have any hair. The hair that I finally love to learn to love is disappearing. It may keep disappearing or not, because my honey found out something about a product that actually soothes the scalp. Who knows whether I'll have hair or not? I may have it, I may lose it, whatever. In each of those moments, I am choosing. So I ask myself, and maybe you can ask yourself, what one action or priority will put me back in the center of my life? What one thing can I do today, in this moment, that will center me in my life? That's one question. And I try to ask that question in one form or another every day. Second question, what gifts did I not express that need to be expressed? And what dreams do I have left to be fulfilled? Why am I still here? What is it that I want to show and share like this? Those questions center and anchor me. And those are the questions, frankly, that keep me alive, both literally and metaphysically. So look for those questions and answers for yourself and see what you come up with. It is possible to live with cancer. It is possible to die with cancer. It is possible to live without it and die without it. And of course, Seth says, if you want to live, nothing can kill you. And if you want to die, nothing can save you. That's where we are. So thank you for watching me grow and evolve over the years that we've known each other. And thank you as a community for helping me stay anchored in this reality, in this time. We do this together, and we do it through our shared interest in the Seth material. I miss Mary. I miss Mike Stephan. I miss Rob, with whom I communicated for years. But I also am immersed in this amazing now, where they can dart in and out, I can dart in and out, and you dart in and out of my life. And I appreciate you for that. So Now it's time for questions and answers. I hope I haven't talked the whole way through. All right.
Welcome, everybody, for the live Q&A portion. We're super excited here. We've got Lilia and myself, and now we have Dr. Helen Stewart with us, joining us. So we're super excited to kick things off into the live Q&A section. So I'm going to hand it over to Lilia, see if you have any enticing questions, lovely questions that are coming in from the audience.
Definitely. And we have a really interesting one to open up with. How do clues to other probable selves show up in the physical body?
Yeah, thanks for that. You know, there are so many stories, we could go off on this, but things like my being uncomfortable with anything tight around my neck.
Mm.
And I found that I have necklaces and scarves, and I used to have all these wonderful things, but there was a time, not anymore, there was a time when I couldn't stand anything around my neck. And as I started exploring this, I kept a dream journal for years, realized I'd been hanged. And that shows up. Or standing in the kitchen, not wanting knives to stay in the dish drain because of some notion. And then I found out that I don't know what I was doing to deserve it, but in several different lifetimes, I had been stabbed to death. So it shows up not only in the physical body, but also shows up in the environment, literally in the environment. A couple of other things. There was a time when I would go back and forth between the Northeast and where my parents were. We'd have to drive through Maryland. And I was, as a passenger or as a driver, I would get these heart palpitations whenever we crossed the border into Maryland. And I'm going, what is this? My dad was stationed there just before he retired. I had no particular connection with Maryland in this time. And even if I were a passenger and was sleeping, I would wake up like, bah, as soon as we land in Maryland. And I realized at some point through other journeys, whether dream work or regression work, that I had been a runaway slave and had either been running through Maryland, taking other people through Maryland, I'm not sure. So that was a place that triggered. Or I lived in Germany. And when I went to school in Cambridge, there was a German restaurant, a Ratskeller, in Cambridge. And I found, while I loved the food and I loved the place, you had to go down these steps to go into this restaurant, and I would start getting nervous. I stopped going. Well, I actually lived in Germany in this time. I actually felt very much and several times to be connected to World War II. So I was born in 1942, but I had these concurrent lifetimes where it was impossible to be both a Polish Jew, a German, and a French resistance worker all at the same time. And yet that's exactly what my experience showed.
Counterparts.
So there's birthmarks. Sometimes if you have a birthmark, it's a clue. And I remember doing a regression with somebody who had a huge birthmark on their thigh. And I was going, what is this about? You know, we call it a birthmark, like it's the parents may think it's a problem with the child.
It's like an echo coming in.
Like an echo. It turns out the person had been a sailor and was killed being in battle and then dumped overboard from the ship. And in this time was a different gender, but had this huge birthmark on the leg, where in that regression, the person had been beaten, or, you know, and whatever happens in war. So there, when you have these weird sensations that come out of nowhere, they're coming out of somewhere.
Right.
Whether whether you pay attention or not. Anyway, I don't want to go on too long about that.
Yeah, there's no accidents. It's like everything, there's so many layers of reality happening simultaneously, and we're just tuning into one thread of it. But sometimes we see echoes of the other threads coming in, and the overlays, and it's really amazing. All the feelings, they don't exist in a vacuum. There's always something there. There's no randomness, so to speak. It's like there's always a thread we can follow and discover.
And so they're clues. Point at something in your body and go, what's that from? Why that?
Right.
You know, and then see what happens. You know, make it up.
Right. That's one way to open the psychic, is literally just let your imagination open those channels, prime the pump, so to speak. Great. So any other questions,
Yes.
Lilia?
What advice would you have, Helen, for caregivers working with loved ones who are facing a life-threatening illness when they themselves do not subscribe to a Sethian type of perspective and the caregiver does?
Well, you know, a threshold approach for me is you meet people where they are. I don't say to somebody who's dying, oh, it's okay, you're going to live again, or you're not really going to die because Seth told me so. You know, I don't know if I'd go there. One of the things I would do is, one, take care of myself. There is clear data that many people who are caregivers sometimes die before the person they're taking care of. And I remember a colleague in New Mexico who's very famous, and her daughter, her 55-year-old daughter, with whom she had been estranged, came home to take care of her. The daughter died before her 93-year-old mother did. So the other thing is find out use this as an opportunity to know who you are and what you believe. Permit the person who is going through this their own experience, because one of the things, having been on both ends of this spectrum, give the person a chance to hurt, to grieve, to feel pain. Don't shape their experience for them, and don't ignore your own. One, we're all connected. Get some help. I mean, I was lucky. Hospice was 1 block from our house. My partner died at home. A hospice just happened to be 1 block from where we lived. And we started to open up a hospice cafe because the hospice workers would love to come and talk to somebody who approached death in a similar kind of way, who could be light about it, who could be open about it. That Seth orientation helped me be present for them and serve them while they were being present for us and serving us. So, don't take it all on. Don't take it personally. It's not all about me, sorry. My reality is all about me. And you, even if I want you to stay, maybe you don't want to stay. Seth says, you want to die? Nothing can keep you here. You want to live? Nothing can kill you. So give up the responsibility for another person's living or dying. Sorry, we just don't have that power.
Yeah, so something that makes me think of this idea of we're responsible to show up as ourselves, but we can't be responsible for other people. Just a nice way of differentiating that.
And be with the person, whatever that person's worldview, be with them and be with them in their world for this important moment.
Thank you. Well said. Sort of a follow-up to that we had from Lee Sinclair. Were there any particular reasons why your identity became tied up with taking care of others? And as a follow-up, do you have any advice about shifting away from an identity that is no longer constructive?
Oh, how much time do we got?
Yeah, right.
I think that may have to be our last question.
Yeah. A couple of things about that. One, I could say something like, well, I was brought up in a codependent family.
Mm-hmm.
You know, a lot of people who are codependents have parents who drink. Neither of mine did. They have mental illness in the family, which often shows up in similar fashion to substance abuse. I could find all kinds of out there explanations for why I became a world-class. I mean, one of my friends said, Helen, you are a world-class codependent. And you know what? I haven't found anybody who was worse than I was. I'm saying was because I think I'm working on it. But that's true. The shift, I think, comes from one being hit over the head with a 2x4.
Mm-hmm.
Are you going to live or die? For me, the shift came with falling in love again with someone who didn't need to be saved, who gave me and we'd known each other for 45 years, but didn't become partners until a few years ago, who gave me the opportunity to be a different, probable Helen, knowing my past, knowing my family before, who said, you know what, it's okay. You can be different now. And I think that matters. So choose your friends, choose what you read, what you eat, where you go, how you spend your time. It's when I say, did you mean it? That's what I mean about 24/7. In every moment, having cereal or not this morning, or was it going to be oatmeal? Or was it going to be something that I thought somebody else might like instead of me? In every moment, looking for inner resources and good company to say, I like you when you're not codependent. More of that.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. So finding others to reflect that back to you.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And finding it, you don't have to go out, you know, just allowing, permitting, being found.
What a grace to be with someone who just allows you to be your true natural self and supports that. What an amazing
goodness
gift to receive. Yeah.
And my advice is don't wait till you're 70 like I did for it to show up. Not early.
And in perfect timing, which I believe we are there.
At the end mark, okay. Sounds good. We covered some nice ground. Thank you, Helen, for being here for this live segment so we could get a little interaction with the audience. We'll definitely, very good chances we'll meet again as we already have in our first interview. So thank you. Thank you for being with us, for joining us here.
And thank you for being here.
Yeah.
And permitting this. Thank you.
Yes, yes.
Great pleasure, Helen. Thank you so, so much.
All right. So.
Welcome. It is time for our sixth and final speaker on this lovely Saturday of the California Seth Conference. And our last speaker today will be none other than Ejay Jamb. Some of you may have already been familiar with her, as she is the founder of Seth Network Australia, as well as the administrator of Seth Network Scotland. So she has been a Seth reader for 33 long years and has gained much insight from the teachings. And today, Ejay will be speaking on Self-Disapproval, a story of flagellation. Now, I have to say I'm very excited about Ejay's talk because I can truly relate to this dilemma. And of course, many of us, if we're honest with ourselves, we can relate to beating ourselves up and berating ourselves and being hard on ourselves. So I sincerely look forward to what insight she has to offer on this particular vulnerable and powerful topic. So let's give Ejay a really warm, heartfelt welcome to our etheric, to our virtual stage.
Hello, and welcome to the California Seth Conference of 2021, now in a new digital format and freely available to everyone. We have Tom Leichhardt and Jeff Kiefer to thank for making it all happen. You guys are my heroes. Thank you. I presented at the last physical California Seth Conference held in San Mateo in 2015, and I feel so blessed to have met Lawrence Davidson. He was absolutely adorable. And as most of you know, he was a student of Seth and Jane. He organised the iconic and long-standing California Seth Conferences for many years, but passed from this reality in 2016. His legacy lives on, and I'm thrilled that we can continue to share Seth with the world. I met lots of other great people at that 2015 conference, but the highlight was meeting two remarkable people who drove across the US from Arkansas to meet me and hear my presentation. I was incredibly flattered, and we became fast friends. Jan and Jim Precure, I love you guys and miss you so much. Can't wait to see you both again. After all that, I guess I better introduce myself. My name is Ejay, and I'm from Queensland, Australia. Couldn't miss the accent, right? I've been a Seth reader for 33 years, and in 2014 I founded the Seth Network Australia Facebook group, which is now more than 2,000 strong and growing. I also took over the Seth Network Scotland group in 2015 to keep it from shutting down when the admin no longer had time for it. I am deeply grateful to my friend Linda English for administering the groups when I had been unable to do so this past year. Linda also administers other Seth groups and is incredibly dedicated to the Seth material. Thank you, Linda. I love and admire you and can't wait to come visit when travel is normalised again. I also want to thank Linda Madden-Dahl for her ongoing friendship and support. She has written 8 award-winning Seth-based books and is a legend in the Seth community. Hi, Linda. Lastly, I would like to thank Chris Galpin, admin for Fans of Seth Facebook group, who I don't know and have never met, but who created the Seth search engine Finding Seth, which makes it so easy to search for pretty well anything in most of the Seth books. Thanks, Chris. You're amazing. I am honoured to be here today and share my perspective on the Seth material. Just to let you know, I am irreverent, not so serious much of the time, write humorous poetry and stories, and have a dark, offbeat sense of humour. You've been warned. Conversely, I'm talking about a pretty serious subject today. Go figure. Because this was pre-recorded, I pretty well wrote this in my undies, slurping coffee or wine whenever I could squeeze in an hour or two of writing. I didn't even have to put my lippy on at 3 or 4 in the morning to present due to time differences. This digital conferencing thing has a lot going for it. I may look dressed from the waist up, but what I'm wearing on the bottom is a mystery. If anyone wants to get an impression of what I'm wearing on the bottom, just for the fun of it, let me know at the end of the presentation. I'll stand up and expose the nether portions. I guarantee I'm not naked. We do paper bag experiments in our Seth groups in order to develop our inner senses, and it's boisterous and entertaining. And this will just be another variation of that game. Stay tuned for the reveal. Before we begin, I would like to acknowledge my lovely friend Mary Dillman, who was my fellow presenter at the 2015 California Seth Conference and who passed from this reality not long ago into new adventures, and was researcher extraordinaire of all things Seth Jane and Rob. She is sorely missed, and even though I know how this works, I'm saddened to have such a dedicated Seth friend and supporter of the material leave this reality. Thank you, Mary, for all you did for the Seth material and those of us who love it. I would also like to pay my respects to Rich Kendall, who was a student of Seth and Jane, who also passed from this reality a few months ago, and who wrote about his experiences with them. His books, The Road to Elmira, Stories I Never Told Grandma, and Seth Inspired, can be purchased through Amazon. His blog is still available to read at richkendallblog.wordpress.com. On to self-disapproval, the story of self-flagellation. Let's start with the definition of disapproval from dictionary.com. Disapproval, the act or state of disapproving, a condemnatory feeling, look or utterance, censure. When Tom told me the conference was focused on everyday Seth and applying the concepts to our daily lives, I had just read a few passages from the Personal Sessions books about Jane and Rob's self-disapproval. I thought self-disapproval is pretty well endemic to all of us, and so the subject matter for this presentation was settled. To start the ball rolling, let's have Seth's opinion. When you really believe disapproval to be a virtue, and you believe in virtue, then you obviously find yourselves in a position where the more you disapprove of yourself, the better person you think you are. A contradiction of the most insidious nature. For how can you approve of a self you disapprove of? When we disapprove of ourselves, we are metaphorically flogging who and what we are, as Christian monks were wont to do over the centuries, using a horsehair whip, hoping for absolution of their sins by a vengeful God. Seth stated above the insidiousness of virtue linked with self-disapproval. So today I want to talk about self-disapproval and the devastating effects it has on our psyche. I also want to offer up Seth's explanations about self-disapproval and his suggestions on what to do to change it, and how to approve of our uniqueness in the face of a fickle and often shallow society. Some of you might say, oh, come on, Ejay, we know all about disapproval. We don't need you to tell us about it. And I would agree. We do know about disapproval. And we, every single one of us, has experienced it from others and ourselves. But are we actually aware of the real impact of self-disapproval on our lives? It can be terribly severe for many people who spend a lifetime struggling with the emotional and physical effects of habitual self-disapproval. Seth discussed it many times in reference to Jane and Rob's personal lives in the Personal Sessions books, trying to help them understand and change their own self-disapproval, because it had such a major effect on their lives, especially Jane's. Most of you know that when Seth talked about Jane, he called her Rupert, her entity name, and Rob he called Joseph. He said, Rupert has not had his own approval. The physical symptoms are the physical materialization of that disapproval. They serve as a constant reminder of his imperfections. But imperfections in relationship to what? The same to a lesser extent applies to you, meaning Rob. If you're a Seth reader, you know approval and disapproval are based on beliefs. And if you are aware of what you approve or disapprove of, then it's a great way to start uncovering negative beliefs and a great method to become more aware of what you think is true. Seth explains that if you want to know what you think of yourself, then ask yourself what you think of others, and you will find your answer. We make so many split-second decisions based on our beliefs every moment of the day, Do we ever stop and think, wait, what? What was the basis of that verbal fart? And exclaim to the unfortunate person talking to you, let me stop myself right there and get to the bottom of my belief pile immediately, in case I have a dementia moment later and forget to investigate the underlying beliefs once I'm home. Fat chance. And if you did, most people would think you're in need of medication. I actually have forgotten to interrogate myself, examine myself a couple of times once I'd gotten home because I got distracted. Personally, I'm generally on automatic pilot during the day, and most of us wouldn't even think of digging into the quicksand of our beliefs while going about our business. It would be incredibly impractical, and honestly, I can't go through my day second-guessing why I've decided something is negative or positive, even though I might internally signal myself for later exploration if an emotional alarm goes off in my head. That's the self-observation Seth talks about. But right then, it just is at that moment, while I'm busy getting things done or being on time or late and doing what we all do with our daily schedules, routines, and obligations. It's only later when I have quiet time that I start to contemplate the nature of some of my beliefs and why different things are negative or positive to me. Seth told a friend of Jane and Rob's, observe yourself in conversation. I do not mean to watch yourself so closely that you cannot think, but observe your own reactions and your thoughts. I've noticed that there is a part of me, almost like a vigilant little grandma, sitting on my shoulder, listening to my conversations, and sometimes pursing her lips and shaking her head with disapproval at things I've said or things other people have said to me. For example, why did I disapprove of my friend's statement about being a woman? Did I think she was being sexist? Did I think she was old-fashioned in her views? Shoulder Granny was vigorously nodding her head, and from my perspective, she was being sexist and old-fashioned. But I don't judge her for her beliefs, and I still love my friend and accept her beliefs are different than mine. If I couldn't accept our differences, then I would have to walk away from her and find people to be around whose beliefs were more in line with my own, like probably you guys. Or maybe not. Because if we can't accept differences of opinion, we might just create adversity and conflict on an individual and mass basis. And isn't that how wars started? I mean, look at recent world events with its overabundance of fear and loathing, not just in Las Vegas, but everywhere. It showed us all too clearly how hysteria and panic can overtake whole cities and countries, mass events. When Seth talked about the Jonestown mass suicides in Guyana in 1978, he called it an epidemic of beliefs, and that's what I imagine he would have said about the current world situation. Here's Seth. The adult who falls prey to a flu epidemic has little conscious awareness of his own reasons for such a situation. He does not understand the mass suggestions involved or his own reasons for accepting them. He is usually convinced instead that his body has been invaded by a virus, despite his own personal approval or disapproval. Despite his own personal approval or disapproval. He is therefore a victim, and his sense of personal power is eroded. That's how emphatically he made the point. He repeated, despite his own personal approval or disapproval, which he rarely ever did. So, disapproval is a very powerful factor in our psyche and can be extremely harmful individually and en masse. Let's face it, we all want approval and acceptance, but at what cost? The question is, what might we have to give up to be approved of by others? At home, at work, and in society, we're surrounded by expectations of how we should behave and speak, as well as our expectations of ourselves. And that's why Seth advocated to Jane and Rob why it was so important to question their self-disapproval, and made it clear that self-disapproval erodes self-confidence, makes us uncertain about our abilities, and creates conflict within ourselves. Our internal chatter is the gauge of what we think is true about ourselves and others based on beliefs. We are quick to diminish ourselves to others because it's expected, and society thinks it's unseemly to tell people how marvellous we are. We're considered braggadocios unless we play down our abilities. Hear the conversation when you are praised in some way, and your response might be, "Oh, no, I have a long way to go," or "Thank you, but there are so many other people better than me." And worse, we diminish ourselves to ourselves. Hear that internal dialogue. "I'll never be as good as so-and-so," or "I'm not smart enough to pass the test," or "I'm not attractive enough to wear those jeans," etc. It's often an endless litany of self-criticism. I'm ugly, I'm stupid, I'm scared, I'm fat, I'm gullible, I'm insignificant. That niggling internal voice that undermines us unchecked, making us feel inadequate and inferior. It hurts to feel so bad about ourselves. And is it any wonder we have millions of people all over the world with anxiety, depression, and other mental health issues? And think about this. If we don't approve of ourselves, how can we approve of others? It's a right conundrum, isn't it? Seth said that generally in your society you grow up taught by many sources that self-disapproval is a virtue. Both religion and science, parents and schools stress that idea, and it is one of the most important causes of mental alienation, spiritual and physical distress. Ain't that the truth? Let's make it simple. When we disapprove, it's negative, and when we approve, it's positive. But is it that simple? Well, yes and no. Let's return to Seth here and let him explain about disapproval. And, lucky for us, he had Jane and Rob to use as examples. Test dummies, as it were. I think I'm glad it wasn't me, but it did give absolute clarity to Seth's meaning and application. I salute you, Jane and Rob, for your brave legacy to the world and sharing the most intimate details of your lives to help us. Here's an example. Seth. Rupert believes he should be a TV personality, a healer, a writer, an excellent psychic versed in all of the most esoteric traditions, a magnetic personality. He believes he should be objectively intellectual, cool and calm, and spontaneous at the same time. He should be in glowing health, glowing, and shine amid the multitude, a rather impossible task that would make any individual feel quite inferior by contrast. Like most of us, Jane and Rob struggled with their beliefs and feelings of self-disapproval, while Seth tried to help them become more aware of what they expected of themselves and each other. More often than not, we expect so much of ourselves, we make it almost impossible to meet those expectations and unknowingly set ourselves up for failure and self-disapproval. We are recipients of disapproval from a vast array of areas, including families, friends, workplaces, society with its cultural norms, religion, and science. which are all guilty in one way or another of bombarding us with expectations of compliance. And I don't know about you, but I am bound to disappoint someone along the way and be the recipient of disapproval from any one of those groups with alarming regularity. I disappoint my mother routinely because I don't share many of her ideas or beliefs, but we still love each other, and I have to accept our differences if we are to communicate without conflict. And it's the same for her, even though she doesn't like it and mutters at me quite often because she thinks she knows what's best for me, and at times maybe she does. But I make my own decisions because I know I'm creating my own reality, even though she does not believe or approve of that premise. At a superficial level, then, disapproval seems pretty simple, but it gets complicated the more we look at it. I'll give you an example of a personal experience leading to confusion and resulting in self-disapproval. I've always been extremely athletic, and when I was 10 years old, I was awarded Athlete of the Year and Dux of the School simultaneously. But I wasn't allowed to keep both awards and was told it was unfair to other students for me to have both. So it was decided for me that I keep Athlete of the Year and they would give Dux of the School to somebody else. I thought it was because I didn't deserve to be Dux of the School and I wasn't good enough to have it. My intellectual and emotional self-esteem was battered by having the award taken from me and generated a belief that I wasn't good enough or smart enough to excel scholastically, and permeated the rest of my school years. It can only take a single event to undermine a child's self-confidence and then seep into their subconscious for the rest of their lives. As an adult, I realised I rather liked academia and went to university later in life. But having read Seth in my 20s, I didn't agree with most of the theories being shoved down my throat. So in order to pass, my mantra became, tell them what they want to hear and do it better than they do. I passed with honours, which amused me no end because I barely believed a word of what I'd written in most of my assignments. Over the years, I've worked hard to please myself and tried to let go of guilt when doing so. The habit of pleasing others in order to be approved of by them was ingrained from childhood and hadn't always made me happy. In fact, a lot of the time it made me angry with myself and others, and I'd be full of self-recriminations for feeling guilty at all. But I just couldn't seem to break free of feeling bad when I said no to someone, or I would agree to do things I didn't really want to do. A common story for many of us. Being a Seth reader, I was aware of the destructive nature of guilt and worked at releasing myself from its clutches. Even though I'd figured out what the offending beliefs were, I still felt the emotional pull of guilt for putting myself first. It took a long time for me to feel comfortable with expressing my honest feelings, and I'm much happier for it, even though guilt does occasionally raise its hideous head to frown at me with disapproval when I stand my ground against being manipulated. It also means I am the recipient of disapproval from people who were close to me and who may not talk to me much anymore. But I've learned to live with that. Seth said, guilt can be used to manipulate people, of course, and it is a fine tool in the hands of government, religion, science, or any large organisation that wants to retain its power. He nailed it there. And let's not forget, it's also a great tool for parents, partners, children, and siblings alike to mould your behaviour in accordance with their own wishes by using guilt as a weapon. In fact, anyone can guilt you into doing almost anything if you allow guilt to dictate terms. We're swimming against the tide of mainstream beliefs, or as Seth called it, the official line of consciousness. If we question what we're told and please ourselves rather than others, it can make life very sticky at times because, like me, you can be at odds with all of those groups mentioned above. And even more risky if you decide to please yourself at your workplace. For example, if you step on the wrong toes, you may end up unemployed. And if you're not in a financial position to be without income, life just got harder. You might have contemplated leaving, but don't have another job to go to. What to do? Be true to yourself and keep your own approval? Or comply for the sake of being approved of by others so you don't lose your job? Only you can answer that. But remember, we construct our own realities, and if you go with your impulses, another opening will reveal itself because, as Seth drilled into us, that's how impulse works. Your inner self has got your back. To approve or disapprove, that is the question. Or not, because it's clear that when it comes to self-disapproval, the underlying narrative is incredibly deceptive. We're scarcely aware when we internally slug ourselves and automatically accept self-condemnation without a peep. If we're not on the lookout for it, it flows, unacknowledged and unchecked. Self-disapproval is linked with so many emotional problems, it's almost incalculable the damage it does from childhood through to adulthood. Being manipulated, used, castigated, and punished seems to reduce our opinion of ourselves and sticks like freshly spat out gum. We're also more likely to be disapproving in our approach to others, having been conditioned by our environment to disapprove of ourselves and each other from birth. Conversely, Seth explains that an animal approves of itself unthinkingly. It certainly does not judge itself against any other animal. It knows quite well that some are stronger and some weaker, but it approves of its own uniqueness, glories in it, without having any other picture in its mind of what it should be. It has its own approval. Methinks my cat has more sense than I do. Fetch the catnip, Granny. Chop, chop. Meow. And don't forget, we don't start life disapproving of ourselves. It's a process that happens when we are continually disapproved of. Seth told Rob, you learned to communicate your disapproval to each other far better, as a rule, than you communicated your approval. How disappointing that we would be more likely to express disapproval than approval. It just goes to show the chronic nature of a world that finds fault before forbearance. And what about the perfectionists among us? How frustrating it must be to never be content with your own or anyone else's performance. And this from Seth. Perfectionists, however, not only take a dim view of problems, but consider each one a blot, a proof of inferiority in themselves or others, and they see such blots everywhere. They are in a certain fashion overly conscientious, and they fear spontaneity lest it be less than perfect. They fear flaws. Being a perfectionist automatically prompts disapproval. It's the side effect of never being satisfied. More than ever, we must question the motives of mainstream media, social media, and society, which advertise and reinforce ideas of inadequacy within each of us by promoting the corrosive practice of comparison. A loaded game where we contrast ourselves with what is considered the highest standards of wealth, health, youth, beauty, education, and intellect, to name a few. Most people fail to achieve any of those criterion and as a consequence become demoralized and dissatisfied with their lives. Seth has said comparison is the thief of joy, and it's never been more obvious than now. Television, the internet, schools, groups, corporations, and more are constantly influencing our ideas about ourselves, with generally poor results for our self-image. No wonder we're exhausted and overwhelmed. Even my neighbours frown with judgy disapproval if the weeds in our yard are a week overdue for snipping. The property managers expect fiercely manicured squares of disciplined greenery from all their tenants, not untidy blades of grass dancing in the breeze. How dare nature try to grow out of our control? Disapproval etches itself in every line of their faces as they hand out notices, warning of inspections for infractions of occasional untidiness. And who would have the audacity to leave their bins out for a couple of days after they've been emptied, as curtains up and down the street are pulled aside, showing outraged countenances at our careless lack of concern for the neighbourhood's image? The competition is fierce for the cleanest and tidiest abode. Flyers announcing number 75 as the winner for the month's Tidy Tim Award clog letterboxes, declaring the smiling approval of the neighbourhood. Number 64 will be receiving a chilling letter reeking with disapproval from the Committee for Street Appeal, warning of the consequences for non-compliance with the deadline for bin duty. Disapproval thrives everywhere. Just ask any teenager. We are walking dichotomies, pulling ourselves from pillar to post to be approved of by anyone, even the cashier at the market, who glares at us for daring to have one more item in our baskets at the express line than the prescribed 10 advertised in stringent letters above the cash register. Naughty, naughty. How many times a day do we actually hear the sound of approval without the expectation of compliance behind it? Not enough, that's for sure, and beliefs are the foundation of it all. It's a good start to recognise beliefs that cause self-disapproval and to work at changing them, but as Seth mentioned, they are so paramount in our world that I think we could be in danger of becoming social pariahs for going against the herd mentality. I rarely talk about my beliefs or the Seth material with family or friends because it seems to make them feel uncomfortable, as if my ideas might be infectious and the thought police could be waiting in the wings to arrest me for independent thinking. They even get defensive and angry, as if the idea of creating your reality is a heresy of the worst degree and taking responsibility for your life is repugnant. I am asked stringent questions like, how can we take responsibility for things that aren't our fault? And how can we change our lives when we have no control over it? Being at the mercy of events is still the most prevalent belief in the world, and if you question it, you are in danger of confronting a pack of official denouncements. Disapproval is a national habit, a merry-go-round of sneering jubilation at anyone brave enough to question the official line's tenets and its alarmist headlines, which are meant to scare the hell out of us and keep us frightened and repressed. We are branded as conspiracy weirdos or slothful hippies if we try to discuss the construction of mass events and how each individual is a part of the world's joys and traumas. Social media disparages anyone and everyone just for the unholy joy of making people feel dreadful and censors anyone in opposition to the corporate giants' agendas. We have no privacy or say in how our personal information is gathered without our permission, and then used or sold to the highest bidder to influence our decisions for profit. Politicians are more concerned with being re-elected than finding long-term solutions for problems faced by the population. We are at each other's throats like a pack of slathering wolves without pity or care. Self-disapproval escalates as we are browbeaten into societal submission. It's enough to give anyone an ulcer. As Seth told Rob Butts, you have a nervous stomach, and I would have one too if I were forever taking sides against myself and not approving whatever side I happen to be on at any given time. Sound familiar, anyone? It seems hopeless at times, and disillusionment could totally crush us. But fortuitously, Seth has explained how reality works, and when we apply it, we know it to be true. There is hope, because we understand the nuts and bolts of forming reality, individually and en masse, and the comfort of having faith in ourselves and mankind buoys us up as we become practicing idealists. That said, the question is, how do we go about individuating ourselves, being true to our uniqueness, without facilitating disapproval from everyone we love and the people in our lives? How do we avoid repudiation from our peers? How do we protect ourselves from the menacing disapproval we are bombarded with from virtually every avenue each day when we disagree with the official line? Or, more to the point, how do we not care if we're being disapproved of? We need concrete methods and techniques to facilitate self-approval within ourselves. Thankfully, Seth covered self-disapproval thoroughly for Jane and Rob and us, and gave specific advice not only on how to alleviate it, but how to virtually eliminate it from their and our psyches, if they and we followed his suggestions. Jane and Rob did follow Seth's suggestions to a certain extent, but not as diligently as Seth would have liked. I found many references to self-disapproval in the Personal Sessions books and compiled a list of Seth's recommendations on how to deal with it and what the ramifications of self-disapproval could be. The caveat is that it is always up to each individual to use the following list in their own way, in their own time, and at their own pace. So, here we go, in no particular order. Do not be angry at yourself, it does not help. Try to recognize negative beliefs and be thankful that you can recognize them. Stop disapproving of your mistakes. Just give me 1 second. I'm going to pause here. Sorry about that. Just had a glitch. Try to live in the present as much as possible. Try to be more compassionate toward yourself and your feelings. You must trust your basic being with its characteristics and abilities. They have been given you for a reason in all of their unique combinations. Avoid labels, for these can stereotype your perception of yourself. Try to set goals and trust that the proper impulses will come to you to bring them about. Do not judge your feelings. The disapproval causes you to bury them. Out in the open, you can handle them easily. Forget ideas of good and evil. Do not look into the past with self-disapproval. Absolutes must be avoided. Do not use labels. Did I just repeat myself? Well, it's worth repeating. Use the following list as a daily reminder. 1. I will approve of myself, my characteristics, my abilities, my likes and my dislikes, my inclinations and disinclinations, realizing that these form my unique individuality. They are given me for a reason. 2. I will approve of and rejoice in my accomplishments, and I will be as vigorous in listing these, as rigorous in remembering them, as I have ever been in remembering and enumerating my failures or lacks of accomplishment. 3. I will remember the creative framework of existence in which I have my being. Therefore, the possibilities, potentials, seeming miracles, and joyful spontaneity of framework 2 will be in my mind, so that the doors to creative living are open. 4. I will realize that the future is a probability. In terms of ordinary experience, nothing exists there yet. It is virgin territory, planted by my feelings and thoughts in the present. Therefore, I will plant accomplishments and successes, and I will do this by remembering that nothing can exist in the future that I do not want to be there. Seth also said, the list I just gave you, the one we just heard, is important because if you do not value your abilities or approve of yourself, then you cut yourself off from using your own abilities. You deny yourself their aid and help because you do not recognize your own abilities as such in the true sense of the word. You question your own characteristics, and so your accomplishments fade in your eyes. When you do not approve of yourselves, then you do not approve of your own power. You do not let yourself appreciate the self that you are. Difficulties are based to one extent or another on self-rejection that has gone unquestioned. Since disapproval will never bring abundance or pleasure, it gradually cuts down on your options until there is little about yourself you approve of. And Seth, I'm still saying what Seth said, I have given suggestions for you to follow, many of them, and any of them followed with a sense of purpose. Any one of them would lead you in the proper direction. You fall into the habit of accepting disapproval as fact, instead of realizing that it represents a feeling you have at any given time. When you disapprove of yourselves, you rob yourselves of comforts meant to support you. You are disapproving of your natural characteristics, as if an animal took a dislike or dissatisfaction to its own colour. When you allow yourselves to disapprove of yourselves, you automatically darken your day and its accomplishments. Disapproval erodes your attempts to change. You often expect too much of yourselves. This makes you dwell upon any difficulties, so that any blemishes are overly emphasized and any accomplishments taken for granted, and you are left with a sense of disapproval. You have been geared to disapprove of yourselves. You have been taught to judge your performance in a very shallow fashion, according to social mores and sexual affiliation, and when you are breaking out of those patterns, you may indeed feel betwixt and between. All deep aspirations and unconscious motivations, all unspoken drives, rise up for the approval or disapproval of the conscious mind and await its decision. It's not what you do, but your attitudes about decisions that is important, and fears are understandable and natural, but to be ruled by them is not. The suggestions should be followed with an overall sense of purpose and continuity. Well, that sums up Seth's wise words about self-disapproval, and I would like to add a few of my own. Keep in mind your accomplishments and positive attributes. Pay attention to the small things that give you pleasure. Pull yourself up if you're making disparaging remarks about yourself or others. Remember to enjoy praise and compliments. Listen to internal dialogue. Your most important job is just to be you. Try not to compete for approval from anyone. And lastly, be mindful of your own attitudes towards yourself. Now that we have covered ways in which we can approve of ourselves, I wonder if there is a role for disapproval. Definitely, yes, because we wouldn't be human if we didn't disapprove of things. There is nothing wrong with disapproving of anything, really. Everything has their particular likes and dislikes. Everyone has their particular likes and dislikes. I don't like bullies or deception, and I disapprove of limits to people's freedoms to voice their opinions, to create and express themselves. Many of us disapprove of the mainstream media with their incessant fear-mongering and manipulation. Many of us disapprove of violence and war, totalitarian governments and censorship. We know from Seth, if we experience any of those things, we have constructed them on an individual and mass basis, but it doesn't mean we have to approve of them. I don't approve of any number of things, which reflects my unique personality, and therefore I accept my feelings, no matter what they are, and try not to repress them. We know from Seth how unhealthy that is. If we want to be more balanced and generally happier within ourselves, then I think we must remember to find things about ourselves to approve of each day. When I was contemplating the subject matter for this presentation, I decided to become more consciously aware of my own self-disapproval, which I thought I had abolished years ago. To my surprise, I heard a few small internal criticisms still floating around now and then. I also felt somewhat defensive if criticised by someone else, usually my mother. There's always work to be done at uncovering beliefs, and worth the effort, even if we don't always succeed initially. At times, I feel like I've regressed back to where I was before I worked hard at applying the Seth concepts. But then I realise it's an ongoing adventure, and it's exciting to continue experiencing the wonder of creating my reality, even if I don't always go in the proper direction. I sincerely hope my presentation has informed and entertained you, and hopefully encouraged you to become more aware of what your internal dialogue is saying, and enabling you to stop self-criticism by looking into beliefs that undermine dignity and morale. If we realise we are self-critical, then we can work towards changing it and focus on approving of ourselves in order to become much happier individuals. Thank you so much for listening. If you have any questions, I will be happy to answer them when the Q&A starts. Now for the reveal. I'm going to stand up and show you. Careful, it's okay, it's okay. Oh, you can't see. I'll have to. There you go. You can see I've got what I've got on. What I've actually got on is a pair of lacy jammy pants. I'm in my pajamas. Being very comfortable. Great to see and talk to you all. I hope you enjoy the rest of the conference. Thank you again.
All right, and so now we are here live with Ejay dialing in from Australia. So we're glad that you're here. It's early in the morning over there. She's just joining us now. So we're very excited to have this live interaction. And as you already know, Lilia is going to be fielding questions. But at first, I just have to say, humorously, I definitely more than approve of your talk. It was just electric and really get down to the heart of the matter, and I even loved the fear and loathing reference. That definitely tickled me as well. So I loved how you sprinkled it with humor but really got into a really vulnerable but powerful topic, because I really felt myself relating again and again and again and again. So thank you for bringing that to us, and thank you for being here.
Oh, thank you so much for having me. I've really enjoyed it.
Good. So Lilia, do you have any questions that you've discovered?
And just before we jump in, it sounds like it's a logistical question. Ejay, I may have missed this, but there was a list that you referenced in your presentation.
Yeah.
And the viewers, listeners, would like to know if that list can be published.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, I've got I wrote this presentation physically. So I will go back into my presentation and just list all of those bullet pointed. I actually bullet pointed them in the presentation. And did the audience, do you guys want me to include my own suggestions from my own experiences?
Oh, yeah. I think that would be brilliant.
Sure. Yeah.
That would be brilliant. Great follow-up.
I will do that, and I will publish it on California Seth Speakers for everyone on the Facebook group. Also
that's
in
great.
Seth Network Australia and Seth Network Scotland, if that suits everyone.
Perfect.
Yeah, and then you can post it in whichever group you prefer and then share it to the others. That way it can all be interlinked together.
Yeah, share away.
Exactly.
Fantastic. Okay, so we can go ahead and start. So with our first question, Ejay, how does it feel to reduce or abolish a sense of disapproval in your daily life? How does that feel?
Well, I'm not sure you can abolish it. I worked long and hard to feel, to reduce. Abolish, I'd love to say I abolished self-disapproval, but I don't think I'm quite there yet. I'm getting there though, and certainly with some major aspects of self-disapproval. It took me years, sometimes years, to understand and to address areas of where I self-disapproved of myself, because it came through my childhood. It came through narratives that the family would repeat, those kinds of things. I mean, not that they were trying to be cruel, but they do it without even thinking. They say things about you that you take on. So that actually manifests itself in self-disapproval as an adult. And the narrative inside your own head, you say things to yourself automatically. You don't even, that's the whole point I was trying to make. We're not aware of doing it. But that narrative just continually goes on in the background. So when you address it, and I think one of the major aspects is that first point where you decide I'm going to address that disapproval and try to find out where it came from, looking down into your childhood where those beliefs obviously started. And that's why I gave the example of when I was a child and I got these 2 awards, and then, they were taken from me, or one was taken from me. And it did create a feeling of self-disapproval and a lack of self-worth academically, scholastically, so that I did go through the rest of my school years feeling inadequate scholastically, and also without giving it much effort too. That was a part of it as well. So I decided to address that, and I had the support of my partner at the time, who told me he thought I was very clever. And that helped increase my self-worth, my idea of myself and my academic abilities. And then finally, I took my courage with both hands and entered university, and I excelled there. So that also encouraged my belief and that self-worth scholastically again. So even though by that stage I'd read the Seth books numerous times and I was deeply involved in the Seth books, so I didn't believe a word of what I wrote academically, because it wasn't in line with my own beliefs. And to address that, I had to look at myself, take it down to where it may have started as a child, and actually look at my family and how they structured their own beliefs, and extricate myself from it. And the feeling when I was dealing with that, after a while, I started to feel a burden lift, to feel a lightness within myself. so that when other people looked at me in any way that wasn't disapproving, I just didn't care anymore. In fact, I found it quite humorous for people to disapprove of me. And it was this amazing transition from being someone who relied on other people's opinions of me to someone who actually had much more approval of themselves. And it made such a big difference in my life. And I hope that with this presentation that I can encourage others to try to do that for themselves, because it is a much better life.
Absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
I can so relate to that. Just it's like peeling yourself out of one box, you find yourself in another box, and you peel that off and you peel that. And it's just like all these layers of negative beliefs. We've been conditioned to deny our own true self, disapprove of our true self so that we can get the approval of others, but then we're living these empty lives. So I completely relate to everything you say. So thank you. Yeah.
Thank you. Yes, it's amazing how we're not even aware. I think you know, it's a narrative, an internal dialogue that is repeated without check.
It's like a self-hypnosis.
Exactly.
Like we hypnotize ourselves into seeing reality in these certain ways, and then we pass it to our children, you know, and it's like we think we're doing them a service to, like, this is the way the world is. Well, no, these are your negative beliefs.
Yeah. And look, I've done it to my own child without understanding. I mean, I tried really hard to stick within the Seth principles, etc. But still, you do it without conscious awareness because of those core beliefs that are, you know, those invisible beliefs that you haven't, you know, found or, you know, exposed yet. And it can be pretty wily to deal with.
Yes. I feel it'll take multiple generations to really fully extricate ourselves from that old third density thinking.
Absolutely. And the world, I think, is changing in many ways.
Oh, yes, hugely.
And we're heading in that direction.
Oh, absolutely.
Even though we're dealing with a lot of other stuff at the same time.
But that's because I feel like we're dealing with it because this is the age of, so we can look at it.
Absolutely. And as Seth said, things would get a lot worse before they got better.
That's right.
So, you know, I kind of feel like at some point we might be in there in some way in this probability right now. Yeah.
Wonderful.
Right.
Well,
So let's see if we got.
I think that you both touched upon child rearing and how do we bring up children with a balanced sense of approval. So what advice would you have for parents to cultivate a balanced sense of self-approval in their children?
I think the first thing you have to do for your children is accept them as they are, as their unique selves. And, you know, all children will act out and they will, you know, they're finding their own identity. And so, you know, it's not easy. I don't think it's easy to be a parent and to raise a child with a balanced sort of perspective from the parental side of things. And I was a sole parent. I raised my daughter by myself. So there was a lot more pressure. And I think because there's that much more pressure, you know, and I was consciously aware of trying to be the best parent I could be. And I tried to reinforce her self-esteem, and I tried to tell her how great she was, how smart she was. And my daughter is absolutely gorgeous, but she's a quiet, quite timid person. So she's very gentle, my gentle little flower, and very different to me. I'm a very extroverted personality. So I've always said to her, I think, you know, you came together with me so that we could learn from each other and deal with polar opposites in terms of personalities. And certainly I had to learn to understand her because she was so different. And that's the other thing I would advise parents to do, is to try to see from their child's perspective, to put themselves in their child's place and try to understand where they're coming from and how they're feeling and why they're feeling, and try to set them up with effective communication skills, because that will help them a great deal as they get older. And I think we all love our children no matter what, but try very hard not to disapprove of them, just to understand them.
That's a great guidance there, to try to understand versus to disapprove.
Yeah.
Wonderful. Now, sort of going from the particular to a really broad perspective, we have a question from Nadia Aragon, and she would like to know that as she watches the current lockdown in politics and the worldwide viral measures, which, in her words, she feels she affects personal and civil freedom to a very strong extent. Thought police and fear is truly going viral. Is there a personal way you may want to share of dealing with the more extreme mass social cases of thought police?
No, that's a good question. And for each of us, this is a challenge, I think, in the environment that we're experiencing in this probability. So I keep reminding myself, and my partner keeps reminding us both, that this is our own personal reality, and that we are experiencing what we create. And even though there is a mass event that is, as I said, not just fear and loathing in Las Vegas, Tom, it's you know, that, as Seth said, it's a pandemic of beliefs. And I think that understanding that, knowing that it is a pandemic of beliefs, that you can actually then step back and be aware that it's not your experience. You don't, like, I'll be honest, here in Australia, and especially in Queensland, we have not had the terrible consequences of the pandemic. We have been let off very lightly. We haven't even been in lockdown. I think we had lockdown for 3 days. And because we hadn't been in any sort of lockdown, everyone was going, what the hell is this about? Let's get this over with. And understanding, look, the poor US and the UK and, you know, so many countries around the world, we had none of that. Down in Victoria and Melbourne in Australia, they had terrible lockdown for months. In Queensland, no. I live in Queensland. We haven't had to experience that. We've had a pretty easy run, even though I felt awful for everyone else in the world. And I have friends, obviously, who are in the US and around the world, and have spoken to them, and they're, you know, telling me about their experiences. My personal experience was not that. And even if, for example, it had affected my family in some way, I would still understand that it was their construction, because we each create our reality individually. And though we co-create and we create it en masse, you can define your own experience. So we decided to look at this sympathetically, but didn't create the fear of, you know, the pandemic. We weren't concerned at all. I mean, when we went out, we wore the masks when we had to, and that was for other people's sake, not for our own. It was to help other people not be fearful of someone without a mask. Because you know how judgy people and scared they get if you know, someone doesn't have a mask on. Yes. And I didn't want them to feel that way. And just being consciously aware of your own feelings. Are you fearful? Do you think that you might be prone to getting it? Well, I never felt like that at all. Simply because it just didn't come into my conscious mind that I was ever going to be prone to it or susceptible to it. So I think if to answer the question is, concentrate on your own life, recall you're in a narrative on what you're saying to yourself, try to dig a bit into if there's a feeling of fear, try to understand where that's coming from and why. And generally, I think you can live a pretty easy, happy life if you understand where your major fears are. Now, life isn't always easy. Life isn't always fantastic. I don't think we'd learn anything. Our challenges, we have challenges to help us learn and develop. And that's why we're in physical reality. So in that respect, though, I think being consciously aware of what you tell yourself is true every moment of the day is where it's at. And applying that, Seth applied, everyday Seth, applying that, listening to the inner voice that's talking to you, I think makes life a lot better and makes you consciously aware of what you think of yourself and others, and whether you think you're going to be susceptible to something external to you. In that regard, that's what I did and what I hope that other people would continually try to do, because I think it's the only way we can get through this.
Indeed.
Right, great answer. Do we have time for more questions?
Let's see, I think we're getting close, but perhaps one more. You had mentioned the inner narratives and self-talk, and how the quality of self-talk is quite important. What would you say would be a small yet significant step to address self-talk that may be hypercritical, that may be just very detrimental and almost destroying one's self-esteem? What would be just a small but very powerful step to take?
I can give you an example of my own journey through that, where I was pretty self-critical and was criticised on my parenting skills because, there were times when life was really difficult and I would be very stressed, and then I would criticise myself about not being a good enough parent. And that is devastating. But because when you try to be the best parent you can be, and then you don't feel like you've met those exacting standards, and I have exacting standards of my own self, and I've had to learn to deal with that perfectionism as well. I can't even say that word anymore. Thank goodness. So I think the main thing is to relax. First of all, as Seth says, you just have to relax. And I found that doing that first, because if you try to approach this without being relaxed, it's not going to work. So some nice deep breathing, a sense of relaxation, looking at that area, that one specific area, perhaps, that is virtually crippling you.
Yes.
Then I think you have to step back and say to yourself, well, and my example is being a good parent. I thought to myself, you know what? I've actually been the best parent I can be within the situations and circumstances that I've constructed. And I have to back off. I just have to let myself be who I am and understand that, hey, I did the best I could. If it wasn't good enough, or if, and I can tell you my daughter doesn't feel this way, but if it wasn't good enough, or if I felt it wasn't good enough, and then let that go and understand that we're not perfect and we're here to learn, and they were challenges, and you can move on from there and stop that self-criticism and listen. I think one of the most important aspects as well of this is to stop and listen and sort of set an alarm in your head, so that, like I said earlier, there's an alarm that goes off in my head when I hear myself criticizing myself in some way. And you can set that alarm like you do on your phone. It's like, ding, 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 look what you just did there.
Yes.
Listen to what you just did there. And I will then just go, oh, No, absolutely not. And I have to like back up and go, let go of that, you know. And again, it's getting down to those beliefs. It's that self-talk that criticizes you. And I think in any way, don't make comparisons. As Seth said, comparison is the thief of joy. Mm-hmm. If other people had two partners and they had happy families and it was all great and easy, which I don't believe that's the case for anyone really, but it's a lot easier if you have support from a partner. If you did it on your own, then you have to understand the challenges were greater. And so therefore you give yourself a break or whatever it is. You know, don't look in the papers, don't read the magazines, don't watch the ads or television, creating this image of standards, unachievable standards that none of us can meet. This is just marketing companies. This is corporations and profits. This is not about our personal realities. You have to accept yourself for who you are and love yourself for who you are, that unique you. And once you can do that, and I think that's something to work on, is to accept and love ourselves and do not, the perfectionist mentality is you can never actually achieve, you know, those standards. You'll never be able to achieve those standards. And I can tell you that is a pretty unhappy life, because I used to be a perfectionist, and it's way better to, as I was writing this presentation, for example, in the back of my head, I'm thinking, oh, is that good enough? And I was like, yes, it's good enough. It will do. Whereas I would not have done that in the past. I would have gone over and over and over again, you know, redoing it. Same thing, just stop judging yourself, stop being so hard on yourself, give yourself some love, take care of you first. Because if you take care of this individual first, then you can care for other people.
Yes, yes. Thank you. Yes. So well said. So well said. Many gems there.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think that's it for our Q&A session.
Well, thank you. It's been such a pleasure to be here. And the California Seth Conference, it's so exciting. I want to say thank you to everybody involved behind the scenes and in front of the scenes. Thank you for moderating. Thanks for doing this, because I actually thought we would never have another California Seth Conference again after the 215 conference. Yeah. And it's fantastic. And making this available to everybody has been a remarkable achievement. Thank you, guys.
Indeed. Yeah, one of the gifts of the pandemic.
Yes.
Right.
It is a gift. It's a great gift.
Speaking of, the pandemic, it's like for me, the last year and a half has just been incredible and tremendous growth and acceleration and discovering new ways to do things, new ways of connecting with people, teaching classes in new ways, putting this conference together, learning video production. It's just been an incredible journey of just excitement and expansion. So I think it just really depends on where you're at. You can always use what's happening in a positive way, even if what's happening is coming from negative beliefs, negative mass consensus beliefs. You can always use it in a positive way by following your impulses, acting on those impulses, because your higher mind's always communicating, this is where you go next. This is where you go next. Okay, you can't do it this way. We're going to go do this way. We're going to go into video. We're going to dive into a new medium. You're going to learn new skills. It's like you just ride that wave, and your higher mind is always sending you those impulses. It just keeps coming, and you just literally start channeling your life. And before you know it, it's just like you're in a whole new place. And so it's like learning to ride that wave. And one of the best ways that Seth really explained that is talking about impulses, and the way that when we act on those impulses, we bring that energy into manifestation, and it's taking that action. It's grounding it with the action, and then that energy, it's like we channel it into our lives. That's literally how this conference came to be. It wasn't a struggle in the old third density kind of sense and a really dense way. Challenges, yes, there is challenges, but it's not it's creative challenges, creative constraints, and how can we do this in this new format? So it really is, it comes back to those impulses. Trust the nature of your being, and trust what's coming to you, and also trust when the negative beliefs start coming to the surface. that's not an indication that you have gone in some wrong direction or you hit a wall or it's a block. No, it's working. It means it's working because it's revealing to the surface things that you want to untether yourself from so that you can rise even higher in the vibration. So it's riding that wave and doing the belief work. Nature of personal reality, Seth talked about how we really want to look at our beliefs and take ownership of that. And as we ride this wave of ascension, more and more negativity will come to the surface. We use it in a positive way to deconstruct the negativity so that we can keep ascending and keep ascending. So I just wanted to put that out there as kind of a closure to the conference, because we have come to the last and final speaker, and we have a full day again tomorrow. And we really appreciate that you all are out there co-creating this with us, whether you're watching this live or even watching this later in the replays. We're so glad that you're here, because we're realizing that as all this negativity in the world is coming to the surface, you see everything that's being spewed out there in all these different channels. Why not have a channel based on ascension? Why not have this ability to speak to people of love, of compassion, of integration, of working together, of bringing this material into this world, anchoring it through our actions. So hopefully this inspires every one of us to continue to act on those impulses and to continue to apply the material, because now more than ever, we really need these kind of teachings. So thank you so much for being a part of this co-creation. We will look forward to another full day tomorrow. And of course, being dreamers, Seth is very much addressing the dream work. So even though we're coming to a pause with the conference now, it will continue to unfold in your life. And in your dream time tonight, you might have dream experiences where you're metabolizing some of this material, tuning into other portions of yourself. By all means, incubate those dreams. We will see you here at 9 a.m. San Francisco time tomorrow morning. And we look forward to another full day, full power of moving forward and moving into these ascension vibrations and really dropping bringing that Seth material, the application of it, grounding it into our lives. So onwards and upwards. Thank you all for being here. Thank you, Ejay, for coming to us all the way from Australia. Thank you to all the speakers that spoke today. We really appreciate you, and we are literally co-creating a whole new reality together. So with those words, we will go ahead and sign off and wish you pleasant evening, pleasant dreams, and we will see you bright and early tomorrow morning. Thank you.